Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1. Wayne Greenberg, 1990, at the University of Southern California, the top-ranked film and television school in the United States. Professor Anderson Horowitz of the Film and Video Department was reminding the graduating students about the precautions for their graduation projects. Listen, if you haven't completed the credits yet, I hope you can complete the credits as soon as possible and start conceiving your graduation projects as soon as possible. There is less than a school year left. Based on my experience, if you do a good job, this will be a rare resume. Wayne, Mr. Greenberg. Sorry, Mr. Anderson, I didn't get enough rest last night. I spent the whole night thinking about the plan for my graduation project. Wayne, who was in a trance, raised his head, looked at the teacher, and explained sincerely. Look, Mr. Batman, maybe he went to save the world last night, and he may not be back until dawn. Wayne heard the laughter without changing his expression. He turned his head to look at the big guy who was talking, and continued to listen to Professor Anderson's reminder. If any of you need help, you can bring your script or plan, and come to my office. That's it. Get out of class is over, guys. After hearing what the professor said, Wayne rubbed his forehead hard, packed his backpack, and prepared to go back to the apartment. He did think about the script all night last night, and even made choices in his mind during class. When he was ready to go out with his bag on his back, the big guy who had just mocked Wayne blocked the door with a blonde beauty. Mr. Superhero, I heard from Katie that you are going to make a feature film as your graduation project. Wow. I hope you can raise money for the film. Maybe I can give you some advice and tell you how much money it will cost to make a film. Haha. Wayne looked at him indifferently, looking at him with the eyes of a clown, and then said to him in a calm tone, yes, of course I can raise money. Do you need me to help you get some? Anyway, yours is shorter. Of course, I don't just mean the film. Everyone knows that you always like to pick up what are left over. He looked at the blonde beauty and shook his head. Sorry, Katie, I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about football and cheerleading. Hearing Wayne's words, the big guy's eyes immediately turned red. He clenched his fists and took 2 steps forward, then remembered something and stood still. Listen, Mr. Batman, my father has already prepared the filming funds for me. Katie will appear as the heroine in my graduation work. I'll tell you how we are different. After graduation, I will smoothly appear in the crew and start my internship as an assistant director, while you will always do odd jobs in a small crew until you give up. Wayne watched him getting more and more excited and pushed him away and walked out. He didn't want to waste time on him just to argue about how important it is to have a good father. He always felt that time was tight and not enough. It has been 20 years since he came to this era. He has been working hard every minute to absorb all the knowledge about filmmaking. Thanks to the rebirth benefit that may be given by God, he has a photographic memory and a smart brain. And the study habits of the Chinese in his previous life, he has learned everything in the plan at a terrifying speed. Born in 1970, he has made a study plan since he was 5 years old. He is self-disciplined and determined to implement it. At the age of 17, he was admitted to the University of Southern California, the top-ranked film and art school in the United States, with excellent grades, and he had enough credits in his junior year. He has prepared a 20-year plan and is about to start the first step, shooting a feature film of his own. Last night's insomnia was also because of this. He fell into choice difficulties. The script that was originally prepared made him a little hesitant. When he came to the parking lot, Wayne drove a black F-150 pickup truck and prepared to go back to his rented apartment. This car was a college gift from his father. Old Greenberg thought that a man should drive such a big car. His rented apartment is not far from the school, a 5-minute drive, which is convenient for him to go to class. Even if he had enough credits since his junior year, he was willing to audit other departments. As long as it was related to film and television production, he tried his best to understand it. After parking the car downstairs, He took out the key and opened the door on the left of the 4th floor. He was ready to finalize the plan and write the script as soon as possible. Just as he was about to close the door opposite opened from the inside, and a tall blonde beauty in pajamas and carrying a large bag of garbage walked out. "Hi, you're back so early, aren't you going to class?" Wayne saw the beautiful woman greeting him, stopped closing the door, and looked at her carefully. "Yes, I'm about to graduate. I have something else to do, bye." He has been a loner since he was a child, not sociable, and doesn't like to deal with others. The reason for all this is that he has too many secrets hidden in his heart. At first, he was always afraid to say something shocking, and silence gradually became a habit. As an adult who lived for more than 30 years in his previous life, he had no common language with his peers since he was a child, and he also understood the truth that too much talk will lead to mistakes. Just like the beautiful woman who greeted him just now, if he had seen her in his previous life, he would have been so excited that he would ask for an autograph and take a photo. The single apartment is not large. There is a bathroom on the left-hand side of the door, and there is a small balcony in front. The living room and bedroom together are only more than 50 square meters. These apartments are generally rented to nearby students and a small number of people who come to Hollywood to pursue their dreams, mainly because they are relatively cheap. Lying on the sofa, Wayne was lost in thought as he watched the various videotapes on the coffee table. In his freshman year, he was successfully selected for the football team. After 2 training sessions, he was selected as the main quarterback. The coach looked at him as if he had found a piece of gold. He had a strong and flexible body, a tough character, excellent athletic ability, and most importantly, a brain that could remember an entire tactical manual. Unfortunately, he was not interested in this. He played quarterback for 5 years from high school to freshman year. He tried this exciting sport and gave it up in his sophomore year. The quarterback who replaced him, and was also his substitute, was the big guy who provoked Wayne today, Adam Goodman. The players and coaches always felt that he was far inferior to Wayne, but Adam hated Wayne because of this. Since the sophomore year, the two had various conflicts. In the end, they had a fight in front of the football players. Wayne's boxing left a very deep impression on him. Provocations like today have continued for 3 years, but the ending is always the same. Wayne, who is usually taciturn, made Adam furious with a few words, but he didn't dare to take action. Katie was a cheerleader and had a relationship with Wayne, or to be more precise, almost all cheerleaders had a relationship with Wayne. Wayne liked her good figure, and she was proud of having sex with the school's most popular person. There were girls like this in every school. As long as their vanity was satisfied, they could be taken anywhere. Wayne's high school career from grade 9 to grade 12 and his current college career were filled with them. They could help Wayne learn to relax his tense mind. His stomach was protesting, and he glanced at his watch. It was past lunchtime. He got up, opened the refrigerator, took out 2 sandwiches he had made in the morning, and went to the balcony to sit in front of the typewriter. After watching the pedestrians outside the window and swallowing the sandwiches in a few bites, Wayne typed out the name of his graduation work, Happy Death Day. Terry, who was brutally murdered on her birthday night, woke up alive. She thought it was just a nightmare on the eve of her birthday, but she didn't know that the experience after waking up was exactly the same as the dream. She was brutally murdered again on her birthday night, and then woke up again. Is it a gift from God or a joke of the god of death? She was killed infinitely, and returned to her birthday morning infinitely. Terry woke up and died, and woke up again. The only thing she could do was to find the mysterious murderer who killed her, otherwise she would be trapped in the infinite cycle of birthdays and death anniversaries forever. This was his earliest planned movie. It had a relatively small production cost. It was not new about time loops and the old-fashioned love and family affection. Don't think these old routines are bad. Innovation always means unpredictable risks. These Hollywood routines, which have been used too much, constitute this well-structured black horror comedy. The main reason for choosing this movie is that it has a clear selling point, a low cost, requires few main actors, and does not require high acting skills, as long as they are basically qualified. Moreover, acting skills are affected by the emotions of the main officer. Unless there is a big difference, it is really difficult to judge. This movie has successfully proved itself in its previous life, and it is not the way of Blair Witch and Paranormal Activity that rely on the distribution company to take shortcuts. For Wayne, it is about how to shoot it completely. He knew that the same story could be filmed in completely different ways by different directors. For a whole week, Wayne worked like crazy. When he was hungry, he would call for hamburgers and pizza. When he was tired, he would go back to his bedroom and fall asleep. Sometimes he would write halfway, but he would have to consider the actual shooting issues and go back to revise it. After revising it countless times, he looked at the script in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. This was the most suitable version he wrote, based on the pictures in his mind and the shooting issues. He stapled the script aside and began to write the project plan he had been planning for a long time. Although he knew that no company would invest in him as a novice, and that this film would definitely be produced independently, he still tried to do everything in advance. He hardly left the apartment this week, and every meal was hamburgers, pizza, and sandwiches. When he woke up the next day, he could smell the sour smell on his body. Shaking his head and walking into the bathroom, Wayne washed himself vigorously, picked up the razor, and looked at the tired young man in the mirror. He is about 1.85 meters tall and weighs less than 80 kilograms. He has smooth and strong muscles, a flaxen crew cut, and a tough face. The Jewish characteristics are almost gone, and he exudes a tough guy vibe. The most fortunate thing in his life is his appearance, which is the biggest reliance for him to attract girls. The girls here don't like white little milk dogs, but typical strong and tough guys like him. After cleaning himself up and changing into a clean suit, Wayne took the script and drove directly to Professor Anderson's office at the school. Ding, ding. Wayne knocked twice politely before pushing the door in. Professor Anderson was reading a script and pointed to the sofa opposite. It was not the first time for Wayne to come here. He skillfully took a cup of coffee and sat on the sofa waiting for the professor. The script was not long, 2 pages. After more than 10 minutes, Anderson put down the script in his hand, picked up the cup, and took a sip of cold coffee, and sat next to Wayne. I haven't seen you this week. It's very surprising. Have you been back to the farm to visit your parents? Professor Anderson greeted him familiarly. As a fellow Jew, the professor has taken good care of him since he entered the school. Anderson is very optimistic about this smart and hard-working child. He shook his head at first and said, "No, I stayed in the apartment for a week and hardly went out. I have been working on the graduation film plan. Teacher, you know how much I have prepared for this day." Anderson looked at him seriously. The child's self-discipline in learning surprised him for a while and made him willing to help him as much as possible. "Of course I know. Is this it?" Anderson pointed to the file bag on the coffee table. "Yes, I brought it here because I hope the teacher can help me take a look. I have been thinking about this plan for a long time." Chapter 2 Hollywood Script. Anderson picked up the file bag on the coffee table and unbuttoned it under Wayne's expectant gaze. He took out 2 documents mailed inside, one thick on top and a few thin pages on the bottom. "Happy anniversary?" Anderson muttered softly as he opened the thick script and quickly flipped through it. After a cursory glance, Anderson nodded with satisfaction. The script was written entirely in the standard Hollywood writing format. Similarly, as the foundation of a play, professional script writing can make every process of film production as smooth as flowing water, which will make investors excited, producers worry-free, directors feel comfortable, and actors attentive. So what kind of script can be considered a truly professional script writing format? Just like the one in Professor Anderson's hand now, the standard is divided into 6 parts. 1. Scene description and character action. This sentence usually appears below the scene title, used to describe the scene as necessary and explain the actor's ongoing behavior. 2. Character name, that is, the name of the character. If it is a supporting role, you can write kidnapper A, robber B, etc. 3. Dialogue, the lines spoken by the characters, including voiceover, monologue, and narration, are all lines. Write them clearly. 4. Auxiliary description, voiceover, and voiceover should be marked after the character name, and other descriptions should be marked below the character name. You can briefly describe the character's actions or status. For example, coughing, crying, excited. 5. transition method, that is, the way of switching between pictures. We often say fade in, fade out, dissolve in, and merge, which are all ways of transition. Mark them out when necessary, and generally do not need to be written. 6. Scene title. Int is equivalent to in Chinese scripts, representing interior scenes. The format of Hollywood is slash. In Hollywood script writing, the scene title cannot be written as a scene number, such as the first scene and the second scene, because the shooting order of each scene is determined by the director. The above constitutes the standard script format of Hollywood. Of course, the script of a commercial film with a large cost and large production is basically above this standard, and it is much more refined, such as the so-called 3-part narrative circulated on the internet and later generations. Professor Anderson read the script for the second time and began to read it carefully. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the absurd setting of the protagonist being killed every day. After reading more than half of it, he found that some parts of the script did not conform to common sense at all, and were even a bit far-fetched. But it also used Hollywood classic routines to make the story self-consistent. Anderson knew that some places should not be taken seriously. The appeal of this script lies in these exquisite designs. This is obviously a black horror comedy with some cult attributes. Your script is interesting. If it is filmed completely according to the script, it will be very attractive to a considerable number of people, especially teenagers. Anderson put down the script in surprise. This has completely exceeded the level of a graduation short story. At least judging from the script, it is very professional. It seems that this child has a very sufficient knowledge reserve. Teacher, you know, I have been studying this kind of black film since my freshman year. Although I have made several experimental short films before, they are not recognized by my classmates and professors. Almost all professors, except you, do not recognize my style. They think that this kind of film style with obvious black attributes, or absurd settings, bloody scenes, and the dark side of human hearts is too niche, so I wrote this script with a less obvious style. It's not that Wayne only wants to make such a black film. He was a movie projectionist in his previous life, and watched many movies of various types, but none of them left much impression. In the last stage of his life, he was crazy about this kind of black film. He watched a lot of this type of film, whether good or bad. His biggest advantage is the movie scenes he saw in his previous life. It happened that he has always been a fan of black movies. His mind is full of these movies, so he took the opportunity to study this type. There is nothing wrong with a strong personal style, but movies are mass entertainment after all. You have to be clear about the balance in your mind. It can be seen that your script is completely beyond the scope of graduation films, but there are many difficulties in making it. Anderson patted the script, thinking about the difficulty of filming, and picked up the thin document below. Well, I have to admit that you are better than I thought. You actually made a detailed project plan. If you add the complete project plan, this can be regarded as a clear selling point and complete commercial project. Teacher, although it is almost impossible for a new independent film like me to have a company invest, I still hope to make a plan. I absolutely dare not underestimate the difficulty of making a feature film, so I hope to make all possible preparations in advance. Some dreamers who come to Hollywood always have the illusion that, if they have a good script, there will be film companies to invest. The reality is that film companies will not read your script at all. They will first read your plan. If you don't have a project plan, you, a newcomer, still want to be a director, you might as well go to hell. Every day, countless scripts are submitted to film companies, and it is estimated that the number of individual scripts purchased by film companies is less than 1 in 10,000. Even if they are bought, it is unknown when they can be made into a finished film. 99% of them are thrown in the script library to gather dust. Why do you let those investors take a look at a script with no prospects and buy you millions of dollars? Even after these years of systematic study, sometimes Wayne would fantasize that someone would take a fancy to his script and then write a large check with a big pen, enough for him to squander to finish the movie. This is basically a fantasy and nonsense. If you want to realize the filming of a movie, the key is to submit a business project plan to potential investors and film companies, a plan for how to prepare, cast, shoot and produce the film, with careful ideas and rigorous research. Wayne, with these, I can try to help you get some investment. I have seen many directors who are very old, still running around for the funds for their first feature film. Most of them actually need such a complete project plan. Professor Anderson flipped through the thin pages of the plan, which took into account all the problems of the film in detail, and even the difficulties that might be encountered in the filming, and the solutions. Although the investment is not high, it is still a sky-high price for newcomers. Newcomers who have not achieved any results, let alone film companies, even private investors will not take a second look. Anderson hopes to help him find some film funds to support newcomers to give it a try. Teacher, I have a way to raise funds. This plan I made is based on the funds I can raise. I may not take too many classes. Time is tight. I want to make sure it is filmed before graduation. Okay, your credits were enough for graduation last school year. What you need is to get hands-on and participate in the production of the film in person. Work hard. If you can produce the effect in the script, I believe this will be an absolute advantage for you to find a job in the future. Anderson looked at the young man in front of him. The reason why he was described by his classmates as lonely, indifferent, and unsociable was because he spent all his time on studying. This is a smart kid who knows what he wants and works hard for it. Wayne drank the coffee in the cup, packed up the script, stood up and said goodbye to the professor. Teacher, I have an appointment with my agent, so I'll leave first. Go ahead. If you need any help, you can call me. Professor Anderson patted him on the shoulder. He left the teacher's office and came to the coffee shop next to the school. After ordering a cup of coffee, he stared at the pedestrians outside the window, waiting for his agent. Although he has lived in the greater Los Angeles area for 20 years, since he was born in 1970, he still can't forget the real experience on the other side of the Pacific Ocean, which seemed to have happened yesterday. When he was young, he accidentally watched a movie called Cinema Paradiso, and he went to learn to be a projectionist. What interrupted his more than 10-year projection career was illness. He became obsessed with black movies in his hospital bed, and he was still immersed in movies every day, until he woke up. God is fair. He took away his life full of illness, and gave him a good life in this life. After the age of 5, he lived on a farm in Ventura County with his parents. Although his father was not a wealthy man, his family was not short of money, and provided him with a good learning environment. Wayne was not ignorant in this life. He knew very well what he wanted and worked hard for it. The family environment also gave him enough convenient conditions. He attended private schools since elementary school. From childhood to adolescence, his mother took him to visit the crews of his former friends frequently, allowing him to observe the world's film factory carefully. Learning to become a director is actually a very expensive process. Starting from college, buying relevant books and expensive film, and renting equipment to shoot your own experimental short films, ordinary families really can't afford these expenses. Hi, Wayne. What's the matter with me? If you hadn't called me, I would have almost forgotten you. A film director. Waiter, give me a lat. A young man who was only a few years older than Wayne pulled out a chair and sat opposite him. He was dressed neatly in a suit and looked positive. Jimmy, I'm about to graduate and start my first feature film soon. I need you to help me start recruiting in a while, including crew members and a few actors. He looked at his agent, who had come to him when he was a junior. He was a novice agent who had just graduated from the CAA mailroom. He heard that a genius director had emerged from the film and video major in Southern California, so he found him eagerly, hoping to represent his agent contract. What type of film? Are you still shooting those bloody experimental short films like you used to? Jimmy took a sip of coffee and asked Wayne with a frown. Chapter 3, Raising Film Financing. In fact, Jimmy regretted it soon after signing the contract with Wayne. Maybe the genius that Professor Anderson mentioned was just a genius in learning. He had seen some of Wayne's experimental short films, which had a lot of bloody scenes and dark themes, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Just when he had basically given up on Wayne, he received a call from him today. It's not that kind of experimental film. This time I made a complete plan and script. It's a real feature film. I need to use it to make my graduation film. Wayne knew that he gave the other party a bad impression, otherwise he wouldn't have contacted him for several months. but the other party was still a qualified agent. At least when he asked him for help in renting equipment before, the other party didn't refuse. You want to shoot a feature film? Wayne, I have to remind you that shooting a feature film is completely different from the things you did before. This is not something you can do alone. Okay, what kind of people do you need me to help you recruit? Jimmy reminded him seriously, and seeing his determined eyes, he felt that these were not what he should care about. He was just his agent. I'll contact you in a few days. I need basic crew members, lighting, makeup, props, and scenery. I can take photos myself. Of course, I don't need those famous people in the industry. I can't afford their salaries. Just find someone who is professional enough. Okay, CAA has everything you need. Are you going to put together your own crew and produce it independently? Yes, so I have to raise funds for the filming first. I hope a company will invest in me. I will only do the work of a director, but it is basically unlikely. Jimmy heard his words and resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He drank the coffee in one gulp and took out the money to put under the cup. Okay, I'll wait for your call. I have other things to do. I'm leaving first. Wayne watched Jimmy walk out of the coffee shop. He might think he was talking crazy, right? He put the money under the cup as well, got up and went out to sit in the car. He looked at the file bag on the passenger seat. After finalizing the script and the project, the most important thing next is to raise funds for the filming. Just like the teacher said, many older directors are stuck at this step. Do those directors who run around every day for filming funds have no talent? This is actually a vicious circle. No one will invest in you before you prove your ability, and you can't prove your ability without investment. He is almost 60 years old in his two lives. He understands that money is the most important thing. You have all the conditions for success. If you don't have money to make a movie, you only have the conditions for success. There are many Hollywood people who have this condition. He drove to the downstairs of the apartment building, went upstairs to take down a box of packed materials, and put a few clothes in the car. Then he drove straight to Ventura County in the greater Los Angeles area, where Wayne's home is. Ventura County is similar to Orange County. It is also mainly suburban, and its main development and growth are through Los Angeles. However, the northern part of the county is mainly a large area of undeveloped Los Padres National Forest, where Wayne's farm is located. The central and southern parts of the county were originally small towns on the Pacific coast, but since the expansion of US Highway 101 to the San Fernando Valley, the cities involved in the master plan have begun to develop rapidly, and the urbanization level of the entire county has become higher and higher. The San Fernando Valley here is another film and television industry base in North America. However, unlike Hollywood, the films shot here are all kinds of love and action films for adults. The key is that the scale of this industry is larger than that of Hollywood, which has a global market. Behind every film and television company, there is the shadow of North American big capital. You can imagine how much money it makes. With country music playing in the car, he drove along the road, thinking about whether he was fully prepared and whether there was anything he had not considered. Soon he arrived at the Los Padres National Forest in Ventura County. He grew up on a farm by the forest since he was a child. Looking at the plants in the fields and the cattle in the distance, it has never changed. This has always been a place where people can feel at ease. After entering the farm, Wayne greeted several cowboys along the way and parked the car in front of a wooden villa. His father was sitting on a recliner under the porch, holding a pipe in his mouth, and two golden retrievers were lying at his feet. Seeing him open the car door and get out, the two dogs rushed around him. "Dad, where is Mom? I have something to discuss with you when I come back this time." Wayne rubbed the dog hard and sat next to his father. "Well, your mother is preparing dinner. I heard that she has just learned to make beef stew with potatoes. There is a guy in the herd who is always provoking fights. I asked James to knock him down yesterday." Old Greenberg looked at his son. He seemed to be thinner this time. He hoped that he had not touched those banned drugs. He understood young people. Old Greenberg himself had smoked some leaf tobacco when he was young, so he was afraid that Wayne would touch those. "While Mom is making dinner, Dad, let's go to your study. I have something to talk to you about." He carried the things he had moved from the car, called his father, and went to the study on the second floor, which was also his father's workshop. There was a row of old hunting rifles in this room, and a huge deer head specimen was hung on the wall. The father sat behind the large oak table, took out a huge revolver, and wiped it skillfully. Since moving here to open a farm, old Greenberg has been particularly fond of hunting and guns. No matter what he does, he can't do without guns. Tell me what you want to talk to me about. Don't tell me which girl you got pregnant. I might consider using this big guy to shoot you. He looked at his father helplessly. After so many years, he still couldn't adapt to the American father-son communication. He would never forget, when he was 13 years old, his father came to his room at night, gave him a Playboy magazine, and taught him healthy knowledge of 2 surnames. Dad, take a look at this, I made it. Wayne opened the file bag and handed the script and the plan to his father. His father took the plan first and put the thick script aside. Seeing his son take these out, old Greenberg already understood what was going on. This was about a father-son agreement. He didn't want toys or pocket money since he was a child. He helped his father clean his gun every weekend, accompanied him hunting, and watched football with him until he went to college in Los Angeles. The price was that his father had to take out a sum of money and invest in one of Wayne's movies after he graduated. After reading the plan, old Greenberg picked up the script and flipped through it. He just glanced at it and put it down. Listen, Wayne. My ideas are outdated. I was a producer before you were 5 years old. I have never been involved in this industry in all these years. If you want the money, I will contact the accountant tomorrow, but you only have one chance. If you mess up, I will help you find an internship in a company. Old Greenberg looked at his son seriously. The only way he could support his son now was to give him money. Dad, what do you think? If you had started a film company in the past, would this project have received your investment? He did want to get the investment that his father had promised since he was a child, but he wanted to know more about whether his father would invest in this project if he was still a producer. His father thought about it and said to him, from my perspective, you will not get investment. Although your plan is good and the money you need is not much, normally I will never invest in a novice like you. There is no possibility at all. Maybe you can try to invest in a few small companies, but don't have any illusions. Listen, I will pay for your first movie, just because your last name is Greenberg. There is no other reason. Wayne was not disappointed when he heard it. He had thought about it a long time ago. This is how this circle is. This is still a more tactful way for his father to say it. If it was a film company, he probably wouldn't even be able to meet the executives. It was good enough for him to put down the script and plan and go back to wait for news. Okay, I'll show it to mom later. Maybe she can give me some advice. Dad, you know how long I've been preparing for this day. I don't want anything to go wrong. Of course, sometimes I think you might be too impatient. Maybe you can wait until you graduate, find a job in a crew, study, and work for a few years, and then make your own movie after you have enough experience. How could he not be impatient? Seeing that 1991 was coming soon, he knew that every year that passed, his chance would be 1 year less. Okay, I'll go see how the beef is cooked by mom, and put the things back in my room. Wayne carried the box back to the room at the end of the corridor on the second floor. Just like when he left, his mother should help him clean it often. At the foot of the big bed, there was still the small nest he had made for the 2 golden retrievers, but it was definitely not usable now because they were too big. The whole house was simple and cozy. There was a desk next to the balcony and a wooden bookshelf next to it. In addition to a few books, Wayne's childhood toys, various comic books, and a guitar were placed on it. The box he brought back contained the experimental short films he had made in college in the past few years, about 7 or 8 videotapes. After tearing off the tape on the box, Wayne neatly placed the videotapes on the bookshelf, took a look with satisfaction, and then closed the door and went downstairs to the kitchen. Mom, I smelled the fragrance before I even walked in. His mother looked much younger than his father. She was of British descent, about 1.75 meters tall, with blonde hair tied up on her head, and was stirring the pot with a spoon. Oh, honey, how are you doing in school? I'll learn to make beef stew with potatoes on TV, and it seems I didn't mess it up. His mother put down the spoon, turned around and hugged him. It's the same as always. I have enough credits, but this year I told my professor that I will use the remaining time to shoot my graduation project. You will become a great director in the future, and you will be your mother's pride. Go, call your father over, and tell him that dinner will be served soon. If he is still fiddling with those broken guns, I will throw away all his toys. Hey, honey, I'm already downstairs. It seems like you are going to find another reason to throw away my collection. Just as the mother finished speaking, old Greenberg had already walked into the dining room. Chapter 4. Start to build a team. In the restaurant, the family of 3 ate together. 2 golden retrievers lay at Wayne's feet. They had finished their canned dog food. Wayne would occasionally give them 1 or 2 pieces of beef. He and his mother talked about interesting things in school and tasted the potato stew made by his mother. He has been used to American food over the years, but he still thinks of Chinese food occasionally. After dinner, the family of 3 plus 2 dogs nestled on the sofa to watch TV. He took out a file bag and handed it to his mother. Mom, take a look at this. This is my first full-length feature film prepared for myself. I will use it as my graduation project. Dad has promised to help me contact an accountant tomorrow and will invest in this film for me. His mother took the file bag, and old Greenberg consciously turned down the TV volume. About half an hour later, he and old Greenberg sat cross-legged on the floor, arguing about the quarterback of the Green Bay Packers and the New England Patriots, and his mother put down the script. Wayne, in fact, Mom doesn't like this story, but this project is very feasible. It's very suitable for your first film. I've seen your budget, about $1.2 million, but you have to calculate whether there will be any accidents or delays in the filming. For a novice, if there are any accidents, it will definitely be overspending. There are very few main actors, and the requirements for actors are not high. My suggestion is to find a blonde beauty for the heroine. She must be absolutely beautiful. This will help to enhance the highlights of the film. Don't look down on the vase. Wayne, promise Mom that you won't put too much pressure on yourself. Wayne listened to his mother's words. He knew that his mother had been a first-line producer. Although it was a little long, her vision and experience were still there. Moreover, his mother was not like his father. She still insisted on writing occasionally and did not completely leave this circle. Mom, I will succeed. Many people in Hollywood are waiting for an opportunity. I will never waste it. I don't want to wander around various small crews after graduation, and I can only direct after several years or even more than 10 years, and then be a puppet in the filming without even the right to post-production. This is my only chance to prove myself. He looked at his mother seriously. These words were also said by him. He didn't have time to waste. In this producer-centered Hollywood, he has seen many directors in this circle. Most of them are just puppets in filming and are basically not involved in post-production. Only those directors who have been proving themselves and have been successful have the opportunity to put forward their own opinions in post-production. Wayne definitely does not want to be a director who does not even have the right to make editing suggestions for the films he has shot. This is not what he pursues. Of course, honey, Mom believes in you, and you will definitely be proud of Mom. The mother stroked her son's serious face. Although he knew that his mother was comforting him, he still felt very touched in his heart. His father was willing to pay for his practice work, and his mother always encouraged him to learn more knowledge, which made Wayne feel that he was really lucky to be born in such a family. Well, young man, if you are willing to give up supporting the Patriots and support the Packers with me, I may consider giving you a little more investment. His father winked at him and pointed at the TV. Oh, Dad, don't even think about it. The Patriots will win the Super Bowl. Just watch. Wayne waved his fist at old Greenberg, took the script, and went upstairs to his room. He had to start drawing the storyboards as soon as possible, and he had to consider many things. Just like his father said, he only had this one chance, and old Greenberg would only pay for him this time. If he messed up, and didn't get this precious Hollywood ticket. What awaited him could only be relying on his father or mother's relationship to go to a small TV or advertising crew, starting from an assistant director or a lower position to accumulate qualifications, slowly accumulating experience, and waiting for opportunities. The next morning, he was awakened by the licking of the golden retriever. He hadn't been home for more than a month, and he slept too soundly. His tense nerves suddenly relaxed when he returned home, and he overslept, which also broke the biological clock he developed at school. "Hey, two little bastards, get off the bed. You've grown too big." Wayne patted the two dogs and pushed them off the bed. It was already past 8 o'clock, and the sun shone through the balcony onto the bed, making Wayne lazy and not wanting to get up. He went to the bathroom to wash his face and wake up. He took 2 carrots and went downstairs to the stable behind the villa. He skillfully fed carrots to a black quarter horse and then began to clean the stable and brush the horse's hair. This was his 15th birthday gift. When old Greenberg bought it, it was just a pony. As long as Wayne was at home, he would clean the stable and brush its hair every morning. If the weather was good, he would ride it for a run. Just like the 2 golden retrievers, old Greenberg's standard was, "If you want them, I will give them to you, but you need to take care of them yourself. No one will help you. You have to treat them as partners and friends. If you fail to do so, you will be punished, and the general punishment is to help cowboys do physical work." This is the education that old Greenberg gave him since he was a child, that men should be responsible for their own choices. It has to be said that there is still a big difference between American education and Chinese education in this regard. It can only be said that each has its own strengths. For example, Wayne's biggest feeling is that the content of junior high school on the other side of the Pacific Ocean is learned in American high schools, but the things learned in American elementary schools are taught in college on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. After riding the horse around for a circle, Wayne went back to the second floor sweating and took a shower. He changed his clothes and went downstairs to eat the breakfast made by his mother. "Mom, where's Dad? I remember he never got up early to help the cowboys." His mother brought him a glass of milk and answered, "Do you want more fried eggs?" He went to the farm in trance. "Howard will be here soon. Your dad will pick him up." As soon as his mother said that, Wayne understood. Howard was the accountant of the Greenberg family. He mainly helped them with tax returns and investments. It seemed that his funds would be in place soon. Just after breakfast, the door was pushed open. He and his mother came to the living room. His father came in with a middle-aged white man. "Oh, Anna, you are still so beautiful. Little Wayne, how are you doing in school? I heard that you will graduate soon. Time flies so fast." The middle-aged white man greeted him familiarly and sat on the sofa. "Uncle Howard, coffee?" "Yes, this year is my last year in college." Wayne poured him a cup of coffee and sat aside to listen to his father talking to him. "Well, Reuben, I have brought the documents you asked for. Just sign them. But I want to remind you that this is the income from the trust you set up for Wayne. Isn't it a bit early to take out the money now? Internet stocks have a good prospect now." The father signed the document and looked up at Howard and said, "This kid is about to graduate. I promised to invest in his first feature film. Okay, the money has been deposited in your account. You can write a check for him at any time." The father did not hesitate, took out the checkbook, and wrote Wayne a check for $1.2 million. Although the family has never lacked money since childhood, more than $1 million is a huge sum of money in any era. I believe it is not a small amount of money for his family. "Wayne, this is the father-son agreement we have had since you were a child. To be honest, I didn't expect you to stick to it from a few years old until now. This is also the last money you can get from this family. I remind you again, if you mess up, you can only go to internship to earn your living expenses." He held the check his father gave him in his hand, $1.2 million US, which is a huge sum of money for Wayne now. If he goes to earn it himself, it will probably take a long time to earn this amount. "Got it, Dad. I understand what you mean. Although I know you don't want to believe it, I will make it through without losing money, and I will make the money back." After saying that, he solemnly put the check into his pocket and then returned to his room upstairs. Sitting and thinking, Wayne picked up the phone in the room and called his agent Jimmy. "Hi, Jimmy, this is Wayne. It's time to start recruiting. I need you to help me find some reliable people. Yes, I will go back to Los Angeles tomorrow, and I will meet them then." After hanging up the phone, Wayne waved his fist, and he could finally start. He took out the check and looked at it carefully. In fact, Wayne knew that his father had been saving a trust fund for him a long time ago. However, only when Wayne is in his 40s and has achieved nothing can he slowly make a profit. Although old Greenberg sold the film company's stocks and got a lot of money, he was squeezed out, so he was discouraged. But his family bought a farm and set up a trust fund for him, so it was really not easy to give him more than $1 million this time. The next day, after saying goodbye to his mother, he drove out of the farm and headed straight for Los Angeles along Highway 101. He returned to the apartment, packed up casually, and came to the agreed Jasmine Cafe. Jimmy was already waiting for him with some information. "According to your requirements, these people are the most suitable I can find. They all have some work experience, but have not participated in successful productions. Their abilities are pretty good. Wait a minute, let me take a look." Wayne picked up the information. Steve Wilson, lighting engineer. Lily Angie, makeup artist. Ross Weir, prop master. Maya Craig, set designer. Almost all of them have filming experience, but the price is not high. Okay, let's go with them for now. Do you have any suitable actors to recommend? The classmate and best friend of the heroine, preferably an American girl. Oh, and a male actor, and most importantly, he has to be cheap. Jimmy was reading the script. When he heard him say that, he looked up and asked him, "What about the heroine? Don't you want me to find one for you? CAA has plenty of such novice actors." "No, I have someone for the heroine. Get ready. That's it for today." That's right, Wayne has someone for the heroine. It's his neighbor who came to Hollywood to pursue his dreams. He had seen the others' movies in his previous life, and they completely met his requirements. He felt that he was too busy to handle many plans. He was just one person. Wayne first went to Delaware with his lawyer and to register a studio, Greenberg Studio. There was no other way. His movie was destined to be an independent small production. Having a studio would make it easier to sign contracts with the crew. A legal company is much more trustworthy than a college student. According to Delaware regulations, as long as there is a nominal office in Delaware, it can even share a clerk with other companies, but this also cost him $5,000. The best thing about registering a company in Delaware is that it has tax benefits. Basically, all Hollywood companies are registered here, including giants such as Disney and Paramount. Delaware also has a professional commercial equilibrium court, so even if there is a dispute, it is very convenient to deal with it here. Wayne met with the staff introduced by Jimmy and signed a contract. Before he had time to learn more, Wayne went to school again and asked Professor Anderson to help introduce a senior who graduated with good grades but has not found a job yet. Professor Anderson introduced him to a senior, Luke Simmons. He graduated 2 years earlier than Wayne and has been running between various crews. He is not doing well, but Wayne needs him, so he asked him to meet at Jasmine Cafe near the school tomorrow. Chapter 5 Heroine. Luke Simmons graduated 2 years earlier than Wayne and had excellent grades in school. However, what Hollywood lacks the most is talented people. In 2 years, Luke only ran to several crews and worked as an assistant director under the introduction of his classmates. The reason why Luke agreed to the introduction of his mentor was because his mentor told him that Wayne agreed to let him be an assistant director. This is a rare opportunity that allows him to deeply participate in the production of a film. Pushing open the door of the cafe, Luke sat opposite Wayne. He knew this junior, but he had never dealt with him. He raised his head from reading the information and looked at the senior, who was wearing a loose suit, no tie, and half-worn leather shoes. It seems that, as the teacher said, the senior is not doing well. "Look, I'm Wayne. The teacher should have told you everything, right? Let me tell you my idea. You can be an assistant director, but I need a crew coordinator. You have to take on the role. The salary won't be too high. My budget is not much. Is there any problem?" Wayne spoke first. He didn't have much time, so he rushed as much as possible. "No problem. I'm always available. Do you need to see my resume?" Luke took out a resume from his bag and put it on the table. Wayne glanced at it. It was basically all about his experience in various crews. Although he was basically doing odd jobs or assistant director, he was at least experienced and had seen how a complete movie was born. I believe in your ability, and I believe in the teacher even more. He thinks highly of you. Do you have any doubts? You can tell us everything now. We will be very busy when we start working. Looking at him sincerely, he was telling the truth. There were many things waiting for the two of them. If they were busy, they would not have time to sit down and explain slowly to him. Wayne, I know you. You have excellent grades and study hard. You can be said to be a versatile person. I hope you know that I'm not participating in your project for the pitiful weekly salary. I can be the crew coordinator, even the field manager, and odd jobs. But you have to guarantee that the film will be completed and will not run out of funds halfway through. You must also guarantee that I can participate in the production in depth, even in the later stage of the film. Wayne thought about it, and it was not a big problem. Okay, this is the information of my studio and the script attachment. You can check it out first and give me a call. We will start working tomorrow. Luke was handed the information and asked to check it out as soon as possible and get into work mode. With Luke's experience, he should be able to handle the work of crew coordination, so Wayne can put down a lot of chores. Crew coordination. This position is very important in the crew, but it is particularly inconspicuous. It is like a person who specializes in handling various chores of the crew. It is best to have participated in the operation of the crew and have experience. Generally, arrogant people are unwilling to do this job, but this senior brother obviously doesn't care. The next day, Luke came to Wayne's apartment as promised. Sorry, Luke, it's a bit messy here, but I don't have much money and need to use it sparingly, so I can't rent an office space. I can only make do with it for now. Wayne brought him a bottle of water and threw the videotapes and dirty clothes on the sofa aside. It's okay. You're lucky to have found the money to shoot. I see you've basically found the crew. What do you need me to do now? Have you read the script? It's probably like that. There won't be any other changes. Haven't you been on other crews? This is the camera equipment I need. You should be familiar with it. Go to a few more places to ask about the price and find a cheap rental company. Wayne handed him a printed document, then returned to his seat and continued to draw the storyboard. These materials were all found by him in the past few days. Rental equipment is very important. The cost varies greatly depending on the price, and Wayne must save money. Okay, give me a phone number for your apartment. I'll contact you if there is any situation. Luke shook his head with the document, opened the door, and went downstairs to find the rental company to inquire about the price. He read the script yesterday, and it basically didn't meet the content of mainstream movies, which made him a little discouraged. The movie starts with the protagonist being killed, and the protagonist is killed in the middle, and there is also a cliched time loop and puzzle solving. It is a horror comedy with obvious black attributes. This type of film is a carnival for niche fans at first glance, and the investment must be very small. But it's true. If you want to make a mainstream movie with this amount of money, it's wishful thinking. Anyway, Luke is not optimistic about this project, but he is reluctant to give up this rare opportunity to participate in the film production. He doesn't care what Luke thinks. He is now worried about drawing the storyboard, considering the arrangement of the camera, and calling Jimmy to communicate with the actors and crew. Wayne grabbed his hair and put down the pencil, ready to go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. He has been under too much pressure recently. He is ready to pick up the hobby of his previous life. He knows it is not a good habit, but it helps him relax his mind and refresh his mind. Hey, you don't look good. You look haggard. Do you smoke leaf tobacco? Believe me, young man, that is not a good habit. Just as he closed the door, the neighbor behind him greeted him. No, I won't touch that stuff. Maybe I need ordinary cigarettes to relieve stress. I'm going to go downstairs to buy 2 packs of cigarettes. Do you have plans today, Ms. Watts? Have a cup of coffee together? Wayne asked the beautiful neighbor tentatively. Go to your house. Are you sure you have coffee at home? Not those damn umbrellas. Well, I'm fine. I might go back to China in a few days. Hollywood might not be suitable for me. Maybe I should go back to continue acting in commercials and TV series for a few years. He shrugged. She obviously misunderstood, but judging from her expression, she should not hate him. At least she accepted the invitation, so she didn't explain. Opening the door that had just been locked, Wayne invited her in and then said to her, "Sorry, it's a bit messy. I've been too busy recently and don't feel like cleaning the room." As he spoke, he picked up the dirty clothes scattered on the sofa and the floor and put them in the washing machine in the bathroom. "Oh my god. Your room looks like it has been visited by a group of thieves dozens of times. You're too busy? What are you doing? I hardly see you go out. Maybe you should show up at school instead of locking yourself in the apartment all day. Where did you put the garbage bag?" The beautiful neighbor saw him busy cleaning up, found the garbage bag, helped him throw all kinds of daily garbage into it, and picked up the hamburger packaging, pizza boxes, and beverage bottles that were everywhere in the house. "Yes, I'm about to graduate. I wrote a script myself. I've been preparing for it for a while. I plan to film it, and I'm lucky enough to get some investment. Thank you for helping me clean up the room. I didn't expect you to be good at housework. You know, the beauties I know usually don't do these things." Wayne folded his hands and leaned against the bathroom door, watching her put all the garbage into the bag, and then picked up the broom and swept the living room. "Can I take this as a compliment? Do you think I'm beautiful?" "Young man, I'll teach you one thing. That is, next time you want to invite a girl home, clean the apartment in advance. Otherwise no girl will be willing to roll with a dirty boy, even if the boy's handsome." The beautiful neighbor looked up at him, swept all the garbage into the bag, opened the door, and put it at the door. "Is she beautiful? There is no doubt that she has blonde hair, a thin waist, long legs, a delicate face, and a slender figure with curves. What's rare is that her appearance completely conforms to the aesthetic standards of Oriental people. In his previous life, he had personally screened King Kong. Of course you are beautiful. I can tell that you have always maintained your figure. Especially when I see you up close. You are so hot. Oh, excuse me, I'll go make some coffee." When he brought 2 cups of coffee to the coffee table, the beautiful neighbor wiped the surroundings with one of Wayne's torn t-shirts, nodded with relief, and sat on the sofa. "Well, I didn't expect you really had coffee at home. You said you were going to film a script you wrote. Can I take a look? At least I've played a few minor roles." Wayne saw her pick up the cup and take a sip, licking her lips. Wow, very tempting. He didn't dare to stare at her, so he quickly turned around and picked up the script and handed it to her. "Here, tell me what you feel after reading it, from the perspective of an audience member." The beautiful neighbor took the script, and Wayne watched her read it slowly, taking a sip of coffee from time to time. "I have to say that she is really a stunner, especially when she was young. Well, let me tell you what I feel. This movie is obviously made for young people, or students. Middle-aged and elderly people are not interested in watching this type of horror movie. I think the story may be a little thin and a little old-fashioned. Sorry, I don't quite understand it, but I know it may be suitable for you. At least it doesn't cost a lot of money." After watching The Beautiful Neighbor, she tilted her head and thought for a while, then spoke slowly. Wayne pointed at the script with his hand, looked at her and said, "Are you interested in the heroine? You should have seen the setting. Blonde, beautiful, you have it all. What do I need to pay? You know what I mean. If I want this heroine, believe me, I can fully handle this role." Hearing Wayne ask her, the beautiful neighbor immediately looked at her seriously. She saw halfway through the script that this was an opportunity, a starring opportunity, that was right in front of her, and within her reach. Wayne thought about it for a moment, and said to her, "This role doesn't require any acting skills, as you should have seen. You just need to be pretty enough. I can tell you in advance that the pay for this role is not high, or even very low, only $20,000 at most, and my budget is not much. No problem, I can ask my agent to sign the contract tomorrow. You should understand that I need the opportunity of this heroine. Besides that, do you want to audition my acting skills? I understand the rules. If you want a reward, you have to pay something." He certainly knew that she would not miss this opportunity. After reading the script, opportunities are more attractive to actors. Handsome men and beautiful women all over the world are waiting for an opportunity in Hollywood. Although the hope of success is slim, there are still countless people who come here one after another. Basically no audition is needed. This play requires the actors to have the highest appearance, just enough to attract people's attention. A beautiful woman who is constantly killed and destroyed can attract people's attention. Did you invite me here just to drink a cup of coffee? Boy, believe me, my acting skills are great and will definitely satisfy you. The beautiful neighbor put down the script, picked up the coffee and licked it gently, then pulled Wayne's belt, and slowly the two of them walked into the bedroom. Oh, maybe your acting skills will give me a big surprise, Wayne muttered and followed her. Of course, he didn't mind what happened. After all, the beautiful neighbor completely met his aesthetic standards. Chapter 6 Filming Locations. The audition in the bedroom lasted until the evening. The two went downstairs and drove to the convenience store to buy 2 packs of cigarettes, pizza and some small umbrellas. His stock ran out in the afternoon, and the beautiful neighbor obviously had no intention of leaving. While eating pizza, he hurriedly drew the storyboard on the balcony. The beautiful neighbor wore his white shirt, ate pizza and read the script. Wayne, I just called my agent and she will come to sign the contract tomorrow. You know, if I don't have this role, I will fly back to Australia in 2 days and continue to act in damn TV series or commercials to hone my acting skills. So, don't screw it up. If you don't want to fly back to your homeland in disgrace, this is very important to both me and you. If you screw up, I will definitely not be able to find investment again, and you may also leave here. He didn't even raise his head, and he was drawing while talking. Well, don't you think it's getting late? Maybe I can show you some more special acting skills. Don't you want to audition? Wayne watched her gently turn around and lift up her white shirt, turn her head and hook her tongue, slowly twisting towards the bathroom. Looking at the exciting scenery, he whistled, put down the pencil in his hand, and the two went into the bathroom together. After a crazy night, just like in the movie, when Wayne woke up, the beautiful neighbor was making breakfast. It seems that, if a woman does something with a purpose, it will at least make a man feel extremely comfortable. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Wayne, who was dazed, opened the door. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged woman in a professional suit. Excuse me, is Miss Watts here? I went across the street and she didn't go back. He stepped aside, waited for her to come in, closed the door casually, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Hey, Jenny, would you like some breakfast? I made scrambled eggs and bacon. The beautiful neighbor greeted and put the plate on the coffee table with a smile on her face. Listen, you shouldn't pay so much for a novice director who hasn't even graduated yet, and for a small budget independent film that you don't know if it can be finished. This circle is very chaotic, especially the independent film circle. There are many more people who fall out after playing than those who keep their promises. The agent of the beautiful neighbor obviously didn't think highly of this project and thought she shouldn't be so impulsive. When he saw her clothes, he understood what happened last night. Oh, damn, I've been in Hollywood for almost a year, and what have you done, except introducing me to a few extras without lines? If I don't seize the opportunity, I can only go back to Australia in shame, to perform in stage plays and shoot commercials. Those bitches will definitely laugh on the ground. At least he is handsome, isn't he? Jenny had nothing to say about this. She had signed many actresses, and she didn't have so many resources to give to a newcomer, even if she was very beautiful. Wayne waited in the bathroom for them to finish talking, and then pretended to have just come out of the shower, pretended not to hear anything, and sat at the dining table to eat breakfast, as if nothing had happened. Excuse me, Jenny, is it Jenny? Someone will deliver the contract in a while. You know, if an actor wants to sign a contract, the agent must be present. He turned to the agent and said, "This is too normal in Hollywood." He didn't take it to heart at all. At least this agent still has the idea of protecting and reminding the client. Such an agent is just qualified. Just after 8 o'clock, Luke knocked on Wayne's door with a large bag of information. After a brief introduction to them, he took the information Luke brought, and first, under the witness of Jenny, the beautiful neighbor signed the contract, and Wayne also breathed a sigh of relief. Such a beautiful, low-priced, and destined to be a star is really hard to find. King Kong more than 10 years later left a deep impression on him. The remaining information is the contract for renting equipment. Wayne signed his name after reading it. Wayne, where is the hospital? Where are you going to shoot the exterior scenes of the hospital in the script? Luke asked him. I remember there's an abandoned mental hospital in the suburbs of Orange County. Let's take some time to observe it. Okay, if it's suitable, we can decorate it. I don't have that much money to build a studio, or we can find a commercial hospital to rent. He had no choice. He didn't dare to spend money freely. Without the control of a producer or production manager, he could only save every penny by himself. That's it. Today I have to visit Jimmy's clients. I hope that the new actors of CAA can perform well. We will have a meeting tomorrow. When we are ready, we will go directly to the school to start filming. The shooting period can only be 2 months at most. I have to leave time for post-production. Okay, you are the boss. You have the final say. Wayne shrugged and continued to Luke. In the morning, the two of us have to go to Vincent High School in Orange County. I want to shoot the school scene in that school. I have been to that high school and the conditions are very suitable. The premise is that we can convince the school to allow us to go in and shoot. This will not take 1 or 2 days, but a long time. Luke looked at him helplessly, took the coffee handed to him by the beautiful neighbor, and said to Wayne, it's difficult. Even in public schools, teachers don't want the crew to enter and disturb their teaching. What's more, the school you mentioned is a private school. If we go in to shoot and any parents of students complain, the school will face penalties. It depends on how we convince the principal, Luke. Our condition is that the name of their school will definitely appear in the movie, and it will appear clearly. We can also give the school a few places and select a few children to be background extras in the movie. I will tell the principal that this will help increase the visibility of their school and make it easier for them to recruit students. And letting children participate in the filming of a movie will help increase their enthusiasm for practice. He thought very carefully. If it was a public school, it would be hard to say, and it was not certain for a private school. He had more than one choice. If he couldn't reach an agreement, he would just change to another one. Well, it's almost 9 o'clock, man. We have to leave quickly. Ms. Watts, please do as you please. If you leave, please lock the door for me. He put on his coat, took the car keys, opened the door, and walked out with Luke. Hey, Wayne, I should be reading the script at your place. Do you need me to prepare lunch for you? The beautiful neighbor was obviously not a simple person, or it could be said that no one who could mix in this circle was simple. No, thank you. The two of them went downstairs and drove a pickup truck straight to Orange County, a small city that was almost a satellite city of Los Angeles. Luke was driving the car, and seeing Wayne still reading the information in the passenger seat, he couldn't help but ask him, Wayne, why Orange County? What? I mean, why go to Orange County? Wouldn't it be more convenient to shoot in Los Angeles? Luke explained. No, it's different, Luke. Believe me, we don't have the opportunity to find a school without spending money in Los Angeles, and the surrounding Orange County is the most suitable, and accommodation is cheaper. And the abandoned mental hospital that I first saw is also in the suburbs of Orange County. I have to consider everything. He put away the information and explained it to Luke seriously. Throat, you are considering the crew's food and accommodation now? Luke was surprised. He didn't expect that he would consider these first before the shooting location was determined. He also had a helpless expression. I don't want to either, but there is no production manager, and you are new here. I need to make all preparations in advance, and it's not a set plan. I'm thinking about the problems that will be encountered in the shooting even when I sleep. Luke, who was driving the car, heard what he said and suddenly felt that this guy might be successful, otherwise it would be a shame for all his efforts. I hope this movie can be released in theaters. All the way to Orange County, Wayne kept telling Luke about the preparations that needed to be coordinated for filming, especially the props. There was only one prop master, and at most 2 odd jobs, so Luke had to help. Luke parked the car at the school gate, sat in the car, took out a notebook, and recorded the work Wayne asked him to prepare. While thinking, he was still deleting. His work enthusiasm at least completely motivated this senior. About an hour later, Luke saw Wayne sitting in the car with the contract and asked him, "Wayne, how is it? Did you negotiate?" He shook the contract in his hand and smiled. "Of course, we don't have to pay the school for renting the venue. The school will cooperate with us in filming. The price is that their school's name must appear in the movie, clearly appearing for 5 seconds, and then let a few children play minor roles as social practice. To be honest, this is not easy. Fortunately, he brought the studio information and project information to increase persuasiveness. Well done. Shall we go back next?" Luke started writing and prepared to go back. "No, Luke, there is one more thing I need you to do. I called to book a small hotel, and I need you to negotiate the price. If it is suitable, our crew will shoot here for about 1 to 2 months. Wayne pointed him to the road. 2 blocks away was a small hotel that Wayne consulted. The hotel has 3 floors in total. It looks like an old building. The mottled walls are full of traces of time. The two parked the car and walked in together. Wayne told Luke, "Although their offer is not high, I still hope to lower it a little bit. You work hard. If you fail to negotiate, I will take over, so you don't have to look for a new one." After entering the hotel, he sat on the sofa in the lobby and watched Luke go to the front desk to inquire, and then was taken to the back. Half an hour later, Luke came out and nodded to him. The two drove out and rushed to Los Angeles. "Wayne, we haven't decided on the exact number of people yet, but the price I negotiated with the hotel is already very low. I told you that we will stay for about 1 to 2 months, and they will provide 3 meals. Once we have counted the number of people, we can come and check in and sign the contract." He thought it was okay. Anyway, his requirement was to save money as much as possible, because he was not sure if there would be any accidents during the filming. "Okay, but you should drive quickly. I have an appointment with my agent Jimmy this afternoon to see his clients." He recommended the supporting actress and the leading actor, both of whom are new actors he has just signed. He looked at his watch, and it was almost noon. After listening to him, Luke gradually increased the speed of the car. Chapter 7: The Hero and the Supporting Actress. When Wayne and Luke opened the door and entered the house, there was an awkward atmosphere in the apartment. The beautiful neighbor was sitting on the balcony holding a script, looking at the girl sitting on the sofa with strange eyes. Jimmy was waiting silently on the sofa with a beautiful girl and a young man. Seeing them come in, several people seemed to come alive suddenly. Jimmy stood up, pointed at the girls he brought, and introduced them. "Hi, Luke. Wayne, these two are my clients. She is Miss Uma Thurman, and this is Mr. Ethan Hawke." Wayne nodded tiredly, motioned them to sit down, wait for him, and went to the bathroom. After washing his face and changing clothes, he sat back on the opposite side of the sofa. "Wayne, have you had lunch? I went to buy pasta. Do you want me to cook some for you now? My cheese and meat sauce pasta is great." Before he could say anything, the beautiful neighbor put down the script and walked over, hugged his neck, but looked at the girl on the sofa with a weird look in her eyes. He shrugged. As expected, no one in Hollywood is simple. He said to her helplessly, "No, Luke and I had hamburgers on the way. Jimmy, this is our heroine, Naomi Watts." Naomi greeted them again. "Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Ms. Watts." Before they could continue the greetings, Wayne interrupted them, picked up the resume on the coffee table, and said to the girl opposite, "Uma Thurman, I saw on your resume that you have already made a feature film, right? Kiss Daddy Goodnight." "Well, I haven't seen it. Can you introduce yourself?" Uma first stood up and turned around, and waited until Wayne could see her figure clearly, before sitting down and speaking. "I'm Uma Thurman. I was born on April 29, 1970 in Boston, Massachusetts, USA. I now live in New York. My first movie appearance in 1988 was Kiss Daddy Goodnight, in which I played a girl who specialized in seducing men. I was discovered by a model agent on the streets of New York when I was 15 and became a cover model. I have shot dozens of magazine covers since then. Jimmy has shown me the script, and I think I can play the leading role." The girl introduced herself confidently and saw Wayne looking down at her resume. She believed that she could definitely impress this young and handsome director. When Wayne heard her words, He looked up at her in surprise and saw Naomi sitting on the balcony, silently saying to this side, "BXXXH." He frowned and first glanced at Jimmy. Jimmy must have told her which role she would play, and now it seems that this girl is a little scheming and well prepared. "Ms. Thurman, you have a good experience, at least it is very good among newcomers. I want to tell you again, what I need is the supporting actress Laurie, not the leading actress Terry. If you can't play, I can only say sorry." After saying that, he turned his head away from Uma and looked at Jimmy. Jimmy also frowned and then said to him, "Wayne, she can play the role of the supporting actress Laurie, believe me." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Uma, as if to say, "See, I told you a long time ago. Wayne, I can play the supporting actress Laurie. Of course, what I mean is that if you need, I can also try to play the leading actress." He tapped the coffee table with his hand, took out a Marlboro and lit it, looking at the woman through the smoke. It can only be said that none of the successful actresses later had simple minds. Even when they were still young, they knew to try their best to fight for opportunities for themselves. Seeing that things were impossible, they immediately turned back to keep the original role and showed confidence to the director. "This role will not have a high salary. I think Jimmy must have told you in advance that I'm very satisfied with your image. If you are willing, you can sign the contract in a while. You can consider it first." Turning his head, he looked at the still young and handsome Ethan Hawke. "Mr. Hawke, can you introduce yourself?" "Of course, I'm Ethan Hawke. I've starred in 2 films so far, both of which were small roles. In 1985, I starred in the movie Flying to the Sky, and in 1989, I participated in the filming of Peter Weir's feature film Dead Poets Society. I've read the script, and with my experience, I have no problem playing the leading actor." After Wayne finished listening to him, he put down his resume and said to him, "The main roles of my film are the leading actor, the leading actress and the supporting actress. Because the investment is not high, the conditions are just like I said. The pay is not high, but if everything goes well, the filming period will not be long. If you can accept it, you can sign the contract now." "Of course, I can sign the contract at any time." Hawke had thought about it before coming here. This might be an opportunity. Even if it can't be screened in theaters, at least he can have the experience of playing the leading actor. Wayne gestured, and Luke took out the prepared contract and placed it in front of Uma and Ethan. Jimmy looked at it and nodded to them, indicating that it was okay. In fact, Jimmy had told them the situation in advance. If they were not sure about participating, they would not have been brought here. Witnessed by Jimmy, the 2 of them signed the contract happily. Seeing them sign the contract, he smiled and clapped his hands. "Thank you for your trust. Tomorrow I will arrange all the crew members to gather together for a meeting. Once we are ready, we will rush to Orange County for filming. The estimated filming period is about 2 months, so you should be prepared in advance." Jimmy nodded to him, indicating that it was okay, and asked him again, "Wayne, what about other roles? Use your clients for all of them. CAA should not be short of these new actors. For the role of the teacher, find the handsome one, and leave the other extras to the school. I promised the principal to give their children social practice opportunities. No problem, leave it to me." After that, Jimmy stood up, said hello to Luke, and went back to prepare with his 2 clients. Immediately afterwards, Luke also said hello to Wayne, and went out to prepare the props for the hospital. He leaned tiredly on the sofa, and closed his eyes. Dealing with things one by one after another, made him a little exhausted physically and mentally. A pair of hands gently pressed on his head, and with the massage and squeezing, he felt a little more comfortable. "Wayne, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Wayne opened his eyes and held the massaging hand on his head. "I have a headache. Maybe I've been too busy recently. My mind is full of problems in the preparation of the film production. You know, this feeling is terrible, just like someone is whipping you hard with a whip, forcing you to move forward." Naomi came over and sat beside him, gently hugged the man's head, and put it on her chest. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you get sick from the pressure, the crew that has just been set up will collapse immediately. So you have to find a way to relax. Don't always think about work." Smelling the scent of Naomi's bath gel, He didn't have any other thoughts, just trying to relax himself. Sometimes it's really good to have a woman around. At least Wayne hasn't enjoyed a warm embrace for a long time. Hugging the blonde beauty with his backhand, Wayne fell asleep with her pillow. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on the sofa, covered with a blanket and a pillow under his head. Rubbing his eyes and sitting up, he saw Naomi cooking dinner in the open kitchen. "Oh, honey, I'm sorry. I don't know what happened, but I fell asleep. What are you cooking? I think I'm starving." He lifted the blanket, walked behind Naomi, and gently hugged her. This woman made him feel very comfortable. Regardless of whether her purpose was pure or not, at least Wayne felt her intention. "It's okay. I didn't sleep for long, about 3 hours. You were too tired." Naomi felt the tone of the man's words, and the corners of her mouth slowly curled up. There is always some gain from hard work, isn't it? Wayne leaned against the cabinet, watching her pour the meat sauce on the cooked pasta, took 2 servings of pasta on her own initiative, and walked to the coffee table. "No way, I can't stop. Stopping means failure. This pasta is very good. Just like you said, your pasta is great." Naomi also lowered her head to eat the noodles, trying to make a request to the man opposite. "Wayne, I don't like that humor. She is too scheming and greedy. Maybe you can try to make more choices." Of course he saw it. This kind of thing is not strange. His mother once told him that if there are more than 2 women in a crew, the bottom line of their quarrels can exceed the cognition of normal people, especially 2 beautiful women. "Listen, I have signed a contract with her. As long as she fits the role, I have no reason to make other choices. Maybe you should focus on the script." Wayne replied indifferently. Naomi saw Wayne's reaction and didn't take it to heart. She just changed the topic immediately and discussed the transformation of the heroine Terry. "This woman is very smart. She won't lose anything by testing it. If she can make Wayne a little dissatisfied with humor, she thinks it's worth it." After eating pasta, Wayne called the Jasmine coffee shop he often went to next to the school and reserved a seat. Tomorrow he will gather all the crew members for a meeting, let everyone get to know each other, and see if there are any problems that have not been considered in the early preparations. The school's location and the hospital have been determined. There are not many scenes left, so just find a road or a bridge hole with few people. In fact, this film has taken many shortcuts. For example, the heroine Terry was killed again and again, and the scenes were all very simple. Moreover, the storyboards were all drawn according to the pictures in his mind, and the camera positions were almost designed in advance. Because there was a complete picture in his mind, not too much film should be used. If there is no need to shoot too many useless shots, there may be a lot of film money left. This will leave room for mistakes in shooting, avoid overspending, and leave enough expenses for post-production. Fortunately, this film does not have any special effects. The biggest prop expense may be tomato juice and masks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Locations, School and Mental Hospital. At 7 in the morning, Wayne got up and started to prepare materials. He put all the things he needed neatly into his bag. Looking at Naomi, who was still putting on makeup, he shook his head and said to her, "We have to hurry up, go there early. I can't be late for this project planner." "Okay, I'm ready. I can leave at any time. Do you want me to help you with the bag?" Naomi threw down her eyebrow pencil, came over and hugged Wayne's arm, and took the document bag from his hand. Wayne didn't refuse. He quite enjoyed the care of beautiful women, which could easily give men an incomparable sense of accomplishment. He took the car keys, locked the door and went downstairs. He drove the blonde beauty straight to Jasmine coffee shop. When they parked the car and entered the store, no one had come yet. The two of them ordered coffee and sandwiches first, and waited for everyone slowly as breakfast. The first to come was Luke, who was very enthusiastic about this matter. Maybe Wayne's work attitude infected him, or it might be that he was deeply involved in the production of a movie for the first time, which made him sleep poorly. Then came the crew members one after another. Wayne had only met them once, and was still relatively unfamiliar. There was nothing much to talk about, so everyone just introduced themselves briefly and waited for others to come in. At 7:50, Jimmy walked in with Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke. The three of them pulled out chairs and sat down. Jimmy said to everyone, "Sorry, it seems we are late. I hope we haven't caused any trouble to you. It's not even 8 o'clock yet, so you're not late. Okay, everyone is here. I think everyone is still not familiar with each other. It's okay. You will get familiar with each other when the shooting starts. I asked everyone to come here today to inform everyone that the shooting will start in 2 days. The shooting location is mainly in Orange County. The school scenes are at Vincent High School. I have discussed with them that the school will help clear the scene and provide some necessary props when the shooting officially starts. Ross and Maya, if the school has the props you need, don't hesitate to coordinate with them. Lily, if you need a dressing room, you can ask Luke to coordinate a classroom with them. We don't rent a Macute trailer. Is there any problem?" He saw that everyone had arrived and began to arrange work with everyone. Seeing that the prop master Ross and the Macute artist Lily nodded, Wayne continued, "For the hospital scenes, there is an abandoned mental hospital in the suburbs of Orange County. Luke, we only need half of the first floor. You should go and take a look with Ross and arrange it in advance." "Excuse me for interrupting, Wayne. It seems that Maya and I can't handle the props and scenery alone. I need help." Ross heard him decorate the hospital and knocked on the table to remind Wayne. "No problem, Luke. Find 2 more temporary workers. Any other questions about the props and scenery?" "Not yet. I'll go and take a look at it in person. If there are any questions, I'll find you." Wayne nodded at him and continued, "There are only 2 main locations for filming. The scenes will be filmed on the road and tunnel in the middle. Finally, we will find an empty road and bridge hole for filming. If the filming cycle goes smoothly, it will be about 2 months. I hope everyone will show a professional attitude. This is the situation. If you have any questions, raise them now. I don't want the work to be interrupted when the official filming starts." After speaking, he looked at the group of people around him. This crew was very simple, and there were only a dozen people in the final group. Seeing the lighting technician Steve raised his hand, Wayne signaled him to speak frankly. "Where will we stay?" "Sorry, I'm just afraid that this is your first time making a film, and there are some things you can't consider." When he finished speaking, before Wayne could speak, Luke answered him. "We have booked a hotel in advance, where we will eat and stay. It's not far from the filming location, 2 blocks away." Seeing Steve nodded, he continued to look at everyone. He knew that he was a novice director, and these crew members had more or less participated in film production. They would definitely have doubts about him. As long as they had no problem with their work, everything else could be discussed. For these people, this might be a job for about 2 months, and nothing else would mean anything. Anyone who has read the script knows that this small investment alternative horror film has little hope of success. Well, since there are no problems, everyone go back and prepare. Gather at the door of this cafe 2 days in the morning, and there will be a car to take everyone there. By the way, Jimmy, are the extras okay?" Everyone got up and walked out together, and he asked Jimmy again with concern. "Don't worry, it's no problem. Apart from finding a handsome middle-aged man for the teacher role and leaving a few background extras for the school kids, everything else is easy. It's especially easy to find new actors." Jimmy said to Wayne, nodded to him, and drove away first. He also took Naomi back to the apartment. He breathed a sigh of relief after making the arrangements. The first stage of the work was finally done. The rest was up to the actual shooting. Only then did he finally understand why the teacher always said that a movie is the result of the combined efforts of everyone in the crew. He didn't have a casting director to help with auditions and casting, nor did he have a producer or production manager to help control funding and crew issues. There were no photographers and photography assistants to help with filming and arranging camera positions, and there were no assistant directors to do the separate filming. To be honest, these arrangements in the early stages exhausted him physically and mentally. He had spent so much effort to put together this simple crew, and he felt that he was overwhelmed, but he still had to make arrangements. At least now he was moving forward step by step. He picked up the phone and dialed Luke's number. Luke, this is Wayne. Tomorrow you will confirm the rented bus and various equipment, and load them on the bus in advance to avoid any accidents. Okay, I will arrange to load them tomorrow afternoon. Hearing Luke's answer, he sat on the balcony with confidence and continued to draw the storyboard. Naomi finally went back to the opposite side, which allowed him to draw the draft while thinking about what he had not prepared. He tore a piece of paper from the typewriter and slowly marked it with a pencil. The location was slowly finalized, and props, photographic equipment, and scenery were all in place. Wayne had to review these in person before shooting to make sure there were no problems. If there were any mistakes in this early preparation, it would definitely become a big trouble in the shooting. If there was a slight delay in shooting, or a shooting accident, it might be overspent. If it exceeded the budget, it might really be abandoned halfway because of money. We also have to consider this simple crew that was put together. This is the first time they have worked together, so it is inevitable that there will be problems with tacit understanding. Well, then we should give priority to shooting simpler scenes in the early stage, to help the actors find their state, and also to run in the crew. It can be seen that the two main female actors will definitely not get along during the filming, but Wayne believes that under the constraints of the contract and the smooth completion of the film, they should put aside their differences and complete their work first, because of the possible work experience and interests. His mother told him, when he was young, that there is no harmonious crew in Hollywood. Wayne knows this, but there are differences and contradictions between them. Even conflicts are fine, as long as they do not affect the work. Otherwise, Wayne will definitely let them go. Anyway, the cost of actors is really not high. This is where all the film talents in North America and even the whole Western world are concentrated. Beautiful women and handsome men. What Hollywood or Los Angeles lacks the most is young actors who have not made their mark. Regarding the role of the female supporting role, when he first considered it, he also thought about using a minority in order to make the film politically correct. Later, he rejected it himself. This was the early 1990s, not the era of Precious Life in later generations. In that era, he shook his head when he thought about it. If there were no black people in the main creative team of a film, it was racial discrimination. If black people were villains, it was racial discrimination. If it was not black people who saved the world, it was racial discrimination. Even if your ex-girlfriend is not black or brown, it is suspected of racial discrimination. To be honest, he has been here for 20 years. He has come into contact with many people of color since he was a child. Even private schools cannot avoid people of color. What he hates most is Nico. These people are lazy by nature. They are proficient in stealing, robbing, kidnapping, and smoking, but they can't learn to support themselves and their families. So even if he is going to use those self-satisfied black actors in future movies, he can consider Will Smith, who is black-skinned and white-hearted when necessary. This kind of black guy who tries to integrate into mainstream society is really smart. Ding, ding. Wayne, who was writing and drawing on paper, heard someone knocking on the door. He crumpled the whole piece of paper hard, threw it into the trash can, and got up to open the door. Hey, although we have only been apart for less than half a day, I still miss you. Are you still working? He saw Naomi standing outside the door playfully, and frowned when he heard what she said. Naomi, we are just friends. The beautiful neighbor remained calm after hearing this. She looked at Wayne's expression and said, of course, we are good friends. I'm here to invite you to have dinner at my place. You probably don't have any plans for lunch? Wayne closed the door and followed the playful blonde beauty to the other side. This woman was always testing him. Wayne thought that if this movie went wrong, this woman would probably turn against him faster than turning a page of a book. The layout of the apartment was the same, but her room was obviously much cleaner than his. It can be seen that this woman likes cleanliness very much and may even have a slight misophobia. Next to the open kitchen counter, there was a small dining table. There were 2 large plates on it, each with a steak and a bottle of red wine. After he sat down, he looked down and found that his steak was obviously a large piece, obviously considering his appetite. Naomi, sometimes you are a hot little wildcat, and sometimes you are like a careful and perfect lover, so charming that I want to hide you in the house, just to possess your beauty alone. Naomi looked at this man who was cutting steak elegantly and speaking sweet words, but she knew that these words were just for listening. It only took her 2 days to see through this man. These words would only stay on his lips, and he would never stop for any woman or feelings. Chapter 9 Batman and Catwoman's Holiday. The man opposite was very politely pouring wine for Naomi. Although she had never asked Wayne about his family, she could tell that this man should come from a good family. He showed etiquette and upbringing when eating. Ordinary families would not teach their children these things from an early age. Wayne, do you prefer someone who is hot and active, or someone who is gentle and attentive when making lunch for you? Or you don't have to think so much. We still have 2 days off. You can lock me in this room and slowly possess me. Naomi picked up the goblet and clinked it with his. After drinking the wine, she licked her lips slowly with her tongue. She knew that this man liked this. Okay, dear, it's only noon now. Don't tempt me to turn into a violent monster in broad daylight. You know how charming you are now. Wayne looked at her and tried to suppress his urge to move. So do you want to talk to me about something? Or we can talk about each other's childhood, you know? I'm particularly curious about your childhood. What made you become what you are now? Not like a young man, like an old-fashioned workaholic all day long. Naomi was really curious about him. It can be seen that he has a strict life plan for himself and is still insisting on completing it. At this age, shouldn't he party every day, have wine, beauties, and tobacco? Wayne didn't care when he heard her words. He just slowly picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and said while thinking, well, I have almost no memories of my childhood. I was learning knowledge ahead of time almost every day. I knew what I wanted since I was a child, and I worked hard to study for it, so I seemed out of tune with my peers. They say that I'm withdrawn, vicious, and unsociable, but in fact, I just can't play with them. The only relaxation is to accompany my father to clean guns, hunt, and watch football on weekends. Later, when I was 15 years old, my father gave me a pony, and my daily relaxation included taking care of the pony. By the way, I also have 2 golden retrievers. They are very cute and lively, and very sensible. When I was studying and working, they always lay at my feet to accompany me, and they would play with me when I was bored. That's about it. What about you? Why do you want to be an actor? After he said that, he suddenly felt that his childhood until now was really boring. Naomi looked at him helplessly. That's all? I didn't expect you to be so precocious and boring since childhood. Well, when I was 15, that year was 1983, I remember it very clearly. My mother invited me to watch her musical, and then I was deeply shocked, and I swore at that time that I must be an actor. Later, I applied for drama school and studied acting. Although I occasionally played a few small roles, my career did not develop as smoothly as I thought. There was no way. In order to support myself, I went to Taiwan to be a model for a year. I felt that I couldn't waste time, so I returned to Australia and worked as the editor-in-chief of the fashion magazine Follow Me, wanting to try to enter the fashion circle. In the end, I was unwilling to give up, so I came here, the dreamland of actors, Hollywood. He looked at Naomi and fell into memories. Listening to her experience, it turned out that there was no simple way to succeed. In fact, if she hadn't met him, she might have returned to Australia. Then 2 years later, unwilling to give up, she would return here again. After working odd jobs and running around as a supporting role in Hollywood for 6 years, she would encounter the first opportunity. It was only after she turned 30 that she became a late bloomer, starring in Mulholland Drive and becoming famous, that she was able to star in The Ring, 21 Grams, King Kong, Birdman, and was nominated for an Oscar for Best Actress. Sorry, I was distracted. It's okay, you're still beautiful even if you're distracted. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he began to think about that. This was also a hard-working and patient woman, and he did not deny that he admired women of her type. I heard that you can transform into a superhero, like in the comics. Come on. Let me see how you transform roughly. Don't you like wildcats? Believe me, I also play Catwoman very well. Mr. Batman, do you want to audition your Catwoman roughly? Naomi obviously did not refuse. In any case, this strong man was quite charming. She slowly knelt on the ground and crawled forward step by step like a kitten. "You'll see, kitten. Let's go to the bathroom. I'll transform for you. Do you like it rough?" "No. Who told you to get up?" Like just now, the little wildcat won't stand up and walk into the bathroom by itself. He took off his shirt and walked into the bathroom first. The next morning, he was awakened by hunger. He touched his waist and felt sore all over. It seemed that he had indulged himself too much under the influence of alcohol. Looking at the little wildcat lying in his arms, she was probably exhausted. Unexpectedly, her fetish was quite unique, which made him feel like he couldn't stop. "Hey, honey, you're awake. Do you want me to get up and make breakfast for you?" Just as Wayne was looking at her, the woman opened her eyes and asked him, "Forget it, you're exhausted too. Maybe you can stay in bed and taste my cooking as a reward for your hard work last night. Have you had Chinese food?" He put on his shirt and turned back to ask Naomi. Naomi tilted her head and the quilt slid down to her waist. She didn't care. After thinking for a while, she said, "Chinese food. I think I have eaten it before. General Tso's chicken, fortune cookies, etc." Wayne had already walked to the door, and he felt that he couldn't bear it when he heard her words. "Hey, honey, what you eat is definitely not a proper Chinese food. Those are all changed to adapt to the market. I remember you have pasta?" After explaining, he walked to the living room and took a look at the refrigerator. "Yes, there is pasta, tomatoes and eggs. That's easy. Tomato and egg noodles, a pure Chinese breakfast. These Chinese dishes that any Chinese can make are difficult for Americans. Wayne has hardly made these in the years since he came here. Today, he is just in a good mood. It may be okay for Americans to eat Chinese food occasionally, but they will definitely not be used to eating it often. This is related to eating habits. When he cooked the noodles and put them on the small dining table, he looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that cooking is ingrained in the soul. He went into the house and called Naomi, and the two of them sat at the table to eat noodles together. Wayne first made sure that she was used to the food before he ate his own food. After they both finished the hot noodles, they collapsed on the chairs together. "Wayne, it's hard to believe that you can actually cook Chinese food. I didn't expect a workaholic like you to like these. They tasted so good. It was such a surprise. It's just that there was a period of time when I particularly liked the culture, language, and food there. I also took Chinese as an elective, and I speak Mandarin well. Sometimes I really envy people like you. As long as you want to learn something, you can learn it quickly." Naomi looked at him enviously. She was telling the truth. She really envied them, whose brains were blessed by God, and they didn't have any difficulty learning anything. "Okay, Naomi, the break time can only last until noon. I will contact Luke in the afternoon. He is going to prepare to rent a car and equipment. I'm worried about him not being able to do anything. Besides, my storyboard draft is not finished yet, and the shooting plan needs to be revised." He picked up the clothes thrown everywhere, slowly put them on, put on socks, and picked up 2 leather shoes. "Don't we still have a whole morning? Want to go out for a walk? Don't think about work during the break. How about we go to the Avenue of Stars?" Naomi watched him dress neatly and proposed a plan for the morning. Wayne thought about it and nodded, thinking that it would not delay anything. "Then you should change your clothes and put on makeup quickly. I don't want to waste time before going out. I will also go back to take a shower and change clothes. When you are ready, call me." After speaking, he opened the door and walked towards his apartment. He and Naomi, like a pair of ordinary tourists, walked hand in hand on the streets of the Avenue of Stars. These streets in Hollywood, California, are the holy lands that film, television, culture, theater, orchestras, and musicians yearn for. This area includes more than 2,505 pointed terrazzo and brass stars inlaid on the sidewalks along the 15 blocks of Hollywood Boulevard and the 3 blocks of Vine Street. Stars represent the eternal memorial of people who have made outstanding achievements in the entertainment industry, recording the names of actors, musicians, directors, producers, music groups, theater groups, virtual characters and others. The Walk of Fame is jointly maintained by the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce and the self-funded Hollywood Historical Trust. It is a famous tourist attraction. It is reported that by 2003, about 10 million tourists visited this place. Wayne, do you think my name can be engraved on these stars in the future? I think you can definitely do it. I have seen your attitude towards work. Naomi hugged Wayne's arm and walked slowly, looking at the names of the stars on the ground. She only hopes that one day she can also be engraved on these stars, which is also the ideal of everyone who comes to Hollywood to pursue their dreams. No, Naomi, I don't know if I can do it, but I believe that in the future, your name will definitely appear on these streets and will be engraved here forever. He was speaking from the heart. Although these stars will become much cheaper in the future, and maybe a rich person who is willing to pay can leave his name on them, they are still very valuable now. With the achievements Naomi may make in the future, she will definitely be able to leave her name on them. Even if I, the butterfly, flap my wings, it is impossible to blow away her success. It can only come earlier. Even if there are changes, I'm still here. Although I don't want to have a fixed girlfriend, if the movie is successful, there will be plenty of opportunities to invite her to star in a classic masterpiece in the future. Would you like to drink coffee? Let's go sit there for a while. Wayne, I have been here countless times, and I still have fantasies every time I come here. Naomi pointed to Starbucks, and seeing Wayne nodded, she took him to the parasol on the side of the road. Chapter 10 Stumbling. He sat with Naomi under the parasol, drinking coffee and watching the hurried passers-by. In Hollywood, which pursues efficiency, those who walk in a hurry are generally practitioners in this industry, and those who are not in a hurry to stroll slowly are mostly tourists. Let's go back, Wayne. I believe I will leave my name here in the future, and I will live in Beverly Hills. Naomi looked at the direction of Beverly Hills in a daze, and took Wayne to go home. Wayne drove the car, and looked at the suddenly silent woman from time to time. Maybe these are what inspired her. It is undeniable that everyone is fighting for fame and fortune, but everyone who can persist deserves respect, because he is one of them. The holiday is over. He refused the invitation to go to the apartment opposite, returned to his room, faced the sun-shining California at the end of October, and picked up the pencil. 2 days passed in a flash, and he quietly drew 2 days of storyboards at home, and made 2 days of shooting plans. The shooting plan is probably just a reference. No one can guarantee that it will be completed every day, or that it will be completed in half a day, if it goes smoothly. He just wants a reference. November 1st, 8 o'clock in the morning. He drove a pickup truck, followed by the crew and various shooting equipment and prop cars, and headed to the movie location, Vincent High School in Orange County, Los Angeles. Luke had already driven to the front. He would go to the hotel to sign the contract first, and then go to the school to coordinate in advance. When Wayne led the convoy into the school, it was almost 10 o'clock. Fortunately, the places that needed to be used had been cleared. There were only some children who were curious about the filming process of the movie and surrounded the convoy from a distance, watching the staff set up the equipment and set up the scenery. He got out of the car and looked carefully to see the road from the dormitory to the outside. This was the first scene to be shot soon. Because these scenes were relatively simple, he shot them first with the purpose of training the crew. After watching Naomi put on simple makeup, lighting, props, and scenery, and Luke giving him an okay gesture, he adjusted the monitor and walked to the camera. Wayne was the main photographer. He did not hire another photographer. He did a good job. After adjusting the camera, Wayne walked to Naomi, who looked a little nervous, and asked her, "Naomi, let's do a test shoot first. Don't be nervous. This scene is very simple. You just need to walk out of the dormitory and see various classmates along the way. Just pay attention to your expression. Don't be too exaggerated. Be natural, especially when you see a classmate who fainted. Okay?" Naomi tidied her hair with her hands and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I can do it. No problem." Seeing that she understood, Wayne walked behind the camera with satisfaction. He would follow her later. Happy anniversary. First scene. First test shoot. Start. Naomi came out of the dormitory building again, looking around strangely, and walked forward. After walking a few steps, Wayne shouted loudly, "Cut." Then he walked up to the confused Naomi and instructed her carefully, "Naomi, pay attention to your facial expressions. You are not a small extra, you are the heroine. The camera will magnify your face in high definition throughout the whole process. Don't try too hard, be natural. Naomi might have been a little nervous about what Wayne said, so she asked, "Sorry, what should I do? I don't know how to express that feeling of confusion without expression." He stretched out his left hand, pointed at Naomi's eyes with his index finger, and patiently told her, "You are a movie actor, use your eyes and your eyes, don't say you don't understand." After that, he turned around and walked, and said loudly to everyone, "Reset, reset all. Luke, you go and direct the extras and extras, to get them back to their positions, and we will try again." After the second trial shoot, Wayne called for a stop halfway through. This time Naomi was much better than before, and she had made progress. They reset and continued the third trial shoot. The third test shoot went surprisingly smoothly, from Naomi to the various actors, from beginning to end. This one was particularly smooth. He felt that, while he felt good, he should shoot right away. All departments, reset, start shooting. Lily, fix Naomi's outfit, this time shoot. Wayne pushed the camera, saw that Naomi was ready, and looked at the lighting engineer. Seeing him nod, he was ready to start right away. Happy anniversary, first scene, first act, start. Naomi had just taken 2 steps, less than 2 seconds, when he called a halt again. This time he ignored the actors, and walked directly to Steve, and said to him, "Steve, make the lights a little brighter. The background is too dark now. I need the heroine Terry to come out in the sun, so that there will be a sense of contrast as the lighting changes later." Okay. Shooting started again immediately, and the students who had been watching, seeing that the mysterious filming of the movie was such a boring thing, began to slowly disperse. Happy anniversary, first scene, first act, second time, start. Following the sound of the script supervisor's board, the whole crew followed Naomi, and walked along this road that they had walked several times. This time, they felt very good. Just when they were about to end, they heard Wayne shouting again to stop. "Luke, go tell the fainted child what fainting means. Tell him not to look at the camera. Fainting means closing his eyes that are full of curiosity about the world. Go now, immediately." He was also a little helpless. It was very smooth and about to end this scene, but the problem happened to the extras. He was already a little bit impatient and angry. Once again, reset, touch up, and start. Stop again. This time, the lighting engineer did not control the lighting well, and there was a clear change in the camera. He was very annoyed by this stupid mistake. Reset again and start. The extras continued to have problems, either looking at the camera, or walking in the wrong position. It started again. Naomi's mood was affected, and became unstable again. Just when Wayne was furious and about to start scolding people, he shouted, "Take a break." Sitting in the director's chair behind the monitor, he lit a cigarette, and tried to suppress his anger. He knew in his heart that these were things that a new crew had to go through. Everyone had never worked together before, so it was inevitable that some brain-dead mistakes would occur. The crew members also needed to get into the right state and slowly find a point of tacit understanding. But he still couldn't suppress his temper. At this moment, he finally understood why directors generally have bad tempers. The reason why everyone was asked to rest was to let everyone relax their nervous and anxious emotions, and he also relaxed. He knew that losing his temper would not solve any problems, but would only deepen everyone's negative emotions. After smoking a cigarette and looking at the watch, it was already past 12 o'clock. He stood up and walked to the camera, looked at everyone, and saw that everyone was gesturing and ready, then nodded to Naomi, indicating that it would start immediately. Happy anniversary, first scene, first act, 19th time, start. As Naomi walked out of the dormitory building, everyone followed her and started this simple long shot. Maybe it was the effect of rest, or maybe everyone was hungry. It was unexpectedly smooth. Wayne had prepared to shoot this for a day. Okay, this one is past. Everyone take a break and have lunch. Everyone looked at Wayne behind the monitor, and they all breathed a sigh of relief, until he said it was past with satisfaction. He took the burger handed over by Luke, and ate it, while watching the film that had just been shot. He shook his head. He didn't expect that the start would not be smooth. A shot of more than 10 seconds took a long time to shoot. It seems that the shooting plan needs to be revised. He still underestimated the difficulty of shooting. Just as he took out the director's notebook and revised it, he found that someone sat down next to him and handed him a cup of coffee. After taking the paper cup, he found that it was Uma Thurman. There was no scene for her today, but Wayne saw that she had been watching for a whole morning and did not leave. Wayne, you know, your face was so gloomy just now. Everyone thought you were going to turn into an angry hairdryer. I didn't expect you to suppress your anger and concentrate on your work. You know, I have also been to several crews, and there are only a handful of directors who can do this. You did a great job. Uma Thurman saw him take the coffee and take a sip, then sat next to him and said to him. Wayne glanced at her and replied, getting angry won't solve the problem. It will only make everyone else upset. I'm the producer and director of this project. Everyone is watching me. I can't take the lead in making everyone's work more difficult. Uma raised her eyebrows. It was not the first time she saw a director who could suppress his emotions instead of venting them. Those who could suppress their tempers were all successful and famous directors. However, her purpose was not to bring coffee to Wayne. Wayne, I think I can understand your pressure. How about having a cup of coffee together in the evening? At least it can temporarily relieve anxiety. After saying that, Uma put down her coffee and scratched the back of Wayne's hand with her fingernails. Before he could say no, he felt another person sitting next to him. Excuse me, Miss Thurman, Wayne has made an appointment with me for dinner tonight. If you have anything else to do, let's do it next time. Naomi sat down and stared at Uma. Uma turned her head and the two stared at each other. Wayne could clearly read their eyes, which clearly expressed this BXXXH. Uma, I still have to revise the shooting plan tonight and arrange the shooting plan for tomorrow. There is a lot of work. Let's do it next time. Wayne said to Uma, and without waiting for her response, he stood up and went to Steve to discuss the lighting problem with him. Steve gave him a good feeling. Although Steve might be the most difficult to contact in this crew, his ability was above the standard, and he could find the feeling he wanted immediately. Luke hurried over and whispered to Wayne, you'd better go over there and take a look. Just now, your prop master Ross and Maya, who is in charge of the set, had an argument. When Wayne heard this, his head immediately felt bigger, and he whispered to Luke, do you know why? It's impossible for them to quarrel for no reason. The two jobs are somewhat related, but their tempers don't seem to get along. At first, Ross sat on Maya's chair, and then I don't know why. The reason was ridiculous, but he felt that it was very likely. He walked towards the two while thinking about how to solve it. Chapter 11 is not as easy as expected. For a chair, the reason is ridiculous, but Hollywood is much more ridiculous than this. Especially in the crew, everyone is in the world of fame and fortune. It is normal to compete with each other, and practitioners in this industry are almost all sensitive personalities. Wayne walked to the prop car and saw the prop master Ross and the set designer Maya staring at each other. The two temporary workers hid far away and no one spoke. They probably just finished arguing. There were frequent accidents on the first day of shooting, and there were conflicts among the crew, which made him irritable and wanted to smash something. Maya, Ross, I don't care what the reason is for you two. Promise not to have a next time. If these damn things affect the work, I will use the contract to speak. He was in front of the car, patted the prop car box hard, and saw that they were looking at him, and warned them in a serious tone. Ross was still quite professional and spoke first. Okay, Wayne, I promise that this will not affect our work, and there will not be another quarrel. I'm sorry. Ross stood up and apologized to him seriously. When he saw Wayne nodded to him, indicating that he understood, he opened the car door and got in. Maya saw that Ross spoke first, so she shrugged and said sorry to him. He allowed conflicts in the crew, but they could not quarrel in front of everyone during working hours. This would bring greater difficulties to the already difficult filming. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the crew started to move slowly again, still shooting the shots on this road. He planned to put all these shots in the front and shoot them. He specially modified the plan. Although it was still bumpy, it was at least much better than in the morning. Everyone was also adjusting their own state and trying to adapt to this extremely slow filming. Naomi, the situation is still the same. Pay attention to your eyes and try to use them to express shock. Because it is not a continuous shooting plot, the shots are mixed, so Naomi needs to express different emotions. In fact, this is not difficult. He is very strict, but in fact, it is okay, as long as it is acceptable. After all, this is a face-selling role, and the facial expression setting does not require the actor to perform too much. Wayne, is that so? Naomi's pupils slowly dilated, and her eyes also enlarged a little bit. The whole person's temperament changed instantly. The numb expression could not suppress the fear, but this kind of fear was not written on her face, but an indescribable feeling. Okay, keep your state. Next, I will use defies to shoot and give you a close-up of your eyes. Happy anniversary, the first scene, the fifth scene, start. He slowly pushed the camera, turned around Naomi half a circle, and aimed at her face again, giving her eyes a few seconds of close-up. Okay, this one is past. Lily, touch up Naomi's makeup and move on to the next one. Taking advantage of Naomi's rare good condition, he wanted to shoot more shots of this scene so that there would be enough spares if they were to be edited in the end. This kind of ready-made location is already very good. Sometimes a large production may only need a few seconds of footage, but the studio may take several months to build. So normally, the more thorough the preparations in the early stage, the smoother the shooting. It's getting late, and we'll shoot the last scene soon, Naomi. At this time, the heroine Terry has been killed many times. She is using the elimination method to find the true image. She has become obviously weak. Show the weak feeling you practiced. As the shooting began, everyone looked at Naomi, hoping that it would end quickly. The work feeling this day gave everyone was really not very good. Naomi was seen walking slowly on the road in a weak manner. When she met different people, she began to help them. After a day of torture, Naomi's performance finally got into the state and found the feeling. Unfortunately, this was the last scene of the day. Call it over, Luke. Take care of the film after shooting. Keep it safe and put it in the safe in my room when you get back. Hearing the director's words, everyone started to pack up and load the car. Wayne saw that everyone drove slowly out of the school, and then he drove his own car and prepared to go back to the hotel. Naomi was waiting for him in the car, and they had agreed to have dinner together. How was it? The first day was all about you. Did you feel tired? He drove and asked Naomi. She looked very tired, but in good spirits. No, Wayne, that's how it feels, although it's very tiring, but this feeling of being in the center of the camera is great. Everyone is around me, and I used to be a bit part, and I envied this the most. Wayne saw that she was obviously excited, and he was also very speechless. Everyone was exhausted, but she felt good. After parking the car in the hotel parking lot, neither of them went back to the room, but went straight to the hotel restaurant. The whole crew might be starving, and everyone was here, eating quietly. Naomi pulled him to a corner, and then took the initiative to pick up food with a plate. Wayne looked at this beautiful woman who was unusually excited, and came back with 2 large plates of food, and decided to say a few more words. Naomi, do you want to hear some advice? Naomi looked at him, and motioned him to continue while eating. Your acting skills still have room for improvement. Just like today, you adjusted very well. If possible, after filming this movie, I suggest you find an acting training class and learn again. Although every movie cannot be without a vase, there are too many competitors, and you need to improve yourself. Wayne said to her seriously, and regardless of whether he would listen or not, he started eating by himself. These successful people are generally more self-centered and rarely listen to other people's advice. Moreover, this country pursues freedom. Even family members will not dictate other people's lives. Naomi was stunned when she heard his words. Since coming to Los Angeles, she has never cared about learning and improving herself. She suddenly felt that Wayne might be a good learning object. Study hard, work hard to improve your own value, find opportunities, and try your best to grasp them. Isn't this what Wayne is doing? He longed for his goal, he longed for success, and he was extremely focused. I will, Wayne. Do you have any other advice for me? Wayne glanced at her and said to her again, which was rare, you know what you want. Once you know what you want, you will naturally find the goal and path to move forward, and you will find the method and motivation. Think about the Avenue of Stars in Beverly Hills. You have to concentrate. You will endure everything because you are eager for the goal you want to go to, because you must know that to achieve the goal, you must focus and keep learning on yourself. After he put down the plate, he stood up and walked to the lighting engineer Steve and said to him, "Steve, for tomorrow's shots, I will use more mixed upward angles to create a first-person perspective and increase the realism of watching the movie. You have to adjust the lighting, not the bright colors like today." "Okay, no problem." Seeing that he was thinking, Wayne got up and went back to the room. He still had work to do. The first day of shooting was not smooth, and the plan had to be modified. The next day, the filming convoy entered the school early in the morning. From the first scene in the morning, the filming was still not smooth. The students watching disrupted the mentality of the actors and other staff. Even Wayne was affected by the chaotic crowd around him. There were endless problems with camera, lighting, performance, and props. Anxiety seemed to be contagious. After working for a day, he only made up for yesterday's filming plan. His anger began to grow. Every time someone made a mistake, the anger in his chest was about to explode, but he suppressed it every time. Cut. Call it a day, go back to the hotel. After Wayne finished speaking, he still couldn't help but threw the director's notebook to the ground. Luke picked up the notebook, put it in his hand, and patted the shoulder of this junior. "Wayne, you need to relax. Go to the bar for a drink tonight. Maybe this can help you a little." Wayne nodded to him, indicating that he understood. Seeing that he had calmed down, Luke turned around to help others pack up props and filming equipment. It was getting dark, and the temperature in Los Angeles in November was starting to drop. He changed into some refreshing clothes, put on his coat, and walked into the bar next to the hotel. There were not many people in the bar, so he found a corner of the bar, sat on a high stool, took out money from his pocket, and handed it to the bartender. "Hey, buddy, give me a beer." Drinking beer, he quietly watched the bartender pouring drinks and wiping glasses. Wayne was still thinking about the shooting in his mind. "Why are you sitting here alone? Are you still thinking about work?" Naomi sat next to him, holding a glass of whiskey, and took a big sip. It can be seen that she was a little drunk. Maybe the pressure of shooting made her need to numb herself temporarily. "Nothing, just feeling irritable." "Didn't you say that you should protect your figure and not touch this kind of strong liquor?" "I want to get drunk once so that I can fall asleep as soon as possible." Naomi put down the glass, sat in Wayne's arms, hugged his neck, and blew into his ears. "Hey, Naomi, you're a little drunk. I'll take you back to your room." Wayne hugged her to prevent her from falling. "Let's go back to the room. Do you want to play something exciting?" "Wayne, I know you like those, huh?" Wayne shook his head helplessly, helped Naomi back to her room, threw her on the bed, took off her high heels, covered her with a quilt, and then took a breath. "Have a good rest. You still have to work tomorrow. I'm going back." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to go back to his room. He originally wanted to have a few drinks, but it was all disrupted by this woman. It was even more impossible to leave her alone. If this was picked up by a stranger, and the heroine disappeared from the crew tomorrow, he would be even more crazy. Suddenly, the woman on the bed lifted the quilt and called Wayne. "Don't you want to stay? Don't you want to have something exciting, Wayne? Come on, transform into a superhero. Catwoman likes a rough Batman, meow." Wayne watched her slowly take off everything and crawl towards him on all fours. He could no longer control the impulse that was aroused and walked into the bathroom, watching the little wildcat crawl in little by little. Chapter 12 Accident. The next day, Wayne was awakened by his biological clock. The habit he had developed made him wake up at 6:30 in the morning, no matter how late he went to bed. He wanted to sleep for a while, but when he saw the blonde beauty holding him, he lost his sleepiness. What is this? Does the best hunter always appear as a prey? This woman was so drunk that she couldn't walk yesterday. Naomi squeezed the quilt with her right hand, and she opened her eyes in confusion. She looked at him for 2 seconds before her brain officially started. "Dear Director Greenberg, it's only 6 o'clock now, and you can rest for more than an hour. Don't you want to sleep for a while? Naomi asked him, resting her head on his chest, stroking his face. No, I feel I was deceived last night. You didn't drink too much at all. I felt like I was being played around, so I want to punish you. Well, how do you want to punish me? Director Greenberg, do you want to audition now? Tell me what role you need me to play. Catwoman is not an option. We have to shoot today, and I'm afraid you'll hurt me. Naomi didn't refuse. She liked this feeling. It made her feel a different Wayne, no longer the old-fashioned workaholic. Half an hour later, he got up and dressed refreshed. Naomi covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom. After getting dressed, he ignored the woman and went back to his room to wash up. A day's work was about to begin. Naomi. Wayne called her over to the makeshift studio in the school dormitory. The one he had just shot was good, but he wanted to shoot it again, hoping to do better. You did a good job just now, but you haven't reached the stage of transformation yet. This is your first time being killed. Put away your weak side. After that, makeup artist Lily began to chase Naomi and touch up her makeup. Ethan, you're fine. You're doing great. Keep it up. From the third day, the crew slowly worked out some tacit understanding. The scenes outside the school were slowly finished, and everyone began to find their working state for the scenes indoors, and the progress was slowly caught up. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. There was no interference from off-site factors in the indoor scenes, and there were no more positions for extras and minor supporting roles. Although the actors' performances were a little more difficult, the number of NGs was obviously reduced. Cut, it's over, let's move to the next scene. Luke, who was at the door, looked at the novice director with a complicated expression. He grew up very quickly, and the crew was on the right track under his coordination. Seeing him patiently explaining the scenes to Naomi and Luke believed that he had caught up with the shooting plan in the past week. If everything goes well, it is possible to complete the school scenes ahead of schedule. This junior who graduated 2 years later than him is on the right path, and things are going better and better. Yuma, you can't do this. You're not in the right state. Don't show that you want to kill the heroine. She doesn't know that the damn cake in your hand is poisoned. Reset, and do it again. This scene is about Yuma giving Naomi a cake and Naomi throwing away the uneaten piece. It's very simple. This is Yuma's first scene. She was only seen sporadically in the first few days. From this scene on, she will appear frequently. This is normal. He needs to find the feeling for Yuma. He is not in a hurry. Moreover, this scene needs to be shot several times with different feelings. For example, Naomi still eats the cake and is killed in the end. Okay, this shot is past. Tomorrow is a rest day. Everyone relax for 2 days. Come back 2 days later to continue shooting the scenes in the school. There are not many left in the school. Hurry up and finish it so that we can move on. He thought this shot was good, so he didn't demand it. Tomorrow is a rest day and everyone needs a vacation. He now understands that a feature film is completely different from the experimental short films he shot before. Such a feature film is definitely not something that can be produced by 1 or 2 people. It is the result of the efforts of the entire crew, including the actors. Although personal ability is important, it cannot be separated from the entire team. Wayne is very lucky. Although the main staff have not participated in any major productions, they are all experienced and capable. In particular, they are all very young and focus most of their attention on filming, unlike the old timers who just get by. After watching everyone leave, he was ready to drive away. Suddenly someone knocked on the car window, and Wayne saw Luke open the door and sit in the passenger seat. Why didn't you leave, Luke? Go back and have a good rest for 2 days. Don't worry, the progress has definitely caught up with the plan. Wayne took a taxi and drove Luke out of the school and walked towards the hotel. I want to tell you that the hospital has been almost set up. Take some time to take a look these days. If it is not suitable, it is best to bring it up before the end of the school shooting, so that I can coordinate the props and scenery to modify it. Luke looked at Wayne. This novice director who was less than 21 years old had done a great job. If the shooting was carried out according to the plan, the film would definitely be completed. Okay, I'll take some time to see it when I get back from vacation. Where are you going? I'll leave you at the hotel. Leave it at the hotel. I'm not going back to Los Angeles. I want to have a good sleep for 2 days. If you don't go back to the hotel, where are you going? It's going to get dark soon. Luke saw that they had arrived at the hotel, opened the door, and got out of the car, leaning on the car window to ask Wayne, "My mother called me in the afternoon, and I'm going to go back to the farm to take a look. I haven't been back since I got busy," he explained, turned on the radio in the car, and accelerated towards Ventura. Work was going well, and he was also relaxed a lot, so he planned to go home, to spend 2 days with his mother. When he parked the car in front of the villa, it was already dark. 2 golden retrievers were sitting on the porch, wagging their tails. They saw him get out of the car, and circled around him, and followed him into the restaurant. "Mom, what's for dinner? Have you learned any new dishes?" Seeing his mother holding plates, and setting the table, Wayne hugged his mother. "Sit down, honey. Your dad will be down soon. I made tuna salad, green beans, and roast beef. How's the shooting going? Is it going well?" He watched his mother put the food on the table, and his father came downstairs, and sat at the dining table. After his mother put the roast meat and salad on his plate, he took a bite and said, "It tastes great. The shooting went well. Everyone has been busy for a long time, so everyone has a day off tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. You've lost weight. How is it? The director's job is not that easy, right?" His father wiped the salad stuck on his beard with a tissue, and asked Wayne with a smile, "Of course, sometimes I feel like I'm about to split into several parts. There are things to consider one after another, and there is endless work every day." His mother looked at him distressedly, and said to him, "Wayne, don't be too stressed. You've done a great job. You're only 20 years old. Mom believes you will definitely succeed." "Mom, I'm fine. I enjoy this process." In a warm family atmosphere, Wayne had dinner with his mother, and watched a game with his father, before returning to his room. Suddenly returning from the intense work to the farm where the pace of life slowed down, he felt awkward, and wanted to find something to do. It was not until he drove back to Orange County and the crew started working again, that he felt like a fish in water again. Sometimes he felt that he was just a cheapskin, but as long as he left the crew, he would always feel uneasy. The filming went on day by day, and everyone maintained the working status before the vacation. He knew that there were conflicts in the crew, just like the experienced employees looked down on him as a novice director. At least on the surface, everyone remained restrained, and the basic professional ethics were still there. Not only the 2 women, but also the set designer and the prop master often had quarrels, but every time they were mediated by Wayne, they seemed to let go of their grudges. He glanced at his watch. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It seemed that he could finish work early today. He was about to shoot the last scene in the school, which was the last scene where Yuma handed Naomi a piece of cake, but this time Naomi would eat the cake and then be killed. It was very simple. Everyone was in a good mood, knowing that they were about to leave. After more than 20 days of filming, they finally finished more than half of the scenes. Everyone had a relaxed expression. "Okay, this is the last scene. After filming, we will finish the scenes here. Naomi, keep your state, and eat that damn cake. Ross, is this the real one you bought? Don't give her a prop cake. Naomi will definitely not be able to swallow that plastic thing. Don't worry, I can tell the difference between plastic and real. Naomi, if I were you, I would take a bite first. Maybe I would secretly replace the real one with a plastic prop." Everyone was very relaxed and teased unconsciously. "Okay, get ready." He carried the camera and watched Yuma hand Naomi the cake. Suddenly, Yuma seemed to lose her balance and fell to the ground, as if she stepped on something. Yuma, who was falling, hit Naomi's stomach with her elbow. Amid the screams of pain from both of them, Wayne put down the camera. Everyone was scrambling to help the 2 people who had fallen to the ground. He could see clearly that Naomi was holding her stomach and curled up on the ground in pain. At this time, he really couldn't suppress his anger. The most important thing was that Naomi might be injured and needed to be sent to the hospital. "Shit, FXXK, what's wrong? Naomi, do you need to go to the hospital?" Wayne quickly picked her up and put her on a chair. Her face turned pale. Naomi sat on the chair holding her stomach, relaxed for a while, and said to him, "I don't think the problem is big. Let me rest for half an hour, and I can continue. Okay, everyone take a break. After he shouted loudly, he walked directly to Yuma, who was sitting on the chair rubbing her arms, looked into her eyes, and whispered to her in a warning tone, "Listen, I only allow this situation to happen once, only once. If there are other messy things that delay the filming, you will definitely not be able to bear the consequences. I don't mind kicking out the unstable factors in the crew, even if it costs more money. Do you understand? Look at me. Tell me, you understand?" Yuma looked at Wayne with a gloomy face, nodded, and whispered, "I understand." Wayne frowned, walked behind the monitor, rubbed his forehead with his hand. Sometimes I really don't know what this actress is thinking. This time she is just a small actor. You can imagine how difficult those big stars are to deal with. Chapter 13. This is simply a horror movie scene. Wayne sat behind the monitor in a restless manner, trying to watch the previous clips that had just been filmed to divert his attention. Otherwise he was afraid that he would burst into a swearing fit. Suddenly, a cup of coffee appeared in front of him. He looked up at the person who handed him the coffee, and it was Naomi. "Thank you. Are you okay? How is your stomach? If you feel uncomfortable, go to the hospital immediately. You know what the consequences will be if you get hurt. The entire crew will have to stop working and wait for you." Wayne took the coffee and looked at her seriously. "Of course, I feel much better. In fact, I was prepared. That bitch, we have quarreled several times in private, and she even scolded me for being a heroine who only got there by sucking her butt. She was just jealous that I was the heroine and she could only play the villain supporting role." Speaking of this, Naomi got a little excited and continued, "I know what my job is, so I have always ignored her provocation against me. At most, we just quarreled a few words in private. I don't want these trivial things to affect my performance." He looked at Naomi playfully. No one knew what happened specifically, but at least none of these two women was simple. Just think about it, and you will know that if Naomi had just said something to her and quarreled a few words in private, Yuma would not have accidentally fallen. "Okay, I've warned her. I'll say the same thing to you again. That's it. I don't care how big the conflict between you is. Put it away. You have to think clearly. If you mess up the film, you're also wasting your own opportunity. Of course, I swear I won't take revenge on that bitch. My focus is definitely on the play." Wayne nodded, motioned her to get ready, and started filming again, and finally passed it in one go. Everyone saw his sinister look, and everyone knew that whoever troubled him now would definitely ignite this powder keg. "Thank you for your hard work. Pack up your things. The scenes in the school are all over. Take a day off tomorrow, and go to the abandoned hospital the day after tomorrow. Luke, put the tape away, and put it in the safe. Don't be careless. Everyone can rest, but he can't." Everyone went to the bar to relax. He was in the small hotel modifying the storyboard and designing the camera position. Ding ding, 2 knocks on the door. As Wayne said, "Please come in," he saw Naomi was holding a bottle of red wine, closed the door and walked in. "Hi, Wayne." "Hi, Naomi." He turned the pencil in his hand and watched her put down the red wine and look for the bottle opener. The red wine was opened. Naomi took out 2 glasses from the cabinet, poured wine into them, and handed him 1 glass, saying, "You put too much pressure on yourself, Wayne. Proper relaxation will help you work better. Haven't you noticed? You seem to have lost weight in the past 20 days. He looked at his figure and shook his head. "Maybe you are right. Since the early preparations, I haven't had a good sleep for a day. But I think I'm used to pressure. Damn it, if there is a next time, I will definitely not do everything myself." Naomi drank the wine in one gulp and slowly knelt on the carpet. "Pressure? So throw away the work on your hands for the time being. Maybe I can help you relieve the pressure. All you have to do is put down that damn pencil." He slowly leaned back in the chair, took a breath, and closed his eyes. The next morning, Wayne opened his eyes and sat up to look at the clock. It was less than 7 o'clock. Thinking that he would have a day off today, he lay back on the bed. He was the only one left, wondering where Naomi had gone. He was also wondering, could it really be because of his race? In his previous life, he definitely didn't have such strong hormones. "Are you awake? I ordered food in the living room. Do you want to eat something first?" Naomi came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe. When she saw that he was awake, she sat on the bed and stretched out her hand. Wayne saw that he couldn't sleep in, so he took her hand, sat up and started to get dressed. Oh, okay, my stomach is about to flatten. Stop tempting me. You're right. Moderate relaxation allowed me to sleep well. I have to admit that you did a great job last night, better than I expected. The two of them were eating breakfast sent by the hotel. Naomi asked Wayne, today is a day off. Do you have any plans? Or we can drive to the beach to have a look. I heard there is a very good beach here, and there are not as many tourists as Malibu Beach. Okay, it's nice to go and have a look. When do you want to leave? He didn't care about these. He didn't care about the beach or shopping. We'll leave after breakfast. I brought a swimsuit. If the weather is good, we can sunbathe. Wayne stared at her strangely. Sunbathing in a swimsuit at the end of November? When it can be said that the temperature in the greater Los Angeles area is dropping, wouldn't it be cold? The two of them had breakfast and hadn't left the house before their plan was ruined. Literally, it was ruined. It was raining heavily outside the window. The climate here is less rainy and sunny all year round. I didn't expect it to rain heavily now. There was no way to go out, so Wayne stayed in the hotel for a day and watched the shots that had been shot for a day. I hope this heavy rain won't continue for a few days, otherwise the time saved in school will be wasted in this heavy rain. No one can stop natural disasters. Fortunately, the heavy rain slowly turned into drizzle at noon the next day and stopped before dark in the evening. Fortunately, it only delayed one day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, he drove a pickup truck and led the convoy out of the county and into the suburbs. About 5 or 6 kilometers away from the center of Orange County is a mental hospital that was abandoned at some point. This saved Wayne, who tried every means to save money, a lot of money to rent a studio. The urban construction of the old United States was done in the 1930s and 1940s, when Roosevelt Jr. responded to the Great Depression, so the road was difficult to travel. A day and a night of heavy rain turned the already bumpy dirt road into a mud pit. Setting off at 8 o'clock in the morning, it took more than an hour to drive more than 10 kilometers. Parking the car on the weeds, Wayne looked up at the abandoned mental hospital. The white wall outside had fallen off in a large area, revealing the mottled wall inside. Large black spots were printed on the curled wall. Weeds grew on the windowsills and cracks on the wall. Oh my god. Wayne, I bet that, even if you are not shooting a horror movie, it will become a horror movie if you shoot here. The atmosphere here is simply a natural horror scene. If a group of cannibals or murderers rush out now, I will not be surprised at all. Lily was beside him and sighed. Yes, this damn place looks creepy, and it really looks like a horror scene in an American grindhouse movie. He was also helpless, but he had confidence in Luke and Ross. Lily, relax, the first floor has been arranged in advance by Luke and his team. It is definitely no different from a normal hospital. We only use a small area. If this makes you uncomfortable, then speed up the work, finish the shooting as soon as possible, and leave this place as soon as possible. Wayne said easily and took the lead to walk in. To be honest, he was completely indifferent to American grindhouse movies, cult movies, or horror movies that made Americans scream. Just like here, it is indeed quite creepy from the outside, but if a group of cannibals or murderers really come out of it, he is not really afraid. Deep down, he is afraid of the Eastern metaphysics, the kind of horror movies that play with atmosphere. Just like when he was a child in his previous life, he watched a DVD with his friends. A movie about a village teacher scared him for almost half a month and he dared not turn off the lights to sleep. The ketchup spraying in American horror movies only made him feel a little nauseous, not scared. Luke and the props and scenery did a good job. While checking, he watched the staff set up the machines. If it didn't leave this small area, it would be almost the same as a normal hospital. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, he picked up a pile of masks, picked one and handed it to the actor who played the murderer, and asked him, "Listen, you don't have many shots to show your face, and you wear this thing most of the time. It's very simple, don't be nervous, just pay attention to your position, and don't make mistakes." Seeing that he turned around to indicate that there was no problem, Wayne walked behind the monitor and checked them all. To make sure there would be no problem, he carried the camera. The scenes here are relatively simple, with not too many shots, but they are very fragmented. There is no difficulty in acting, as long as there are no unexpected situations. He thinks he can finish shooting as soon as possible. Today, the main scenes are the scenes of the heroine Terry being killed in the hospital, and some scenes of minor supporting roles, such as the handsome teacher who aroused the jealousy of the supporting actress and kept killing the heroine. Okay, are you all ready? If you are ready, let's start. Scene 74, Act 1, start. Seeing that everyone said it was okay, he shouted to start, and the crew slowly fell silent. The microphone used for the sound recording slowly fell from the air, and the entire ward began to become silent. No one wanted to make a sudden sound and interrupt the shooting. The crew gradually developed a tacit understanding and slowly started to work. The appropriate light, color, props, and performance were all almost perfectly transmitted to Wayne through the camera lens. He couldn't help but nod, and the crew entered the state in the first scene. Just as Wayne was thinking about this, the sound of opening a door and chatting came from the back. The sound was not loud, but it broke the tranquility of the crew and spread to every corner of the room. Steve was stunned for a moment with the lights on, and Luke, who was holding the microphone, was also obviously stunned. Naomi and the actor who performed the killer showed helpless expressions. Uma Thurman was watching from the side. When she saw two temporary prop assistants who pushed the door in while chatting, and then looked at Wayne whose face immediately became gloomy, she subconsciously covered her ears, and the volcano was about to erupt. The two prop assistants who pushed the door in while chatting, each holding a large bundle of clothes. These were costumes and props for the performance, white coats and so on. Cut. Wayne helplessly shouted to stop, and the two put down the clothes, seemed to know that they had caused trouble, and walked up to him very actively to apologize. "I'm sorry, Director Greenberg, we have been moving props and didn't hear any sound inside. We thought it hadn't started yet." This made him feel like he had eaten a dead fly, but he couldn't spit it out. This kind of accident is an uncontrollable factor, and no one can guarantee that it won't happen. Wayne nodded, indicating that he accepted their apology, and asked the actors to return to their original positions and start over. Chapter 14 Producer Column. The prop master and Luke did a great job. The two corridors on the first floor of the hospital were arranged exactly as he requested. Uma here gradually began to have more scenes. Perhaps his warning worked. The two women were finally able to film well, and no longer obsessed with fighting. On the third day of arriving at the abandoned mental hospital, the crew had the first actor to finish filming, the handsome middle-aged man Thompson who played the teacher. He didn't have many scenes. As the last shot was finished, everyone politely applauded him. Wayne shook hands with him, thanked him for his work, picked up a prop killer mask, and gave it to him as a souvenir to commemorate the completion of the filming. Tomorrow is Sunday. If someone can finish filming smoothly and leave on the weekend, it means that the filming is going well. Everyone knows that there is a holiday. It seems that the whole crew is looking forward to the vacation. This is the last breathing time before the new year. As he announced that he would take a day off tomorrow, everyone left Orange County that night and returned to their long-lost home in Los Angeles. Only Wayne, Luke and Naomi were left in this small hotel. He had to make some adjustments to the shooting plan based on the problems encountered in the past few days of filming. Luke was reluctant to go back. He had nowhere to go. If he went back, he would just go back to the small rental apartment. On Sunday, Wayne woke up early, made himself a cup of coffee, and flipped through the director's notebook. Overall, the work went smoothly. There were not many scenes left. After the filming of the hospital, there were only some scattered clips. This made him feel good, as if the huge pressure that had always existed was slowly disappearing. It was probably because the busy work in recent times and the difficulties encountered were much more intense than when he was in school. He enjoyed the sudden leisure time very much. Walking out of the hotel, Wayne took a deep breath of the morning air and slowly started running around the block. He hadn't exercised for more than 2 months. Since he came here, he knew the role of a good body. In addition to the pain and torture of his previous life, he cherished this body especially. He had planned to exercise since he was a child. When he went to middle school, he started practicing boxing and rugby, which were barbaric sports, so he never stopped exercising. It can be said that everyone here is exercising, and it seems that young people all like different sports. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, in his memory, only retired elderly people insist on exercising every morning. A large part of the reason is that the society here is generally full of sports fans, and the 4 major sports leagues have nurtured countless sports stars. There were not many pedestrians on the road. He adjusted his breathing and slowly ran around the block. When he returned to the hotel, he saw Naomi holding a newspaper, sitting on the sofa in the lounge area of the hotel lobby, obviously waiting for him. "Hi, Wayne. What did you do?" Naomi put down the newspaper, stood up and walked into the elevator with him. "I went for a run. I swear I weigh less than 80 kilograms, at most 75 kilograms. I feel like I've lost a lot of weight during this period of time. And if I don't exercise, I'm afraid that I will slowly lose my body's motor nerves. At least if I go back to play quarterback now, I will definitely be knocked out." He chatted with Naomi and opened the door of his room. He didn't mind her sitting in the living room. He took off his clothes and went to the bathroom. Through the glass door of the bathroom, he asked her, while taking a shower, "Naomi, why did you get up so early? What do you want from me?" "I'm going to go out for a walk. Every day, I either come back to sleep, or I'm on the set. I haven't really seen this small town yet. Do you want to join us?" Naomi raised her voice, so that Wayne wouldn't hear clearly inside. Wayne thought about it for a moment and answered, "No, I want to go through the finished footage with Luke in the morning, make some fine tuning to the plan, and see if there is anything that needs to be reshot. You know, there are not many shots left. If we finish shooting and then go find everyone to reshoot, it will be too troublesome." Hearing that he was unwilling to go out, Naomi was not disappointed. She planned to go shopping by herself and simply continued to ask him, "Do you want me to bring you anything? Food or something? Please buy me a sausage pizza for lunch. I'm also tired of the buffet provided by the hotel. By the way, I want to remind you that it is completely okay to go out for a walk, but you must not go to the slums. Just go to the commercial streets." Wayne remembered these and reminded her loudly. If such a blonde beauty dared to walk into the colored community alone, Wayne estimated that he would not be able to find her body. "Okay, I know, I'm leaving." With the sound of the door closing, he also walked out with a bath towel. He looked at the door, hoping that she would know how serious it was. Not to mention this satellite city in the greater Los Angeles area. Even in Los Angeles, Wayne didn't dare to go to the city center alone after dark. The ugliness there is definitely beyond the 3 views of normal people. Generally speaking, those who have the means will not live in the city center of Los Angeles, but in the suburbs. At night, the city center becomes the territory of gang members, prostitutes, and homeless people. After dark, all kinds of guns, psychotropic drugs, powder products, prostitutes, all gang members are working, surviving, and trading around these things. The friction or revenge between various gangs of all sizes from time to time is the main theme of Los Angeles at night. When he came here, he knew about gangs, and he couldn't be extinct like on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. The guys in the Hay community have almost been reserve members since school. If they can survive various shootings to adulthood, they will become the backbone of gangs of all sizes. However, the probability of those who join since childhood to survive to adulthood is not high. There are 3 major alliances in North America, the Crips, the Bloods, and some 3K and the like. Among them, there are countless small organizations of all sizes, all of which survive by various illegal activities. Therefore, everyone who can come out of the Negro community is worthy of admiration, no matter what method is used, and the most common one is sports. The athletic cells in the genes of Negroes, if they happen to awaken in a rational child, sports can almost be said to be the only way out. Almost most of the athletes in the 4 major sports leagues in North America are such people. The darkest color is the North American Men's Professional Basketball, NBA. This originally white sport, now there is almost no white in the entire league. Otherwise, this society is sick. Everyone is shouting against racial discrimination, but this racial discrimination is integrated into every aspect of life. The only exception is sports stars and film and television music stars. Such hey brothers can generally become idols of the whole society or heroes of a city. Film and television music stars are better, and those who can succeed are those who come from a small number and have brains. Sports stars with a head full of muscles almost go bankrupt after retirement. Fortunately, Wayne is a white man, or more accurately, a Jew. Although some descendants of Anglo-Saxons also discriminate against them, no one dares to express it clearly in this society. In this country, controlled by capitalists and capital, Jews have inherent advantages. After all, most of the big capital in North America is of Jewish descent. When it comes to doing business, ordinary people really can't beat the brains of Jews. It can also be said that Hollywood is under the control of Jews. Those bigwigs on the Hollywood power list are almost all Jewish, including the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, various unions, especially the Producers Guild. These movie company bosses are almost all of the same ethnic group. Wayne, what are you thinking about? Luke walked up to him puzzled and saw Wayne in a daze, wrapped in a bath towel. Well, it's okay. Are you ready? Let's go to the meeting room. Luke's appearance interrupted Wayne's wild thoughts, and the two went to the rented hotel meeting room together, where the equipment was installed. While watching various shots, Wayne and Luke chatted. Luke, if this film can find a distributor and really go to the theaters, we will have a good qualification, right? He said in a relaxed tone, and Luke was a little amused and chatted with him. Director Greenberg, you have to finish shooting all the shots first. But I have to remind you that, even if the shooting is completed, you have only done 1/3 of your work, or even less. Don't think about the scenes in your dreams when you wake up, okay? He didn't care, just fantasized a little. He was more practical than anyone else. Of course, there are more difficult editing and soundtracks. Fortunately, this film has no special effects. At least we have done a good job so far, right? Think about it, when you sit in the theater and see your name appear in the producer column on the screen, how fulfilling it will be. These are not what Wayne usually says. Maybe today's overly relaxed mentality has released some of BJ's chattering nature in his soul. Well, I really want to have such a day. Of course, I have fantasized about it countless times. But in the past 2 years since graduation, I have rarely dreamed like this. You don't know that in the past 2 years, I have worked as a handyman in at least a dozen crews, but none of them have been released, and even less than 2 have been released on videotape. What Luke is talking about is the essence of this Hollywood, where countless people work and struggle. Every day, countless crews start filming, but only a few can be released in theaters, and even fewer can be released directly on videotape. This circle is not as glamorous as it seems. Only a small group of people will succeed. Okay, work hard, Luke. I believe our film will appear in theaters. I will sit in the audience with you and watch our names appear on the screen. There will also be countless young fans applauding and cheering for us. All we have to do is work hard to make it well. His voice was not loud, but both of them could hear it clearly. This was not only Wayne's dream for 2 lifetimes, but also the motivation for Luke to be busy with all the chores of the crew every day. Naomi stood quietly at the door of the conference room, holding a pizza box. She heard what Wayne said. Although she knew the chances of this happening were almost zero, she was still moved by his words. Ding. Ding. Hi. Workaholics, I brought you sausage pizza and beef pizza. Lunch is about to start. If you don't mind, I'd also like to watch my performance in the movie with you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15, Leaving this damn horror movie. Another busy day of work is over. After a day of vacation, everyone is more relaxed than before the vacation. A proper rest has relieved everyone's body and mind. As Wayne shouted, "Cut!" everyone applauded unconsciously. This is another small role that has finished all the scenes. Similarly, Wayne shook hands with him to thank him for his work and gave him a killer mask as a souvenir. He watched everyone busy packing up. Luke carefully packed up the film that had been shot. This thing would be placed in the safe in Wayne's room in the end to avoid accidents. Wayne drove to the end of the crew's convoy and chatted with Naomi in a relaxed manner. "Naomi, there are not many scenes left. Most of them are you and the killer, and the rivalry with Yuma. How about it? You and Yuma haven't quarreled during this period." He knew that, even if there was a quarrel, he would not know. The people in the crew would not tell him this. The people in this country hate informers the most. Of course, I'm not rubbing against her. Now I just want to finish the film as soon as possible. I'm too lazy to walk every day, and I don't have the mood to compete with that bitch. Naomi knew what he was worried about. As the film was about to be finished, he didn't want any problems to occur, especially if the relationship between the actors affected his work. Don't look at this man's sweet words to her in bed. He seems to be a perfect lover. But if it affects the progress of work, because of her own reasons, Naomi dared to bet with her chest that he would definitely turn against her without the slightest hesitation, even if she served him well in bed. "That's good. Starting tomorrow I will try my best to shoot your scenes with Yuma first and quickly finish the filming here. Okay, I will behave well. During this period, I have done fewer NGs, and this film has also made me grow a lot," Naomi promised him. Just like she said, she got into the state faster and faster during this period. It can only be said that those who can succeed have extraordinary talents. Of course, it is also related to his low requirements for the actors in the crew. In such a film, Naomi and Uma Thurman's face-selling role is far greater than their performance, and it is impossible to deduct the so-called acting skills a little bit. Up to now, it is not polite to say that Wayne has made a lot of progress. A film director is like the head of a group of migrant workers. He has to coordinate all the types of work to build a house. Talking about the filming, Wayne drove Naomi to the hotel. So far, the filming has been basically smooth. On the one hand, he, a new director, has gradually improved from lack of experience, and on the other hand, the crew members can suppress conflicts and focus on work. Although some people have mediocre abilities and conflicts with the crew members, he has never thought of dismissing those people. Even in Hollywood, it is difficult to find people who are cheap enough and have outstanding abilities. In his opinion, the only person who can reach the professional ability level in the whole crew is Steve, the unsociable lighting engineer. Luke is also very talented, but in Wayne's opinion, his talent is not in being a director, but in his carefulness and responsibility, which is suitable for assistant director or producer and production manager. A quiet night passed, and no one went to the bar to get drunk. They all knew that the process had reached a critical moment. This was one of the reasons why Wayne could tolerate the entire crew. No matter how capable they were, at least they all had a perfect professional attitude. In the corridor of the hospital studio, the scene that was about to be filmed was a killer wearing a mask, catching up with and stabbing the heroine Terry to death. Wayne did not talk about the play again. He did not need to make excessive demands for such a scene. The difficulty of shooting here was actually not great at all. It was shot several times in a row. There was no need for the two people to dig deep, pursue connotation, or even cry and show off their acting skills. All that was needed was the killer wearing a mask to show violence and cruelty, and the heroine Terry to show panic and unwillingness. That was enough. Seeing that they performed well and acted quite easily and devotedly, he changed 5 angles to shoot this scene in the morning. The most important thing was this scene. Maybe he could choose 2 or 3 clips to be edited into the movie later. It was not until 2 reels of film were used up that he looked at his watch and called for a break, asked them to have lunch, and continued in the afternoon. His old habit was to watch the shots shot in the morning while eating, trying to find any areas that could be improved. He attached great importance to every scene where the heroine Terry was killed. The horror atmosphere of the film was almost all in the scenes where the heroine was killed, which was a major selling point. If most of the shots in this film were the same as those he had seen in his previous life, the difference was that the shots where the heroine was killed were much bloodier and more violent. Wayne considered that this film could not catch people's attention at the beginning like a commercial blockbuster. It must attract the audience in some places, so he had to choose the shot where Terry was killed. Normally, whether a movie can catch the audience's attention at the beginning, resonate with the audience, and attract the audience to sit in their chairs and watch patiently, the opening scene plays an important role. Therefore, for the producer and director team, the opening scene must be carefully considered. Sometimes it can be the beginning of the movie story, and sometimes it is a suspense or the end of the movie story. He had no choice but to try to put the killing of the exciting and bloody heroine Terry forward as much as possible, so that the audience would think about why Terry was killed so brutally and repeatedly. Only in this way would the audience follow Terry to solve the mystery and find the murderer. He couldn't play any tricks by laying clues at the beginning and slowly turning things around. So he was very rough and simple, pointing out the theme at the beginning and explaining the side of Terry being treated cruelly and roughly. Watching such a beauty being stabbed to death in a bloody way is really cruel, which makes people unconsciously associate, can such a beautiful heroine escape the fate of being killed all the time? What will be the fate of the murderer in the end? Whether the beautiful Terry continues to be stabbed to death or finds the murderer in the transformation, it is a very good gimmick that can stick to the audience and keep watching. As Terry's birthday becomes a Memorial Day, Terry's slow transformation is inseparable from the old-fashioned Hollywood growth, love and family affection, self-redemption, and finally a Hollywood-style happy ending, allowing the hero and heroine to come together perfectly. Another actor left today. This time it was the male lead, Ethan Hawke, one of the three main characters. To be honest, this play was not very friendly to him. This was not a play for the male lead. He, the so-called male lead, was basically a tool. As usual, Wayne gave him a killer mask prop as a souvenir and thanked him for his work on this play. Ethan Hawke should not lack for roles. He is much luckier than many minor supporting roles. Although he is not the male lead, the supporting roles have always had work. After finishing here, he will immediately go to shoot a movie. His luck has always been good. Wayne remembers that his Hollywood journey was basically smooth sailing. He was not a superstar, but he had no shortage of good roles. The crew has been sending people away every day these days. Although most of them are minor roles, this also means that the filming is particularly smooth. The entire crew is also acting more and more at ease. After more than 3 weeks of moving to the abandoned mental hospital, today is the last half day as expected. All the scenes here should be completed before lunch. These days are almost all Yuma and Naomi's rivalry, and the two have begun to interact frequently. Sometimes the crew and extras could hear them mocking each other, but they never escalated to using words starting with B to spray each other. Yuma, good job. You are in good shape. There is one last scene. I need you to use your eyes to show jealousy. It is not difficult for you. He called Uma Thurman to the monitor and told her the request. This was a supplement to the scattered shots in the morning, mainly to shoot some of her facial expressions. In fact, Uma did a good job. Regardless of her personality and acting skills outside the play, she has a very good sense of the camera and can always show her perfect side. Cut. This shot is past. Everyone pack up and let us leave this damn horror movie scene. We will rest in the hotel in the afternoon. You can go have a drink. Wayne glanced at the monitor, indicating that there was no problem, and shouted the end. Everyone began to pack up everything in an orderly manner. In addition to the discarded garbage, the roads that can be used must be taken away. Most of the props and scenery supplies here were rented by Luke. After everyone got in the car, he checked again in the corridor, and then drove the pickup truck with confidence, and followed the crew's convoy back to the hotel. Arriving at the hotel, he and Luke did nothing but move the film to Wayne's room, and put it in the safe in the bedroom. Looking at the film in the safe, the two looked at each other and smiled happily. This was the result of their hard work for more than a month, and it was also the sweat of their entire crew, including the extras. Would you like to have a drink to celebrate that you finally finished shooting that damn hospital scene? To be honest, every time I go to that damn abandoned mental hospital, I feel uncomfortable all over. Luke invited him to go downstairs and have a drink together. He was too lazy to change his clothes, so he followed him downstairs to the small bar next to the hotel. Hey, Luke, you must have watched too many horror movies when you were a child. I don't feel anything at all. I hope you can be scared when you watch the movies we shoot in the future. Luke heard his ridicule and didn't refute it. In fact, everyone didn't like that place, but they had to go there for work. It was not just him who didn't like that broken place. As far as he observed, the only ones who were truly indifferent to the abandoned mental hospital were Wayne and Steve. Apart from the two of them, people generally wouldn't walk out of the arranged set alone, let alone wander around. Doing so would be no different from the stupid young men seeking death in horror movies. Chapter 16. Finale. In the suburbs of Orange County in the greater Los Angeles area, the crew of Happy Memorial Day is setting up a filming background at the entrance of a bridge. Wayne is holding a director's notebook, writing and drawing on it, while the only two actors are sitting on chairs to rest. The tragic heroine, Lou Terry, has been brutally stabbed to death twice in this morning. He saw us nod to him, indicating that it was done, and they could continue filming. Wayne walked up to the two actors and told them his requirements. Naomi, pay attention to the ketchup on your body later. Don't run off or move. I need him to be stabbed, splashing buckets. He pointed to the ketchup that would be used later. This was the biggest change he made to the movie. Every time Terry was killed, it was more wild. He said to the killer who had just put on the mask, "It's still the same. Chase her and stab her to death roughly. Pay attention to aiming at the props." After that, he walked behind the camera and signaled everyone to be quiet. Happy anniversary, scene 227, start. As the words fell, Luke held up the radio, carried the camera, and ran forward a few steps with the stumbling Terry. In the end, she still couldn't escape her fate. Cut. It's over. Everyone. Cut. Everyone started to move forward neatly, leaving the long bridge hole and walking to the road not far away where almost no cars passed by all day. Hey, Luke, haven't you always wanted to be a director and photographer? Here's your chance. Do your best and make me look handsome. He teased Luke while putting on his police uniform. This was the last scene, and the main thing was that Terry asked Wayne, who played the policeman, for help, and then Wayne was hit and killed by the killer, and Terry was killed again. This was his own request. He hoped to see himself in his first film, but he couldn't affect the filming, so he played this small role, without 2 lines, just showing his face, and then being hit and killed, just a few seconds. He was ready. When he heard Luke yelling start, he walked to Terry's car and asked her what happened. A car drove over at high speed, and then they changed props. After the car was knocked away, Wayne, covered in ketchup, lay down in the distance. Cut. It passed. Wayne stood up and walked towards the monitor with some pride, teasing Luke, "How is it? Did I do well? I passed it in 1 take, which means I'm pretty good." Luke looked at him strangely and motioned him to look at the monitor. After watching it, he was also quite speechless. It turned out that he only had a face shot of more than 1 second, and the center of the shot was not him. Well, after watching it once, there was no problem. Wayne saw that everyone was looking at him, so he clapped his hands loudly and said, "Thank you all for your hard work for this film. We have finished shooting all the shots, so pack up and get ready to enjoy your vacation." Wayne bowed gently to everyone in the crew. The amplitude was not large, but the meaning was very clear. He really thanked everyone for their work. Suddenly everyone applauded him together. Even the 2 temporary workers who were packing up were no exception. After everyone's applause stopped, he continued, "By the way, don't forget to go to the bar next to the hotel tonight. I'll pay for it today. Don't be polite to me. Let's go party." Wayne was generous for once. After listening to him, everyone shouted and clapped loudly. The reason why everyone applauded him was not entirely because of the treat from the bar, but mainly because of their appreciation for his work. Everyone in the crew knew the difficulties. A novice director gathered a crew of various pieces and led everyone to shoot all the shots without overspending. The difficulties were far more than everyone imagined, but this novice director overcame them one by one with his dedicated work attitude. All the shots took 2 months to shoot. In fact, not much film was used. After all, there were no useless shots in his case. He had the pictures in his mind. There were also all the storyboards prepared in advance, as well as the camera planning, and a complete shooting plan. So there was a lot of film expenses left, which should be enough for post-production. He saw that everyone was finishing their work easily and chatting in a relaxed manner, as if the pressure of work had all disappeared at this moment. Even Roswell, the prop master, and Maya Craig, the set designer, who had always been at odds with each other at work, but had to cooperate, seemed to have put aside all their conflicts at this moment. He was surprised to see the two of them chatting loudly with smiles on their faces. This moment really made him feel incredible. Many times if it weren't for Wayne or Luke to quell the conflict, they would have fought countless times. It's amazing, isn't it, Wayne? Luke walked to his side and followed his gaze. Roswell was working with Maya Craig to lift props. Yes, this is the first crew I officially took over. Even though I know that all the problems are caused by fame and fortune, sometimes I really don't understand. Have you ever seen this? I dare say that, if you give them 2 glasses of wine, they will definitely roll on the sheets at night. He was a little speechless. If you had been so united and friendly earlier, you wouldn't have been forced to suppress so many conflicts. Seeing that he really didn't understand, Luke pointed at the two people who were full of contradictions a long time ago but now seemed like friends, and explained, the reason is that all the conflicts and contradictions are caused by comparisons and jealousy at work, or the status or fame in the crew. Now that the work is over, all the reasons that could arise between them are gone, so they will become comrades who have fought together for 2 months. No one cares about what unpleasant things happened at work, and will only remember the days when everyone worked hard together. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Luke. This senior is definitely a talent who has seen through the ways of the world, even if he only has this vision in the crew. It is probably related to the fact that he has been to many crews and has seen too much dirt. Not necessarily, Luke. I bet our heroine and supporting actress will never have this scene. If there is a chance, they would like to jump on each other, scratch each other's pretty face, and call each other a bitch. He was in a good mood and rarely joked with Luke. Luke also looked at his junior helplessly, as if trying to distinguish the gloomy workaholic at work and the director who gossiped behind people's backs. Why there was such a big contrast. Wayne, actresses and crew members are 2 different species. You will know in the future. They can poison each other for the so-called jealousy. It means literally, I have seen it with my own eyes. In a crew I used to be in, a female lead with connections was poisoned by a minor supporting actor who was jealous that she was not as beautiful as herself, but could become the protagonist. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. This is nothing, just a small part of it. And female stars and actresses are not the same species. Some female stars are so difficult to deal with that you have the urge to pick up a gun and kill her. Listening to Luke's light-hearted jokes about gossip, Wayne still stared at the last work in the crew seriously. After today, he will at least be much more relaxed, but he dare not relax now. Luke was about to talk to him about the various strange things he had experienced in the crew before, when he saw Naomi changing clothes in the car and walking towards them. Luke shrugged and whispered to Wayne, don't underestimate anyone, Wayne. Especially a woman who dares to give everything for such a small production that can't even be considered a workshop. After that, he hurried to help everyone pack up the equipment before Naomi came over. Hey, what were you talking about just now? Am I disturbing you? Naomi hugged him playfully. The work was done. She didn't care about other people's opinions at all now, and she never cared. Of course she understood why all the crew members respected her more. Because she was the heroine? She didn't believe it herself. It was because of Wayne. Everyone knew that the relationship between the two of them was not ordinary. He didn't care what others thought of his relationship with Naomi. This was Hollywood, one of the most chaotic places in North America. The place with more chaotic relationships than here was the crew in Hollywood. Those male and female actors with strong hormone secretion, because they were in the mood for acting. They couldn't wait to get into the trailer and start working after the director said cut. Don't talk too much. We didn't talk about anything, just some work issues. Naomi, the filming is all done. What are your plans? He saw that everyone started to get in the car, so he pulled Naomi into the pickup truck, closed the door, and asked her plans. Naomi thought for a while, looked at Wayne seriously, and then answered, go back and rest for 2 days, then find a short-term training class, and take classes, while looking for a movie to shoot. I decided not to go back to Australia for the time being. I want to wait for the next opportunity. What I'm most looking forward to now is your movie. You know, it is almost impossible for me to find the opportunity to play the leading role in the short term. He was not surprised. This was a woman with an extremely tough mind, and this woman was not lacking in ambition, patience, and dared to go all out for her dreams. Just like Luke said, he would never dare to underestimate such a woman. Wayne knew from the beginning that, although he had not paid much attention to this blonde beauty in his previous life, a woman with no background and no connections could achieve great success in Hollywood. Calling her a white lotus or green tea was definitely a compliment to her. Work hard towards your own goal, Naomi. I believe that one day you will definitely live in Beverly Hills, and your name will definitely be engraved on those avenues. Wayne parked his car in the hotel parking lot, rejected Naomi's dinner invitation, and returned to his room with Luke, who was waiting for him, holding the film he had shot. He didn't relax until he closed the door of the safe. Chapter 17. The other side of this circle. The crew finished filming the day before New Year's Eve, making everyone happy. After dinner, Wayne changed into fresh clothes and walked into the bar. He didn't bother anyone. As usual, he hid in a corner of the bar and asked the bartender for a large glass of beer. He drank slowly and thought about things. Hey, Wayne. Why do you always drink alone, or do you like to secretly observe everyone in the bar? Naomi sat next to him and clinked the bottle with him. Wayne took a big sip of beer and glanced at the direction where Naomi came from. Lily was drinking with Ross, and the few of them shouted from time to time. No, I'm not used to that kind of atmosphere. What about you? Why don't you play with them? Naomi turned her head towards the group of people who were reveling. She looked at Lily holding a large bottle of liquor and pouring it directly into her throat with her head tilted back. The people next to her were cheering loudly. She looked at Lily with a conflicted expression and said, "My God, she drinks like that. Doesn't she care about her figure? I really can't adapt to the way they play." Yes, Lily is a behind-the-scenes staff member. Unless she wants to, her figure will not affect her career. It's nothing. In this circle, even among the famous stars, only a few can be self-disciplined. He was relatively familiar with the species of celebrities. There were too few who were self-disciplined. Not to mention alcoholism, drug addiction, promiscuity, bisexuality, and all kinds of ways to commit suicide were all played out by this group. Naomi obviously couldn't get in touch with those things, and the young actor was not qualified to indulge, so she asked him puzzledly, "Are female stars like this too? If those famous female stars also drink like this, how do they keep their figure? I can't believe it." He drank the remaining half of the beer in one gulp, knocked hard on the bar, and signaled the bartender to pour him a big glass. He turned around and chatted with Naomi about gossip. Not all female stars are like this, but most of them drink alcohol at various carnival parties, snort drug powder, smoke leaf tobacco, etc. It's such a circle. Whether it's female stars or male stars, everyone is trying hard to find all kinds of excitement. Naomi listened to these secrets that almost everyone in the circle knew. Although she had heard some of them before, and she was not a simple person, in her imagination, this circle was still glamorous, and not so corrupt. Will we become like that in the future, Wayne? Don't think too much, Naomi. If you want to live that kind of life, the premise is that you have to be successful. It's still far away from us now. Why are all the people working hard here? If you don't work hard, you don't even have the qualifications to indulge yourself. Naomi shook her head with a wry smile. Isn't it true? Because she is still too far away from that circle, she becomes curious because she can't get in touch with it. Wait a minute, I'm going to the bathroom. Wayne watched her put down the bottle of wine, took her bag, and went to the bathroom. As soon as Naomi left, Luke sat next to him and asked Wayne with a smell of alcohol, "Although this woman is very scheming, I can see that she has not become a flesh and blood person. She treats you well. Maybe you can consider having a girlfriend formally." He lit a cigarette and shook his head. "It's not the right time yet. I only have work in my mind now. Before I succeed, I won't talk about emotional issues. Isn't it good like this? If you like each other, spend a night together. If you don't feel anything, don't bother each other. Hollywood style love. Don't think too much." If Wayne's idea is put on the short video platform of the future, it is definitely a representative of scumbags, but it is too normal here, especially in Hollywood, let alone this circle of entertainment to death. Breaking up and getting back together is basically the norm in society at all times. Maybe some places in the United States, especially the central part, are very conservative, but young people in most cities still adhere to the theme of openness. This is the case in the West. After a dozen or 20 years, even in the national service, that is rising at a miraculous speed, young people in big cities will become normal in their lives. As long as you are happy. Luke clinked glasses with him, took the bottle, and went to party with the crew. Wayne, don't you care about them? Naomi came back from the bathroom and pointed at the crew. He looked back and found that they had already hidden in the booth in the corner, swaying their bodies to the music. Ross stuck a hand-rolled cigarette in his hand, took a deep puff, and handed it to Lily, who was obviously drunk. Forget it, let them go, let's go back. I've drunk a little too much, and don't want to stay here any longer. He put on his coat, took Naomi out, and suddenly stopped at the door of the bar, and waved to Luke. When Luke came over, he reminded her to be careful, and then took Naomi out of the bar. There was no one else in the bar tonight, except for the crew and some extras, so Wayne was not afraid that they would cause trouble. The work was over, and what they wanted to do had nothing to do with him. At such a party that was not open to the public, alcohol and leaf tobacco were essential items, and it was not uncommon to see people smoking. In middle school, he had come into contact with leaf tobacco. Although he was curious and wanted to try it, he never took action. He was very rational and knew that this kind of inducing thing was the culprit of those powder addiction. During the breaks in filming, he also saw Ross and others hiding in the corner to smoke, and he was not stupid enough to stop them. This is the norm in Hollywood. Under the bright sunshine of California, there are all kinds of unspeakable darkness. Shall we go back, Wayne? Go back. If you want to continue chatting, there are also beers in the hotel. Wayne pulled her to open his door and took out 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator. The two sat in front of the window and looked at the bright night sky. Wayne, don't tell me you have never smoked those, and you didn't smoke them at parties when you were in school? Naomi looked at the big boy curiously. She clearly saw the disgust for leaf tobacco in his eyes just now. No, I was curious, but I never touched it once. Later, my classmates and teammates thought I was boring, so they didn't invite me to the party. Not only in the past and now, even if he has a lot of work pressure in the future, he will not touch those things. Hollywood is a place that can amplify all emotions and always use power, wealth and opportunities as chips for life and death gambling. There are too many film and television entertainment practitioners who have changed from victims of these things to perpetrators. The circle of fame and fortune is different from the lifestyle of ordinary people, with heavy pressure and stimulation of success and the ease of obtaining money, fame, and fortune. There are not many special people who cannot get lost in it, and it is really difficult for people to preserve their healthy personality. Not to mention anything else, he has seen a lot of news in his later life because of taking these things to ruin his Hollywood stars, and the A-listers have to line up. Famous ones include Iron Man Robert Downey Jr. and his father Robert Sr., Captain of the Black Pearl Johnny Depp, and his 2 good friends Keanu Reeves and River Phoenix. Robert Downey Jr. is famous for taking drugs. When it comes to his son, he follows his father's path and takes more and more. After being released from prison several times, he has been relying on Mel Gibson to help him find some small roles and odd jobs. Even though he later turned things around with Marvel's Iron Man and became an A-lister in this series, rumors about his drug use have never stopped. It's just that no media reported it anymore. After all, the media is also a tool in the hands of capital. If Downey's turnaround was not completely ruined, River Phoenix smoked these things and died. If it weren't for seeing him die from an overdose, Keanu Reeves and Johnny Depp would not have repented, and it's hard to say whether their achievements would have been so high in the end. Hey, what are you thinking about? Why are you distracted? Naomi pushed him back hard, and he came back to his senses and apologized. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said just now, and suddenly I thought of something. Did I ask you to go to my room? Or should I stay? No, Naomi, have a good rest. I also want to think about post-production. This was the last night of the crew's existence, and it was also the key night for him to direct the movie. During the 2 months of filming, he put too much knowledge on paper into practice and learned to compromise for work. except for Luke. Those staff members would not participate in the post-production, so their work meant that it was over. All they had to do was to party hard, anesthetize themselves, and then go back to find the next crew. So whether it was their initial doubts about Wayne's ability or the conflicts between the props and the set designer during the filming, as the night passed, all would end. The next morning, the convoy returned to Los Angeles, and everyone slowly separated in silence. He deposited the finished film in the bank, and returned to his single apartment after 2 months. He had no holidays, and was about to start a new job. He picked up the phone, and called his agent. "Hello, this is Wayne Greenberg. Jimmy, my filming has ended. I want to talk to you about something. If it's convenient, come to my apartment." "Okay, I'll be there in the afternoon." Jimmy hung up the phone. In the past 2 months, except for occasionally calling his 2 clients, he had not visited the crew once. In his heart, he had already determined that this film was just a practice work for this novice director. He helped recruit the crew and most of the actors, and he knew very well the value of it. If he hadn't gotten some commissions in the early stages, he really wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. This simple production team of more than a dozen people is considered a small workshop even in the independent film industry. It's too difficult to successfully produce a film that's above standard. Now that he heard that the filming was completed smoothly, he already felt that Wayne's ability was pretty good. He knew the ambition of this young director. He definitely wanted to promote this film to theaters, not just as a graduation thesis. It's not impossible, but the probability is too low. There are countless crews shooting every day in Hollywood, and only a very small number of them can enter the theater. Chapter 18 Late. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jimmy knocked on Wayne's apartment door. When he opened the door, Jimmy found that Wayne had lost a lot of weight in the past 2 months compared to before he left. He asked Jimmy to sit on the sofa, brought him a bottle of water, and then sat opposite him and said, "Jimmy, I need to rent a place for post-production work now, mainly an editing room with professional editors. Do you have any connections in this regard? If there is no cheap and good place, I can only take the film to the school for editing. In that case, I can only do it myself. Without professional editors, I'm not sure if I'm capable enough." Jimmy thought about it, and then replied, "I need to contact them when I go back. Forget about the big companies. If possible, I will help you contact them and see if we can rent a professional place." "Okay, as soon as possible. I don't have much time. It would be best if I can find one within a few days. There are still a lot of things waiting for us. After the post-production of the film is completed, if it can't catch up with the St. Denis Film Festival in January, I'm afraid I will have to go to the film companies one by one to show it." Wayne was more anxious. He didn't shoot many shots, so editing and simple soundtracks would be enough. He didn't even consider the opening and ending credits. His earliest plan was to complete the production as soon as possible and then participate in the St. Denis Film Festival. It's definitely too late to sign up for the competition, but it's not difficult to rent a theater to screen it. You want to go to the St. Denis Film Festival? Well, it seems that you have already made plans. Although there are film viewers from distribution companies at the film festival, I can't invite several big companies because of my connections. You know, I'm just a small agent who just left the mail room and led a group of newcomers." Jimmy looked at him with some embarrassment. He didn't expect that he had this idea to screen at the St. Denis Film Festival and then invite film viewers or film buyers from distribution companies. But this is more of a test of the agent's connections. He is just a small agent and doesn't have the ability to directly break into the offices of several giant film companies. Don't worry, Jimmy. As many as you can invite, as long as there are people willing to go to the theater to watch it. I have confidence that there will always be someone willing to distribute it. Or do you think I will make a bunch of shit and I will definitely fail? Even if no one buys it this time, I still have plans later." He persuaded Jimmy in a relaxed tone. He was indeed confident in his film, and the source of his confidence was the popularity and box office of this film in his previous life. After that, "Wayne, I want to sincerely remind you that there is no after that. You only have this one chance to prove yourself. Although I don't know where you got the investment from, if you mess up, no one will invest in you again." Jimmy, are you so sure that I will fail? Wayne saw Jimmy's serious reminder, and his expression was like constipation. Wayne, reality tells me, and reminds me, that a director of your age cannot succeed. I think that after the post-production of the film, being able to tell a smooth story is already a relatively big achievement for a novice like you. Jimmy looked at Wayne, who suddenly became confident, and his expression became more entangled. He couldn't help but say his true thoughts. But Wayne, I will help you find a post-production studio as soon as possible. I hope you can catch up with the film festival. After Jimmy finished speaking, he politely said goodbye. Wayne didn't care about his attitude at all. He thought his performance was too normal. What he pursued was to send his first movie to the theater. For Jimmy, this was obviously a bit overestimating himself. The next afternoon, when he and Luke were discussing post-production, they received a call from Jimmy, who had helped Wayne find a place for post-production, the post-production editing room of Castle Pictures. He and Luke hurried downstairs, got in the car and drove straight to Burbank Street. When they arrived, they found that it was just a small 2-story building, and Jimmy was waiting for him at the door. Wayne, let's go in and take a look. Here are the equipment and editors you need, but they are charged by the day. Do you have enough money? Jimmy greeted him and took the two of them inside. Don't worry, it cost less than $800,000 to complete the filming, and I saved a lot of expenses. The filming went smoothly until the post-production, and the rest is enough for post-production. Jimmy said that it was no problem, went to the second floor, knocked on the door, and took them into the manager's office. On the sofa while cooking, he introduced Wayne. Wayne, this is Brown Jennings, the manager of the studio, and this is Wayne, my client, who wants to rent your post-production studio to edit a film. Wayne and him exchanged greetings, and then went straight to the point. With the help of Jimmy, they signed the lease contract directly. Mr. Jennings, I will come to work tomorrow. Is the editor okay? Wayne asked the other party politely, after signing the contract. Brown looked at this overly young director and replied, no problem, I will introduce you to each other tomorrow. Julia is the best editor here, and she will not let you down. The two shook hands, and said goodbye to each other politely. After leaving the small building, he asked Jimmy, is this the post-production studio of Castle Pictures? I thought it would be very big if it was together with the film company. Wayne, Castle Pictures is just a medium-sized film company. There are too many companies like them in Hollywood. Which building do you expect such a small company to be in? Okay, I'll go back with Luke first to get the film from the bank. Bye. He and Luke agreed to come to work early tomorrow morning. The sooner the better. Wayne shot a full 900 minutes of material. Although he shot it according to the pictures in his head, it was really a lot of work to edit it into a 90-minute film. In the post-production editing room, the whole work was mainly done by Wayne, Luke and the editor Julia. Julia was a middle-aged woman with a good personality. She understood Wayne's intentions quite well. The specific editing was handled by Julia. Wayne only put forward his own requirements to her and the effects that needed to be retained in the film. Wayne, I'm going to confirm the main plot with you. If there's no problem, I'll start. Julia waited for him to finish the film requirements and confirmed with him again. No problem, let's get started. Any film has a main plot. The main plot of his film is very clear. The protagonist Terry uses the method of elimination to slowly find the murderer who killed her and slowly grows up in the process. Julia's request is to try to keep the large-scale shots of Terry being stabbed to death again and again. This is also the only place Wayne changed in the whole film. He needs these to make gimmicks and increase the appeal of the picture. In this matter, Wayne completely stood on the side of young audiences. Only a beautiful blonde beauty who was stabbed to death repeatedly would arouse a curiosity and protective desire of young people, which can stick to the audience. The progress of editing on the first day was not fast. Even for the first rough cut, he was very cautious. This is related to the effect of the final film. Different splicing will produce different stories, or even two stories, that are completely opposite. Julia was working attentively. Wayne would discuss with Luke from time to time behind her, and then tell Julia. After each clip was edited, he would watch it again. He wanted to make sure that the shots he wanted to keep were all in this rough cut. According to his idea, the film must be as close to the original film in his mind as possible. This is his first film, and he must do everything he can to be safe. There can be no fluke mentality. Luke, I think the first time Terry was killed, it must be moved forward as much as possible. The closer to the beginning the better. Explain the story directly to the audience, and use beautiful women and bloody scenes as the opening, to attract people to watch. He told Luke his ideas about the film, and wanted to hear if Luke had any suggestions. Since entering the editing room, Luke has hardly spoken, just watching quietly. Looking at Julia working, Luke considered Wayne's words. His main job here is to help. He made plans before coming here, watching more and learning more. This is the meaning of his participation in this film. This was also Luke's first time to participate in post-production. He had no experience at first, so he thought for a while before saying, "You're right. If I were a viewer, I would want to watch it and see why Terry suffered all this." My opinion is to speed up the film's rhythm a little bit and use a compact story rhythm to create a tense atmosphere. Also, for the first shot of Jasmine being killed, I hope to use the one shot from top to bottom. The picture moving from top to bottom can make people quickly browse the panoramic content, making the audience feel nervous at first glance, and at the same time confirming that this film is exciting and has a funny rhythm. He considered Luke's suggestion. Basically, Luke and his production concept were on the same channel. Julia, change the shot here, use the panning shot at the back. He pointed to the place where Terry woke up. The panning shot can make the scenery gradually shrink, making the film feel oppressive and curious, and can't wait to let people know what happened afterwards. Okay, the replacement is done. How is it? No problem, you continue, Luke. Remember, this needs some dubbing to produce a better effect. Most of the time, Wayne and Luke discussed the splicing of shots, and did not interrupt Julia's work. Wayne could see that, although this editor looked like a middle-aged woman, her skills were beyond doubt, which was also a stroke of luck. Wayne, I don't quite understand. Have you also learned editing? Obviously you know a lot about this aspect. After the first day of work, Julia asked him, while packing up the cut film. I just audited a few classes. You want me to edit the film by myself? I don't have that ability. He did audit these classes. After he had enough credits, he learned everything about film and television production. Chapter 19 The essence of Hollywood is the assembly line. Burbank. The post-production editing room here is located in the suburbs, and the view from the window is all woods. Wayne took a hamburger and ate while looking out the window, to relieve the soreness of his eyes from staring at the screen for a long time. He had to admire Julia, who came from this small film company's post-production studio, for her excellent professional skills. At first, Wayne had to make some requests, but when she got used to Wayne's style of making this film, he almost didn't need to make any suggestions. Looking at Julia, who was also eating and resting, Wayne asked her modestly, Julia, I have never heard of such an excellent editor like you. Have you been working in this small studio? Yes, I graduated from USC, and I'm also your senior. I have been working here for 10 years since I graduated. Julia was very happy to talk to Wayne when she heard Wayne's praise for her skills. You are really persistent. You have been working here for more than 10 years. Haven't you ever thought about going out to find a better opportunity? He asked puzzledly. He believed that this senior sister who looked like a middle-aged aunt should be able to find a better job opportunity if she was willing. No, I started interning in this company after I graduated, and I haven't left since. I don't want to leave either. I have everything I want here. The people in the company respect me, and they can also satisfy me with my favorite editing work. This situation is relatively rare. In Hollywood, all capable people are thinking about how to gain more fame and fortune. This is the first time he has heard of someone like her who has worked in a company for more than 10 years with peace of mind. Then how do you maintain your enthusiasm for work? I can't believe how boring it must be to stay in the editing room every day and cut different films for more than 10 years. Julia tilted her head and thought for a while, then answered him, No, I like this. So sometimes when I feel that my work is boring, or I lack inspiration for improvement, I will adjust myself. This is just some of my personal experience. If you need it, I can share it with you. Wayne nodded and said, "Of course, this is the first film I have shot. I'm still a novice. Of course I hope to hear about your work experience. You need to keep watching movies or TV series and documentaries that are more popular among the general public. Sometimes I will re-edit some old films and cut them into another story. This can add freshness to my work. Another advantage is that the films I edit will eventually face the audience. Only by watching more films that the audience likes can I know how to make edits that they can accept, and this can give me inspiration." Although Julia is not famous at all in this world of fame and fortune, her skills and work experience are what Wayne lacks the most now. Okay, actually, these can stimulate my work enthusiasm and editing sensitivity. I don't know if they are useful to you. Time is almost up. If you work hard, the rough cut should be completed in the afternoon. Wayne watched her drink the remaining coffee in the cup, sat back in front of the screen, and started his afternoon work, slowly thinking about what she just said. "Hey, Wayne, how is the editing of the film going? I came to take a look at our film and visit you at the same time." He looked up and saw Naomi return to the editing room with Luke. She held a few cups of coffee in her hands and stood in front of him playfully. "Not bad. The rough cut should be completed today. If you are lucky, you can see it first. Have you been away from the apartment these days? I haven't seen you for a long time." He hadn't seen Naomi in the apartment since he came back from the end of the filming, and he didn't know what she was doing. "I'm back in Australia. I'm taking a break for 2 days and spending time with my mom." "Well, I thought you moved away. I heard that there are many wild animals in Australia. It's a good place for hunting and vacation. If you finish your work, you can consider going to Australia for vacation." Of course, Australia is a good place for vacation. Not only can you hunt, but we also have beaches there. It's sunny all year round. It's a good place for vacation. Hearing that Wayne wanted to go to Australia for vacation, Naomi naturally began to introduce the scenery of their country. Wayne saw Julia turned back and glared at them. Knowing that chatting here would affect her work, he pulled Naomi out of the editing room. After leaving the small building, the two sat on a bench under a tree on the roadside and talked about what happened during Naomi's return to Australia. "Wayne, I heard that you didn't get much investment. How about it? Can you still stick to the post-production?" Naomi asked him with some concern. She was also afraid that the first movie she starred in would die due to insufficient funds. Wayne answered her confidently, "Don't worry, there are still $300,000, which is enough. If the editing goes smoothly, there will be at least $100,000 left in the end." Naomi looked up at him in surprise. She knew that Wayne only had $1.2 million in total. It was good enough that the early shooting did not exceed the budget. There was still so much money. "Oh my god, how did you do it?" We all thought that the shooting was almost done. Make a good plan and strictly implement the plan. Every link in the work must be like a screw in an assembly line, without any error. Even if our early shooting did not go smoothly, after planned adjustments, the post-shooting completely caught up. He explained carefully. Naomi muttered in surprise, "Assembly line?" "Yes, Naomi, the essence of Hollywood, or the essence, is the assembly line. You may not understand it now, but you will definitely experience it in the future." Wayne looked at her seriously, hoping that she could understand the essence of Hollywood as soon as possible and throw away the glamorous fantasy. Naomi looked at Wayne in confusion and murmured to him, "How can the essence of Hollywood be the assembly line? Shouldn't the essence of Hollywood be film art?" Wayne, taking out a cigarette from his trouser pocket, he lit the cigarette with a sarcastic smile. "Naomi, actually it was Hollywood that destroyed the art of film. Initially, film was indeed an art, and the audience watched filmmakers like they watched artists like Picasso or Chopin. Later, the Industrial Revolution came, and everything that could be commercialized was commercialized. Even the Mona Lisa was put into a printer, framed and sold one by one. Where was the art?" He took a big puff of cigarette, and his voice continued through the smoke. "So, film has long become a tool for making money. The production process of film is like an assembly line. Do you know how those investigation companies in Hollywood survive? It's because the capitalists need it. They send people to do professional market research, to see what kind of movies the audience likes to pay to watch, and then hire a special department to write scripts that the audience is willing to pay for. Then the director, lighting, props, and scenery each have their own responsibilities to shoot those films that the audience is willing to pay for. This is modern film, a commodity produced like an assembly line, and it has nothing to do with art. After seeing him finish speaking, Naomi stepped on the cigarette butt under her feet and shook her head with some disappointment. Wayne, what are we? We work so hard to practice acting skills, waiting for a slim chance, just to become pawns of capital? No, Naomi, we are all the same, because what drives us forward is actually fame and fortune, and so I don't think too much. In any case, this complete system has long become a money-making tool for Hollywood. Aren't you all curious about why I dare to make such a movie? That's because I'm sure it can make money. It can become a good product, although the team that made it is almost mostly novices. But strictly speaking, it can also be regarded as a good product produced in an assembly line. Remember, if someone uses film art to tempt you in the future, don't be polite. Say FXXK off to him. Let him get out of the way, because he hasn't seen through the essence of this circle, and he can't succeed. Naomi laughed slowly when she heard this, and said to him in a funny tone, my film will definitely be able to participate in the Oscars. What do you think? Although the pay is not much, the artistic achievement is definitely very high. Do you want to be the protagonist? Do you want to go to the Oscars? If you want, come to my room tonight to study the lines. Ha 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 ha. He was also happy. That's right. Most actresses who want to achieve something in the so-called art will be willing to study it. To put it bluntly, the Oscar is just a beautifully packaged product. But the Oscar game is far from what Wayne and his friends can play now. Naomi, it seems that you are very experienced. Has anyone done this to you before? Naomi smiled and hugged his arm, and said to him, I'm not qualified. It was my Australian fellow countryman. She was very lucky and married the famous Tom Cruise not long ago. I attended an Australian actor's party and heard her talk about it. Oh, suddenly he remembered that this year, the mermaid Nicole Kidman had married Tang. He remembered that Nicole Kidman at this time was so beautiful that it made people dizzy. He also remembered that in his previous life, he specially went to the forum to download the full version of Nicole Kidman's eye-opening movie. This movie also opened his eyes as a movie projectionist. This Australian movie queen never hesitated to take off all her clothes. How is your relationship with your fellow Australian, Naomi? If you have a good relationship, you can visit each other more often. As Mrs. Cruise, she can help you a lot. Naomi obviously didn't agree. On the surface, we have a good relationship, but she won't help me. There is no need for me to beg her for a few small roles without lines. You don't understand women's thinking. The most famous female star in Australia is only Nicole Kidman. She won't allow two to appear. He knew that what Naomi said might be right. This circle is too complicated, and female stars are even more complicated. Feeling that the time is about right, he said goodbye to Naomi. Nami, I have to go back to work. Thank you for visiting me at work. The coffee is very good. Okay, I'm going back too. You can come to my place in the evening. I brought back a bottle of good red wine. I think you will like it. Naomi stood up, blinked at him, waved and left. Wayne looked at her back and muttered in a low voice, red wine, I can be sure that thing is definitely not as attractive as your figure. Chapter 20. Interested Jennings. Watching Naomi's back disappearing around the corner, he happily returned to the two-story building and re-entered the heavy post-production work. Since the start of the post-production work, Luke almost never took the initiative to express his opinions without asking him. Every time, Wayne took the initiative to find him and discuss with him. Most of the time, Luke always sat quietly in the corner of the room, watching him and Julia work hard. He always remembered that the biggest purpose of his participation in this film was to deeply learn the production process of a feature film. So he always watched silently and recorded hard. Wayne's relationship with the crew members, including various actors, was limited to the scope of work. Luke was different. He was almost the butler of the crew. He participated in, or helped coordinate everything, so Luke had a good relationship with everyone. In the eyes of all the crew members, Wayne was synonymous with a miser, grandeur, and a Jewish capitalist. No matter what the crew did, his first requirement was always to save money and quality. But in Luke's eyes, Wayne was definitely a person who knew how to make plans and work strictly according to the plans. This is definitely not something that a miser can describe. Just like this film, he strictly implemented all the plans he had set and ensured that all the shots were shot with the greatest possible completeness. Luke knew the importance of planning for a director. Wayne demonstrated it to him completely, and the results were self-evident. These alone were much more useful than what he had learned from the many crews he had worked on after graduation. While Luke was daydreaming, the door of the editing room was gently pushed open. Jennings, the manager here, looked at Julia and Wayne, who were working for a while, and walked over to sit next to Luke. "Hi, Luke. I heard that this is the first film you produced. The progress is very good. Congratulations." Luke closed his work notebook, looked at Jennings with a smile, and said, "Thank you. Yes, to be precise, this is Wayne's first feature film, and he did a great job. From the moment I first got the script, I really didn't expect he could do this. The teacher is right. Wayne is indeed talented in some aspects." Jennings seemed to be particularly interested in Wayne. He stared at his back and asked Luke softly, "Does your mentor think he has great potential? Can you talk about him? Why does your mentor think he is talented?" "Mr. Jennings, you seem to be particularly interested in him. You have come in and watched it silently several times these days." Luke did not answer his question, but expressed his own doubts. "He's a director, Luke. Directors can be said to be the dominant occupation in the entire film industry. Yes, every year there are countless film practitioners who want to become directors, but few succeed. But a friend of mine thinks he has hope and potential." "Your friend? Excuse me, can I ask who it is?" "Steve Wilson, the lighting technician of your crew. We are old classmates, and he thinks very highly of Wayne. Steve should not have run to your small crew because of some accidents. He couldn't find another job." Luke suddenly remembered that Wayne thought very highly of Steve, and even thought that Steve's professional ability far exceeded that of everyone in the crew. Jennings chatted with Luke casually, and there was no need to hide these things. They had no serious conflicts, just his own curiosity. "Luke," Steve's first comment on Wayne was, "This is a very smart person with a clear understanding of himself." In Steve's eyes, Wayne chose the path with the lowest failure rate for novice directors. Luke listened to him. Yes, Wayne was a person who had an absolute clear understanding of himself, and he had been avoiding what he was not good at. "Mr. Jennings, that's right. I think even if this film is not successful, he will be successful in the future. Being a director is a high risk and high pressure job. Filming a film is a high pressure job in itself. If there are frequent problems during filming, it is enough to drive ordinary people crazy. So the directors we have in mind are all a group of hot-tempered people. But Wayne never got angry once in all the shots of this film. He can always adjust his state to lead everyone." Jennings smiled and listened to Luke's generous praise for his director. Looking at Wayne working hard with Julia in front, he walked out silently and closed the door gently. Maybe Luke saw only one side of Wayne's ability to work in the crew, and Jennings was interested in the other side that Steve told him. The movie script in the mouth of his friend can only be regarded as neat and smooth at best, and there are many old-fashioned tricks. But as the filming progressed, the old friend slowly began to find that the story shot from the script that was not outstanding was full of element that attracted the audience. For a low-budget independent film like this to successfully attract the audience's attention, it is nothing more than beautiful women, blood plasma, and extremely low-cost self-redemption, all of which are sufficiently demonstrated in the filming. So he has been observing Wayne silently these days, and has also become interested in this Jewish director. The script is old-fashioned, the creativity is not outstanding, but it is full of gimmicks to attract young people. And these gimmicks are wrapped in a faint black personal style. He is indeed a smart man. "Luke, come on, let's take a look at the effect." Wayne called Luke to the front, and the three of them watched the rough cut of the film together. Now this film still looks very rough, but it has already had some feeling of a finished film. Until almost before leaving get off work, they watched the effect of the rough cut. The length of the whole film exceeded 200 minutes. Wayne's plan is to start the second editing as soon as possible tomorrow and start the fine editing immediately. In the end, the total length will be compressed to about 90 minutes, which will definitely speed up the rhythm of the film and remove some unnecessary shots. After the fine editing is completed, the film soundtrack must be produced as soon as possible. Wayne means that it is enough to make some suitable music. He has no money to hire someone to make a special soundtrack. Wayne, we have to speed up the film. This is not an art film. This slow narrative rhythm is absolutely not acceptable. After watching it, Luke took the initiative to give Wayne his work suggestions. Of course, I plan to use a lot of montage in the fine editing. He and Luke agreed that he must speed up the film's rhythm to attract the audience. Montage can now be regarded as a completely cinematic term. To put it simply, montage is to create a unique film time and space through the editing and synthesis of different shots and scenes to guide the emotions and psychology of the audience. The typical function of montage is to speed up the film's rhythm, which is also the biggest function of Wayne's choice in a film with a simple narrative, like Happy Memorial Day. He told Julia his requirements in advance and asked her to prepare. The three of them finished today's work together. When time slowly came to before Christmas, Wayne, Luke and Julia completed the editing and soundtrack of the film. The work went smoothly. Wayne still had more than $100,000 left. The production was completed. The whole film was 96 minutes long and the total cost of the whole film was $1.04 million. As the work was completed, he thanked Julia, this middle-aged aunt-like editor, with her superb and dedicated work standards, made Wayne's post-production work almost without any problems. In order to thank her for her efforts and celebrate the completion of the work, Wayne decided to go out for a meal with the three of them. He booked an ordinary French restaurant located in the suburbs of Burbank, not far from the studio. The three of them sat together, happily raised their champagne and clinked them, laughing to celebrate the successful completion of the work. Wayne, you said you were going to attend the St. Denis Film Festival? Julia cut the beef and chatted with him casually. Of course, I was able to get the invitation letter to the film festival because of my teacher's relationship. I hope to seize the opportunity and see if I can find a distribution company. He didn't think so much now. He just wanted to use the film festival as a platform to work hard to show his film. This is a low cost and rare opportunity for publicity. The biggest benefit of participating in this film festival is that it saves Wayne's time and energy, and he doesn't have to go to distribution companies one by one to promote his film. A group of people who will appear at any film festival are the film buyers and film viewers of major film companies. He hoped that his film would be chosen by them at the film festival. He was confident in his film. Julia took a sip of champagne, tried to swallow the beef in her mouth, and said, "We all watched this film today. To be honest, I was very surprised by the completion of the production. It is very rare for a novice director to achieve this level. In my opinion, there will definitely be a company interested in your film. Believe in my vision, Wayne." Of course he believed that. After watching the film today, not only Julia and the others were optimistic about it, but even the usually silent Jennings praised Wayne very rarely. Not to mention himself, he had strong confidence in what he shot. "Thank you. Luke, do you remember what we said before? This film will definitely appear in the theater, and our names will definitely appear in the producer column, and be seen by all the audience." Luke was stunned for a moment. Yes, now the only thing left to send this film to the theater is to find a distribution company. This is also the most difficult step. If there is a company willing to distribute it, his name will really appear in a theater movie. Wayne, don't forget, there is another important task. MPAA. The rating of this film may be PG-13, but if we send it ourselves, with those large-scale bloody shots that you kept, it is very likely to be classified as R. In that case, the value of the film will drop sharply. You have to consider it. After all, we have no background. Luke worriedly expressed the issue of film rating. He knew that Luke was right. There was a big difference in the audience groups between PG-13 and R, and the value of the film would also be very different. Chapter 21 Rating and Preview. The North American film market has a strict rating system. According to the rating system of the Motion Picture Association of America, the Classification and Rating Management Committee under the association, also known as the MPAA, is responsible for rating movies. This MPAA is not as fair and just as everyone imagines. Although its judges are anonymous, everyone knows that the MPAA seats are controlled by several giants. He knows that the large-scale shots he retained are definitely not excessive, but if it was himself who sent the film for rating, instead of some influential film companies, it might really be rated as an R-rated film. PG level. Children under the age of 13 must be guided by their parents to watch this kind of film. Most grandmothers feel embarrassed and uneasy about this kind of film, but they do not feel horrible or disgusted. R level. Without adult supervision, children under the age of 17 are prohibited from watching this kind of film. This type of film often contains moderate violence, some obscene and pornographic scenes, occasional rough language, and some obscene dialogues. If children invite their grandmothers to watch this kind of movie together, they will inevitably be scolded. Although the two films seem to be next to each other in terms of rating, their audiences are very different. If someone really voted it as an R-rated film, Wayne would cry to death. After the dinner, he returned to his apartment thinking about this. Now his only way is to wait for the distribution company to buy or distribute this film and use the distribution company's channels to submit it to the MPAA for rating. The next morning, Wayne invited his agent Jimmy, Naomi and Luke to bring the edited film and return to USC together. Professor Anderson had already made an appointment with him to watch his new film together. When he drove Naomi to the school parking lot, Jimmy and Luke were already waiting for him, chatting. Luke, is the film okay? The first thing he was concerned about was the film that Luke brought. He made 2 copies in total, one of which was left with Luke for screening, and the other was deposited in the bank. Don't worry, there will be no unexpected situation during the screening. Luke was also very excited. He put a lot of effort into this film. It was the first time it was publicly screened, even if there were only a few people in the audience. He nodded with satisfaction and looked at Jimmy. Wayne invited the agent to watch the finished film to give him confidence. Later, he needed him to mobilize his own network to help Wayne attract film viewers and film company buyers. If the quality of the film is very good, he may use the relationship with CAA. Jimmy greeted him and didn't say anything. He understood what Wayne meant, but the premise was that the quality of the film must impress him first. Only when the quality was guaranteed could he report to the company and use the network of the largest agency in Hollywood. So no matter how much he said to Jimmy now, it was useless. After watching the film, everything would be settled. After greeting, he and Luke carried the film reels together, took Naomi and Jimmy, and went directly to the small screening room that he had arranged with Professor Anderson. What he didn't expect was that there was not only Professor Anderson waiting in the screening room, but also 7 or 8 of Wayne's classmates. He didn't care about them and hugged the professor first. Teacher, I brought the film. I just finished post-production. You can take a look at it first. I plan to show it at the St. Denis Film Festival after Christmas. Professor Anderson looked at Wayne in front of him. He was obviously thinner. It seemed that he had put a lot of effort in making this film. He patted his shoulder and said with a proud tone, "Of course, you can complete it in such a short time, which means you did a good job. I didn't plan to invite classmates to watch it, but when you called me, Adam and Joey were also at my place, so they came by themselves. Do you mind?" He didn't make it difficult for the teacher. Professor Anderson had more than one student, and Wayne didn't mind others seeing the film first. The purpose of his filming was to show it to people. Of course, no problem, teacher. Luke, you go to the screening, is it okay? Seeing Luke nodded and went to the projection room at the back to prepare alone. He sat in the front row with Professor Anderson at ease. These were too easy for Luke. Luke had shown countless experimental short films in this projection room when he was in school. Naomi and Jimmy had been silent. Seeing that Wayne hadn't introduced them, they didn't greet the professor either. They sat in the front row together, waiting for the screening to begin. As the lights dimmed, Adam, who was sitting in the middle, looked at the people in the first row with an unpleasant expression. Wayne had never looked at him since he entered the classroom. He treated Adam like air and completely ignored him. The students who came here to watch the movie today were all invited by him. Yesterday, when he was with Professor Anderson and asked the professor to help him revise his short film, he heard about the agreement between Wayne and the professor. He went back and told all the students about it. He and Wayne had been in conflict for more than 3 years, and he had never embarrassed the other party once, so he felt that this was an opportunity. Adam's father was an executive of Hollywood giant Universal Pictures. He knew the difficulty of making a feature film. That was not a task they could accomplish now. Today would definitely be an opportunity to embarrass Wayne. Wayne looked back. He didn't pay attention to who was watching his film, but saw Luke gesturing to him, indicating that he was ready. He just gave Luke an okay gesture and asked him to start the movie. The old-fashioned projector made a click sound, and a line of letters appeared on the screen, a work by Wayne Greenberg. Then the movie started with the protagonist Terry waking up and entering the official story. Wayne didn't pay much attention to the screen because he knew what the movie was like. He looked at the teacher who was watching the movie seriously, and he was lost in thought about the subsequent plan. Everyone was watching the movie seriously, and no one was talking, including Jimmy and Naomi. Jimmy sat up straight unconsciously 3 minutes into the movie, staring at the screen without blinking. This movie was much better than he thought, especially when Terry was stabbed to death for the first time. He heard that the students sitting in the back row were almost all shocked and exclaimed, "Well, as a horror movie, it is basically qualified at this point." As the story slowly develops, there are some cold jokes to ease the audience's emotions. But every time Terry can't escape the fate of being stabbed to death, it will keep the suspense. The screening lasted less than 100 minutes. Apart from the exclamations at the back, Jimmy hardly heard anyone talking or chatting, which shows that the film can stick to the audience. He himself was attracted by the plot of the film and followed the protagonist in the plot to find the answer. Naomi had another feeling. From the first minute of the film, she hugged the director's arm. It was the first time she saw herself appear on the screen as the protagonist, and she didn't expect Wayne to shoot her so beautifully. When the film was halfway through, she couldn't help but shed tears. Naomi believed that, as long as there was a company willing to distribute the film, she would definitely get rid of the situation where she couldn't even get a minor role. She hugged Wayne's arm tightly. On all the screens in Hollywood theaters, compared with successful star actors, directors are much dimmer. However, the fact is just the opposite. Following the director is a universal value of film and television production. Throughout the more than 100 years since the film was made, the real leader of the film has always been the director. Without directors like George Lucas, Steven Spielberg, James Cameron, and Francisco Coppola, there would be no golden age of movies. Naomi has been gambling, betting that if this young director really succeeds, she just needs to hold his arm tightly and believe that she can follow this ship and go further together. As the movie ended, the hero and heroine kissed each other. Because Wayne did not make a short film before and after, the screen returned to black directly. With a click, the old projector stopped working, and the lights in the classroom lit up. Professor Anderson turned around, looked at this child who had always been self-disciplined and hard-working, and clapped his hands vigorously. Jimmy and Naomi also stood up and applauded him, and gradually, several students in the back row also clapped their hands with them. When the applause stopped, Wayne stood in front, bowed lightly to everyone, and said thank you loudly. At this moment, he also felt a lot. Adam looked at Wayne in front of the screen and frowned deeply. This was definitely not the result he wanted. Looking at the blonde beauty, hugging Wayne's arm tightly, he recognized that she was the heroine in the movie. Damn it, why can he get everything so easily? While no one was paying attention, Adam walked out of the classroom silently. Adam left the classroom angrily and kicked the oak tree on the roadside. Katie had only been with him for a month, and he kicked Katie. The promised heroine and the arrangement after graduation were naturally gone. Since he couldn't use his ex-girlfriend to hit Wayne, then there was no meaning for her to exist. Hollywood turned its face and ignored people as soon as it pulled up its pants. He did a great job. Looking at the actress next to Wayne, he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart. Why did all the good things belong to him? He kept saying words starting with F and drove out of the school. Didn't he want to release his own feature film? It was never that easy to get a film into a theater for screening. he would know that Hollywood could never be a paradise for novice directors. Wayne didn't notice that someone left early. These few months of work made him not take Adam seriously at all. His vision now is much farther than when he was in school. After the students congratulated him, several of them went to Professor Anderson's office. "Teacher, what do you think?" He looked at the professor eagerly with everyone else. "No problem, even better than I thought. Wayne, you have completely achieved the effect you expressed in the script. Although some of the techniques are still a little immature, it definitely does not affect the viewing experience. I didn't expect you to do so well. The selling point of this film is clear and the logic is smooth, which makes the audience want to sit in their seats and stare at the screen to watch it. The growth of the protagonist, the description of love, friendship and family affection, which is brief and abrupt, completely set off the final theme, which is very good. Of course, I'm very happy that you did not overuse your own style. Although there are some bloody and large-scale shots, you did a good job and did not turn this film into a cult film. The moderate black style is more suitable for this film. Overall, this is a very good horror film." Everyone sitting on the sofa heard the professor's praise and slowly laughed. Even Jimmy, who had been silent, laughed along. Jimmy knew that his chance had come. "Thank you for the reward and monthly ticket from Night is Quiet and No One is Around. This is the first time I have received these since I started writing novels. Thank you, book friends. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 22 Film Festival. With Professor Anderson's praise, several people sitting in the office laughed happily. Professor Anderson also smiled happily. He was really happy for his compatriots. "How about it? What are your plans for Christmas? Now that the film is finished, are you going back to the farm?" Seeing the teacher asking him about his Christmas plans, he thought for a while and said, "Well, I will go back to the farm for Christmas. My mother has called me several times. I always tell her that I'm busy with work. If I don't go back, I think she will drive to Los Angeles and smash all my copies of the film." Listening to him teasing his mother, everyone smiled kindly. In this country, family is always the first belief of everyone. Jimmy suddenly looked at Wayne and only spoke when he saw that he noticed his gaze. "Congratulations. To be honest, I thought you were going to shoot another one of those bloody movies where the plot was unclear. Don't worry, I will help you contact the film company when I get back to discuss the distribution. But don't hold your hopes too high, you know, even if I use some company connections, I may not be able to invite many people to see your film. It's okay, Jimmy, do your best, I'm mentally prepared." He didn't ask for much and asked Jimmy to come just to give him confidence so that he could try his best to attract people. Otherwise, if he relied on his own luck, maybe there really wouldn't be many people to see it. "Okay, just be prepared. It's almost January, and there are only a few days left before the St. Denis Film Festival. You have to give yourself a price in your mind, so that if a company really takes a fancy to it and offers a price, it will be too far from your heart." Jimmy reminded him carefully. Jimmy was afraid that he would set a too high price for himself in his mind. Jimmy knew what the film distribution industry was like. They were at the absolute upstream of this industry and survived by sucking the blood of production companies. Wayne didn't take his reminder too seriously. He set a lower bottom line for himself than anyone thought. If no company was willing to pay a high price, he would not be afraid of losing money to sell the film in order to get it into the theater. The main purpose of making the first film was to promote himself and prove himself. After the campus screening, he finally got rid of his workaholic personality. Before Christmas, he and Naomi had sex for a few days, slept well in the apartment for 2 days, and drove back to the farm. On January 17, 1991, Wayne and Luke, carrying copies of the film, flew to Park City, Utah, USA. Tomorrow, January 18th, the Sundance Film Festival will officially begin here. The Sundance Film Festival, also known as the Sundance Film Festival, is specially set up for independent filmmakers, and its influence has been growing in recent years. It aims to encourage low-cost, independently produced films, showing a completely different purpose from Hollywood films. The Sundance Film Festival in the United States is organized by the Sundance Institute, which consists of 25 members. In 1981, Robert Redford was determined to enhance the artistic vitality of the diversity of American films. He discussed the plan with his colleagues and friends in Sundance, Utah, and the result was the establishment of the Sundance Institute, which is dedicated to supporting and cultivating new screenwriters and directors, supporting and helping new feature films and documentaries to participate in domestic and international film festivals in the United States. In recent years, this has been the best platform for all independent filmmakers to promote themselves, and Wayne's goal is the same. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wayne and Luke hurried from the airport to the reserved hotel. They didn't dare to stay for a moment. They put down their luggage and went directly to the rented screening room. Professor Anderson helped Wayne get an invitation letter and a screening room. Although he didn't participate in the competition unit, it was great to have a room with a good location. Just like Luke and the medium-sized screening room in front of him, he got the use of the theater for 9 days under the handover of the staff. The cost is not cheap. The daily rental fee is as high as $2,000, but the location is good, right in the middle of the street. After sending the staff away, he went in to take a look around. He wanted to make sure that there would be no problems with the screening. There were 50 seats in the hall, and the screen was not big. Luke checked the projector at the back and confirmed that there was no problem. He took out the temporary poster, which showed poor Naomi with a horrified face, looking at the killer with a mask beside her. There was only one sentence on the poster: birthday turned into Memorial Day, how to escape. The production was very simple, but he didn't take it too seriously. This poster was mainly to tell people what kind of film was shown here, and the buyers of the film company would never watch this stuff. After making the poster stand, the two returned to the hotel and waited quietly for the arrival of the film festival. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Wayne opened the door of the theater on time, and Luke took the copy to prepare for the screening. Tourists came to the door one after another, looked at the posters, and chatted with him. There were many people passing by, but few went in to wait for the movie. Wayne was not waiting for them. Jimmy called him and said that he would bring the guests before 10 o'clock, asking him to prepare for the screening and not to make any mistakes. He ignored the tourists and looked at his watch anxiously until Jimmy appeared in front of Wayne with two people. "Wayne, this is James from Touchstone Pictures and Albert from New Line Cinema. Is the film ready?" Seeing that the two were rather cold, Wayne greeted them and hurried to the back to help Luke screen the film. There must be no mistakes in this show. After James and Albert entered the theater, they separated and sat alone in the middle. He came to the front when he saw that there was no problem and told Jimmy that he could start at any time. "Jimmy, are there only these two? Are there any other film viewers from other companies?" He hoped that there would be more, so that the chance of being noticed would be greater. Jimmy shook his head and whispered, "I only invited these two medium-sized companies with distribution capabilities. They came to watch because of the relationship with CAA. There should be no more. Tell Luke to start." He nodded and signaled to Luke in the back to start the screening. He was not disappointed. The film would be screened for 9 days until the end of the film festival. There would always be a chance. After the lights in the theater were slowly turned off, just before the movie started, Wayne noticed that two more people walked into the theater and sat in the back row. He didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was a tourist. After more than 90 minutes of screening, James's attitude towards watching the movie slowly changed. He was originally going to leave after watching the movie for the sake of CAA's face, but he didn't expect that he would be interested from the beginning. From the first time the heroine of the movie was killed, James took out a notebook and a pencil and took notes while watching the movie. Wayne, who was standing in the back row, noticed him. Not only James, but also one of the last two people who came in was writing something while watching the movie, and Albert seemed completely impatient. He left the theater early before the movie was over. Wayne's attention was not on the screen at all. He observed the several people in the theater. In addition to 7 or 8 tourists, the most eye-catching one was James. As the movie ended, everyone applauded politely and then slowly retreated. James came to him under the leadership of Jimmy. "Director Greenberg, your film is surprisingly good. I will report it to the company when I get back. If it's convenient for you, I will come to see it again this afternoon." "Of course, no problem. You are welcome anytime." Seeing that he agreed, James shook hands with him in a friendly manner and followed Jimmy out. When he walked out of the theater, Wayne realized that there was still one person who had not left. He was a middle-aged white man in his 30s. He was also recording. "Hello, Director Greenberg. Is it convenient for you to chat for a few minutes? I'm a film viewer at Castle Rock Pictures. My name is Tom Hoos. You can call me Tom." "Of course, let's go outside." He didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. He took Tom out of the theater and came to the open-air cafe next to it. "Director Greenberg, before I came here, Mr. Jennings specifically recommended your film to me and asked me to take a closer look." After hearing what he said, Wayne understood why he came here. It turned out that it was recommended by Jennings. "You can call me Wayne. I really want to thank Mr. Jennings when I get back. What do you think? Is Castle Rock Pictures interested in this film?" Tom thought for a while, organized his words, and then spoke. "The selling point of the film is relatively clear. I personally am optimistic about it. Of course, I will report this film. No one knows how it will turn out in the end." He was not disappointed after hearing this. He chatted with Tom in a friendly manner for a while before saying goodbye and returning to the theater. In fact, they only showed one show in the whole morning. He knew that the key would depend on the afternoon. "Luke, don't be anxious. Can you be quiet? Sit down and eat something." Looking at the anxious Luke walking around, he was obviously in an uneasy mood. "Wayne, what do you think? Do you think that James will buy our film?" Luke sat next to him and looked at the people passing by on the street. From time to time, he could hear them discussing the movie they had just watched, and it was obvious that most of them had negative comments. "There is only so much we can do. Don't be anxious. I believe someone will buy it." He was not as anxious as Luke. He still believed in the quality of the film. Just now, he went to several theaters to watch the low-budget movies being shown, but almost none of them could make him watch them. All of them were constantly shaking pictures, super long shots, and even what the director wanted to express was inexplicable, as if it would not be artistic enough if it was not shot this way. This gave him great confidence, at least in these independent films. His films could be watched by people. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wayne showed a professional smile and received the 4 people led by James. After greeting each other, Luke started the movie screening again. This one was better than the morning one, with at least a dozen viewers. His attention was always on James and the others. From time to time, he could see them discussing something in a low voice. It was not until the movie was over that James asked Wayne for his phone number and left with the company's people. "Jimmy, do you think the people at Touchstone will be optimistic about this movie?" After seeing off this group of people, he chatted quietly with Jimmy. Jimmy recalled the expressions of the group of people just now and said, "There is great hope. I think they will contact you. All you have to do now is to continue showing the film and wait for more people to come." Thanks to Monster Lolo for the monthly ticket. New book by a newcomer. Thank you book friends for the encouragement. Chapter 23. Those who find fault are the ones who buy goods. At the same time, James and his team from Touchstone Pictures were meeting in the hotel room where they were staying to discuss the quality of the film they watched on the first day. "James, you were the first to see this film. Tell me what you think." The 5 of them were sitting in the hotel living room. The first person to speak was a middle-aged Jewish man, whose most obvious feature was his hooked nose. He was the decision maker for this group, Mason Connelly, the head of Touchstone Pictures distribution department. James took out his notebook, flipped it over, and took another look before speaking. "We all watched it this afternoon. I think this movie has great market potential. In my opinion, this movie is already a very complete thriller, based on the ingenuity of the plot. The selling point is clear, and the whole movie is both unexpected and interesting. Of course, you can see that the director is still a little immature in handling details, but this does not affect the comfort of watching the movie. I suggest buying this movie." After James finished speaking, He closed the notebook in his hand, looked at the supervisor Mason and the other people and said, "I thought it was very good after watching it this morning, so I took you to watch it again this afternoon. Jenny, what do you think? Do you think it can be bought?" In addition to the supervisor Mason, there are 4 other people in the room, who are all film viewers of the company. Although they may have different tastes, vision is the foundation of their work, and Jenny is obviously the one with the sharper vision. Mason also looked at Jenny. For this type of film, Jenny's opinions are usually more accurate. Jenny, the only woman in the room at this time, also opened her notebook and said, "The positioning of this film is very clear, and the potential audience is a youth group. The young director's good use of multiple element, the clever combination of time loops, and the transformation and growth of the heroine who is constantly killed and reborn, all show that he is very smart. Maybe his script did not have a careful logic to support this story from the beginning, but it allows people to savor all the suspense as the story goes. The movie doesn't even explain why the heroine Terry is constantly reborn on this day. But it was this young director who made good use of this technique, which made a not so new time loop routine and a cliché of love and family affection burst into a whole new vitality. The film is very clever in many places, but the effect is very good. Very smart young people, aren't they?" Mason touched his chin when he heard Jenny's evaluation of the film. What he has to consider now is how to get this film cheaply. "James, call them and ask the director to come to the hotel tomorrow to talk. I will personally discuss the distribution with him." James heard what Mason said and directly used the phone in the hotel room to call the small hotel where Wayne and his friends were staying. After notifying Mason, he nodded to Mason. At this time, one of the other group who watched the movie today was talking about the movie with the black woman sitting opposite him. "Tully, I strongly suggest that you go see that movie tomorrow. If you are not with Tom from Castle Rock today, we may miss an opportunity." The person who was talking was the companion who entered the theater with Jennings' friend Tom today. The black woman sitting opposite him was the famous Miramax film buyer. "Okay, I'll go take a look tomorrow. Nate, if the film is as promising as you said, I'll report it to Harvey, and he'll come tomorrow. I don't think you'll be disappointed, but be quick." Today, not only Tom from Castle Rock, I also saw James from Touchstone. Wayne put down the phone in the small hotel and waved his fist vigorously under the expectant eyes of Jimmy and Luke. Luke immediately asked him impatiently, "How is it? Are they interested in our film? Do they want to buy it? They asked me to go to the hotel to talk tomorrow." "Jimmy, you will go with me tomorrow. Do you think this will be a negotiation?" He looked at the agent. "It is very likely to be. Be prepared. If the final conditions are acceptable, you need to ask your lawyer to come." Jimmy was also very happy. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. He thought there would be at least a few days to consider, but he didn't expect them to call in less than a day. "No problem. I hope everything goes well, but we can't give up potential buyers. Luke, you can show the movie normally tomorrow and wait for our news." He forced himself to calm down, thinking about what strategy the other party would use if he really wanted to buy the movie tomorrow. "Don't worry, I will show it at the normal time with 2 shows in the morning and 3 shows in the afternoon." Luke agreed confidently. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Luke went to open the door to continue showing the movie. Wayne changed into the only suit he brought with him and went to the Plank Hotel with Jimmy. In the hotel suite, James introduced Wayne and Mason again. After everyone finished greeting and sat down, Mason spoke first. "Director Greenberg, I'm personally interested in your film. Although there are many places where it can be clearly seen that the techniques are immature and lack some logic, and there are still some parts in the story that are not explained clearly. However, there are still some highlights. I'm going to buy the copyright of your film." He listened to everything the other party said in silence, without getting angry at all. He understood a truth in his previous life: those who find faults are the ones who buy goods. This truth applies at all times. If the other party comes up and starts praising him and saying a lot of nice things, then this deal is probably out of the question. "Name a price, Mr. Mason. If you want, I want to hear your terms." He was not disturbed by the other party's words at all and calmly analyzed Mason's ideas. "In my opinion, the cost of your film is at most $1.5 million US. If you are willing, I can offer 1.5 million US dollars to buy the North American copyright of the whole film and send it to the theater later. Mason believed in his own vision. This film is indeed a highlight, but the investment will definitely not exceed the number, he said. For a novice director, this condition is already very good. He frowned hard after hearing this. This is different from the price he considered in his mind, but it is not impossible to negotiate. Mr. Mason, you can take him away for $4 million. I believe the value this film can create is far more than that. You must ensure that you contact the theater for distribution as soon as possible, and I will only sell the North American copyright and require that the subsequent copyright and overseas copyright be retained. That's impossible. I have to remind you, Director Greenberg, it is not worth $4 million at all. If I were not personally interested, I would never bid to buy him. Let me add another $500,000, $2 million. This is the final offer, you can consider it. Mason looked at the director, who still seemed very green across from him. He believed that this young director would not give up the opportunity to send the film to the theater. Overseas copyright or subsequent sequel copyright does not matter. No one can guarantee that this film will be successful. Mason's assessment is that there may be a certain number of young people who like it, but the box office will definitely not exceed tens of millions. That is absolutely impossible. If it is well operated, the cost can be recovered in the theater. If the videotape is released later, the profit should be more than $1 million. After all, for a film of this nature, the prospect of videotape is very good. I'm sorry, Mr. Mason. I'll go back and think about it. I'll contact you if there's any result. Thank you again for your affirmation of the film. Wayne suddenly stood up and said goodbye to James and Mason. He was not in a hurry now. Negotiations could not be successful in one go. Since there were big differences, he would see if anyone from other companies was interested. This is a business society, especially Hollywood. Every suggestion involving a large sum of money cannot be too cautious, not to mention that this is a deal of millions of dollars. He was not in a hurry to make a move. There were still 9 days before the film festival, and he had plenty of time to consider the gains and losses. Back in the screening room, provided by the organizer, Luke was showing the second show. Compared with yesterday, there were obviously many more people in the theater, and almost half of the seats were occupied. And at the door, on the seat that he and Luke had reserved for Est, sat a middle-aged black woman. Wayne looked at her strangely. He didn't remember knowing this woman, but she was obviously waiting for him. Hi, I'm Tally Yulia, a Miramax film clerk. I just finished a screening and want to talk to you. Director Greenberg. Tally looked at the young director walking in front of her. From a woman's perspective, he was very handsome and strong. Maybe he shouldn't be a director, but an actor. Hello, Ms. Yulia. Excuse me, I just went to talk to Touchstone Pictures about some things. Wayne shook hands with her, his expression calm on the surface, but he was almost overjoyed in his heart. What's this? If the east is not bright, the west will be bright. Is there anyone who can send a pillow when you are sleepy? Call me Tally. Do you have time in the evening? I hope you can bring a copy and come to the hotel in the evening. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly in his heart. It was too early to be happy. He shouldn't run into any messy things, right? This woman wanted to seduce him with the condition of publishing behavior. I just told my boss about your film, but he won't arrive until tonight because of some unexpected problems on the plane. So, Mr. Harvey listened to my report and was very interested in the film. I hope you can bring a copy and show it to him tonight. Okay, leave me a phone number and I'll go there on time tonight. Taking Tully's business card, he watched the woman walk into the theater on the corner. Jimmy smiled strangely and patted his shoulder, saying in a strange tone, Wayne, I swear that lady just now, if you don't say the last words quickly, you will definitely punch her. Ahaha, you don't know, just when you heard her asking you to go to the hotel, your face was embarrassed and scary. Hey, Jimmy, I admit that I think too much. Is this kind of thing rare in the circle? In fact, if anyone can help me distribute this film for free, even if she is a black lady, I will accept it. He waved his hand indifferently, which stunned Jimmy. It seems that Jimmy still overestimated Wayne's bottom line. Stop dreaming, Wayne. Do you think your lower body is worth millions? How much would it cost to distribute a movie even without pre-promotion? Put away your fantasies and think carefully about Touchstone's terms. I think even if we can negotiate, the price won't be too high. Chapter 24, Domineering Fat Pig. Yes, just like Jimmy said, he himself felt that his lower body could not be worth millions. Luke was completely immersed in the joy of the screening. Starting in the afternoon, there were 20 to 30 people watching each show. Luke looked at the audience in the front row from the back, and his mouth never closed. Wayne was thinking about the big shot he was going to meet in the evening. At this time, even if the other party had not started to play the Oscar game wantonly, for people like Wayne, he was definitely a big shot. Speaking of Harvey Weinstein, the news he saw in his previous life had mixed reviews about this famous Hollywood producer, and the comments were extremely polarized. Some people said that he was a big liar. That's right. From the perspective of the people he traded with, he was definitely a big liar. Some people said that he was a very successful producer, businessman, filmmaker, and capitalist. That's right. He has produced several Oscar-winning actresses and distributed and produced countless low-cost independent films. He also discovered directors like Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez, giving many small directors the opportunity to succeed. Even if he was finally defeated by the #MeToo movement, there were still famous movie stars who spoke for him and used their personal connections to suppress news reports that were unfavorable to him. This person is very complicated, a typical Jewish capitalist. Wayne deliberately learned about him. In some aspects, he is a self-centered tyrant, and it is difficult to give people a good impression. After all, most of the things he did were quite tasteless, especially when it came to treating actresses and stars. He did a lot of things like raping them, and then putting on pants, and then not recognizing them. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after calling Tully, Wayne and the other two took the film copies, and took a taxi to the Hilton Hotel. Tully was waiting at the entrance of the hotel, and took them directly to the conference room on the 7th floor. The film projection equipment had been prepared long ago, so that they could start directly. After the movie started, he and Luke sat behind the projector and watched this legendary movie company owner with amazing eyesight. Obviously, this fat man did not take him, a small director, seriously and did not even let Tully introduce him. This is a typical Jewish fat man. He felt very uncomfortable at the first glance of his appearance, especially the domineering posture, which made people feel that this was a troublesome person from the inside out. No matter what, as long as he can give Wayne a better price, he really doesn't care who he sells the film to, or who he cooperates with. The film screening was gradually coming to an end. When the heroine ended the memorial cycle and kissed the hero, Luke turned on the lights in the conference room. Mr. Weinstein. Jimmy was interrupted by Harvey just halfway through his words. Excuse me, can you guys go out for a while and let me and Tully discuss it? Jimmy shrugged, nodded, and agreed to take Wayne and Luke out of the conference room and stood in the corridor. Jimmy, has this person always been so domineering? I don't see that he has anything to be embarrassed about you. Luke walked around depressed and teased Jimmy. Luke, Wayne, there is no way. He is not on the same level as us now. Don't be angry about these. Think about the hard work you put into making the film. As long as he can buy it and distribute it, these are all trivial matters. Don't be angry about the dollar. He listened to Luke's words and nodded silently. Jimmy was afraid that young people like him and Luke would not be able to stand the other party's attitude and mess up the business. This was for their own good. Outside the conference room, the three of them formed a small circle and discussed how to negotiate the price if the other party wanted it. Inside the conference room, Harvey and Tully were also discussing the prospect assessment of the film. Tully, you did a good job. This film has great potential. However, considering that this is a debut of a novice director and a niche horror thriller, the price must be lowered and it must be bought out directly. I think so too. There is basically no big problem with the whole film. On the contrary, the selling point is clear and the design is clever. Do you want me to call them in? Tully saw the boss nod, walked to the door of the conference room, and called the three people to come in together. Wayne sat opposite Harvey. Director Greenberg, $1 million to buy out all the copyrights of this film. I will send it to the theater. How about it? If you agree, we can sign the contract at any time. Before he could speak, the fat man opposite directly made a domineering offer. After hearing what he said, he shook his head and said, "Impossible, Mr. Weinstein. The price you mentioned is simply impossible. I will not sell it at a loss, and other companies offer much higher prices than you." This was just Harvey's tentative offer. Although he said it with confidence, Harvey himself knew that the other party would not agree. Looking at the novice director sitting opposite him, he only noticed that the other party was so young until now. At most, he was in his early 20s and might not have graduated from college yet. Harvey judged the situation. This young man should have invested all his savings in this film. He was obviously impulsive but talented, and perhaps an idealist. Okay, $1.3 million US. The cost of your film is definitely not enough for this price. How about it? I'm very sincere. I promise to send the film to the theater. This should be your debut film. Being able to enter the theater for the first film to be screened. What does it mean to a novice director? I think I don't need to say more. Wayne looked at the other party disappointedly. He regarded himself as a fool, using ideals to lower the price, and being a hooligan in broad daylight. Even if he really agreed to the other party's conditions, he didn't dare to trust him. This person's shamelessness was recognized by the circle. "Sorry, let's stop here today. I'll go back and think about it. See you next time, Mr. Weinstein, Ms. Tully." He didn't have the patience to listen anymore. This kind of person is the type who can take advantage and will never spend a penny more. He will never consider others. It seems that he thought too much. After saying that, he took the packed film and walked out of the meeting room with Luke and the other two. Director Greenberg, $1.5 million. The film will appear in theaters. I guarantee that there will be at least 10 theaters. This is the last price. If you leave this door, you don't need to contact me again. He paused when he heard the fat man's words and walked out without turning his head. He is not the only buyer. Not only Luke doesn't like him, Wayne also doesn't like this domineering fat pig. The result is not ideal. The three people discussed whether there are any potential buyers. Jimmy meant to go back to find the touchstone and renegotiate. At least their conditions are much higher than those offered by the fat pig. He thought that he didn't need to be too anxious. It was only the second day, and there would be more opportunities before the end of the film festival. Just as he thought, at noon on the fourth day of the film festival, Tom from Castle Rock Pictures brought their company's distribution manager and expressed his willingness to discuss the price. He and Jimmy took two people and sat in front of the Starbucks on the roadside. They each ordered a drink before they began to talk about the film. Director Greenberg, "I'm Edward, from the distribution department of Castle Rock Pictures. Tom told me about this film. In fact, Jennings also talked to me about it. After watching it today, I think what they said is right and it has great prospects, so I can directly give my conditions. In this way, we are willing to pay $2.5 million to buy the North American copyright of this film and guarantee to release it as soon as possible. In addition, if the box office of the film successfully reaches more than twice the cost line, you can also give you an incentive bonus. I believe my sincerity is enough. What do you think?" Well, although it is not the price he had in mind, it is the most sincere one for the other party's offer. "Okay, but I want to keep the overseas copyright and subsequent copyright. I also want to try to shoot a second sequel for this film." Wayne only proposed this condition. Others don't know, but he knows it clearly. Even if the buyout fee is low, as long as he has these two copyrights, he can make a lot of money and accumulate capital for his next feature film. He has made several films of this film in his previous life. The usual practice in the hair buyout industry is that the distribution company owns the North American copyright of the film. This is the consensus of people in the industry, and he has already made preparations. He didn't naively want a normal distribution profit-sharing contract. For him now, it is a fantasy. Even if the distribution company gave it to him, he didn't dare to ask for it. These Hollywood film companies dared to cheat the money of the vampires on Wall Street, and they had no reason to sue, let alone Wayne, a small director. "Okay, Director Greenberg, these are the general directions. You can bring a lawyer to our hotel tomorrow for the specific contract. If there is no problem, we can sign the contract tomorrow. Wayne was relieved when he heard his words. After shaking hands with the other party, he returned to the theater and leaned back in his chair. He was under a lot of pressure these days, but now everything is over. Looking at the audience in the theater, it was these audiences that gave him confidence. He was confident that he would surprise those who looked down on this film. The next morning, he first went to the airport to pick up his lawyer Ryan, and then went straight to the hotel where Tom and his friends were staying. In the 4th floor conference room, he and Luke Tom chatted with a smile. When the lawyer was checking the contract, a staff member of Castle Rock Pictures hurried in and called Edward out. After the lawyer checked the contract, he nodded to him, indicating that there was no problem. He smiled and picked up the pen. When he was about to sign the contract, Edward pushed the door in and stopped him. "I'm sorry, Director Greenberg, the contract has been cancelled. Castle Rock has decided not to buy this film. You can go to other companies to ask. I hope we will have a chance to work together again in the future." Looking at Edward's drastic change in attitude, everyone was confused. "Mr. Edward, can you give me a reason? I need to know what happened." Wayne forced himself to calm down and looked at the other party. He was still smiling when he went out, but came back stiffly and said that the contract would not be signed and the film was not wanted. There must be some special reason. No reason. "Sorry, Director Greenberg, let's stop here today. I still have work to do." After saying that, he glanced at Tom, turned around and walked out of the meeting room. Chapter 25 2 pieces of shitty news. Mother FXXK. Wayne and his group left the hotel. In the worried eyes of Luke and Jimmy, his face was terribly gloomy. For this young man who was about to turn 21, this roller coaster-like negotiation made him forget the calm mind he had been trying to keep. Jimmy saw Wayne kicking the trash can on the roadside in anger and walked a few steps to catch up with him. He grabbed his shoulders with both hands and shook them hard twice. "Wayne, listen, this is Hollywood. Don't let your anger cloud your mind. We still have other options. We can continue to negotiate with Touchstone. There are still a few days before the film festival. We still have a chance." "Okay, Jimmy, okay." He broke away from Jimmy's arm and rubbed his face hard with both hands. "Let's go back first, Jimmy. Help me contact Touchstone Pictures and tell them that I'm willing to consider their conditions." After saying that, Wayne tried to suppress his anger in his heart and thought about the reason for all this. Seeing Luke looking at him worriedly, he gave Luke an ugly smile. Just when everyone thought he had adjusted his mood and was ready to take a taxi to leave, they found Wayne standing next to the trash can and kicked it hard again. "Motherfucker. Okay, I'm fine. Let's go back. Jimmy, go find out what happened at Castle Rock Pictures and why they suddenly cancelled the contract." He opened the back door of the taxi and got in the car. He kept thinking about what exactly forced the other party to not make any money. Luke opened the door of the theater and continued to prepare to show the movie. This unexpected situation made Wayne, even the most calm Luke, feel frustrated. After nearly half a year of hard work, they were about to get the results, but such a damn accident happened. But now all they can do is to continue showing the movie and wait for potential buyers. Wayne sat at the door of the theater, holding a cigarette in his mouth, watching the tourists on the road, one after another entering various theaters. From the second day, his movie began to gain popularity through word of mouth from tourists. Now before each show starts, nearly half of the seats can be occupied. He knew why. To put it bluntly, among the independent films being screened on this street, only his film had commercial element. Look at those independent filmmakers who are doing it for the so-called art. Most of the things they shoot are vague themes, with a proliferation of long shots, scenes that can make people vomit, and indispensable large-scale erotic plots. It seems that without these, there is no so-called film art. He does not deny that some masters can skillfully use this slow narrative rhythm to shoot films with high artistic achievements, but there are too few such masters. What the teacher said was always right. Movies are always a form of entertainment for the public, not a carnival for the director himself. Professor Anderson told him this sentence before because he was afraid that Wayne would not be able to get out of the so-called personal style and play the so-called art. Just like the Happy Memorial Day that was being screened behind him, Wayne did not change too much, based on the principle of insurance, but at first glance, the obvious black attributes can still be seen. But most of the film company viewers can see that, although the cost is not high and there are some element of the director's personal style, the core of this film is a naked commercial film, and most of the shots are almost for the purpose of sticking to the audience. Seeing Jimmy coming hurriedly, he pressed the cigarette butt on the ground with force, and before he came to him, he asked anxiously, "What's the situation? Have you figured it out?" Two pieces of news, both are bad news like shit. Jimmy sat on the side of the road, picked up the water on the table, and took 2 big gulps, and continued, "I just contacted Tom from Castle Rock Pictures. Tom didn't know why the company suddenly stopped negotiating. He only knew that the order came from Los Angeles, and Edward was directly asked to give up. Tom couldn't ask Edward for the specific reason. Also, I just called James from Touchstone Pictures and asked them to continue negotiating, and revealed that you were willing to accept their conditions. But he told me that Mr. Mason refused, and Touchstone decided to give up this film." Jimmy finished the 2 pieces of bad news in one breath, looking at the young man in front of him worriedly. To be honest, even Jimmy himself felt puzzled. He knew that these companies were basically able to make the information transparent, and the most likely possibility was to tacitly exploit this small director. But from what he learned, it was not the case. For low-level people like Wayne, these companies would not use this method. "Jimmy, where do you think the problem lies? My mind is in a mess now, and I can't find any clues. But I have a hunch that there must be a problem in some link, otherwise it is impossible for 2 companies to reject it at the same time." He lit another cigarette. Nicotine can make his mind clear, which helps him to figure out the problem as soon as possible. "I will make a phone call later to see which companies with distribution capabilities are still here. It shouldn't be difficult to get their phone numbers. Don't worry too much. There are the most filmed companies in Hollywood." Jimmy drank the water in the bottle in one gulp, stood up and prepared to try his luck in other companies. This is also Jimmy's opportunity. In fact, Jimmy's attention to the film is no less than that of Wayne, the director and producer. He has been out of the mailroom for more than 2 years, and his clients are still some minor actors. Clients with a little potential will not choose him as a novice agent. Even those small actor clients he has now are not his own, but are managed by 2 agents in the company. He saw hope in Wayne. If he can have a successful director client, the situation will be completely different. Jimmy would never allow a great opportunity to slip away from him. He entered the mailroom of CAA right after graduation and became a small agent under the mocking eyes of his classmates and friends. Jimmy believed that he had the talent to do this business. Even though his former classmates and lovers had established themselves in Wall Street companies in the past 3 years, he was still a small agent who graduated from Harvard's economics department and earned a negligible salary. If Jimmy helped Wayne recruit crew members and actors at the beginning, it was for those pitiful commissions. Now Jimmy saw hope. It was for the opportunity he had been waiting for a long time. Wayne didn't notice when Jimmy left. Now he just wanted to think clearly about where the problem was. Could it be that Harvey Weinstein, the dead fat pig, did it? Wayne suddenly thought of the fat Jewish man, but he felt it was unlikely. Harvey would become the Oscar-winning troublemaker in the future. Even if it was Harvey Weinstein, at the peak of his power in Hollywood, he was not able to make those medium-sized film companies bow their heads and cooperate with him. With a slap, he slapped his thigh hard. Yes, he could try to go to Harvey Weinstein's Miramax to see if their attitude has changed. Face is the most useless thing in this circle. Wayne doesn't mind having a thick skin to negotiate again. Face is worthless in front of dollars. After rushing in and greeting Luke, who was showing the movie, Wayne returned to the small hotel, picked up the phone and dialed the number given to him by Miramax's film clerk Tully. "Hello, this is Wayne Greenberg, Ms. Tully. I want to talk to Mr. Weinstein again." "Yes, it's about the movie." "Okay, no problem. I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, he was right. Miramax dared to take the movie that no one else wanted, so he had to go and see what was going on. This time, Tully took him directly to Harvey's room. He looked at the fat man in front of him, sitting on the sofa in a suit, and still felt uncomfortable. What is this thing? Maybe no one in this era knows it better than him. Mr. Weinstein, I think we can continue to talk about the distribution of my film. I believe that the ability of Happy Memorial Day can definitely bring good profits to Miramax and Mr. Weinstein. Sitting opposite the fat man, Wayne said something against his conscience. He never thought about selling the film to the other party now. Miramax was just the last choice. He just wanted to dig out some information from this fat pig. Listen, Director Greenberg, I didn't want to see you again, but your film still has some value. I will only give you one chance, $800,000. I want all the copyrights, but I promise to send it to the theater for public screening. Among the film company personnel that Wayne has contacted in the past few days, Harvey is definitely the most sharp-sighted, no one else. If the first Happy Memorial Day can get good results, it must continue to be filmed. This film has the potential and space for a sequel. Harvey relied on his own vision to bring Miramax to the level of a medium-sized film company. He is definitely not as rude and barbaric as he looks. He is an extremely smart Jewish businessman. No, Mr. Weinstein, if it's $800,000, I can't even make back the cost of filming. In that case, I'd rather watch it at home. Wayne shook his head, cursing the greedy fat pig in his heart. You will agree, whether it's today or later. Harvey picked up the wine glass, looked at the young man opposite, and continued, you have no choice. I believe that, even if you don't agree today, you will come to me again one day. Look at me, kid. Only I, Harvey Weinstein's Miramax, can help you distribute it. Think about it. The next time you come, the price will be $500,000. He looked at the other party's confident look. The other party must know something to be so confident. But he couldn't get him to say anything. He had no chance to play tricks with an old man who had controlled a film company for many years. Okay, I'll think about it when I go back. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Weinstein. Wayne saw that the other party didn't reveal anything, so he stood up happily and decided not to waste time with him. He had already got what he wanted. At least he knew that the root of the problem was not with this fat man. Thanks to book friend W. Shang Cheng for the reward and monthly ticket. As a new author and a new book, thank you for your encouragement and support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.